welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Sometimes, as we know, my computer does that, so I'm starting a part 2. Again, anybody can come in here, any creationist. I'll have a one-on-one with conversation for the most part. Even Tommy, but Tommy, the reason we got a little upset with Tommy was Tommy asked this question about Mary Schweitzer every single time. It's not honest inquiry, as Hogtie brilliantly pointed out. If Tommy really wanted to know the truth about this stuff, he would have done his research on it. He would not be focusing on a secondary of a secondary source, where that Mary Schweitzer herself has clarified. Okay, that is dishonest. That is looking at a very cherry piece of information, and so that's why it's just not really productive to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't want to have honest inquiry. But this is an open hang. I mean, Tommy's allowed in, and I will talk to Tommy. But if he wants to go down that route, then we're going to show him again why he's wrong, and then we're going to move on to another person. It won't take very long, I assure you. Anyways, Jade was just finishing up where we left off about some of the geological evidence that goes against the young Earth, and explaining that the evidence that we have, the evidence that we look at, that's what we evaluate. And I think we were trying to get to the point to where we were going to ask Justin, you know, what evidence is there for a young Earth per se? You can't just say the flood. Okay, you're saying these fossils. But what really is about the flood that actually gives us an indication of what we would expect to see if the flood did occur and if the flood did not occur?
Okay. Well, I think what I was saying before is that if there was a flood, you would expect seashells, or seashells would testify that there was a global flood around the world, or at least a flood that covered the mountains. Now, which the optional or the alternative belief, or the idea, theory, that you guys gave was rivers around the earth somehow just swarmed mountains, and over the process of time, the rivers kind of just kept swarming around it as the seashells collected and the mountains kind of elevated and grew and grew and grew. To me, that takes an extra dose of imagination. Like, you need way more explaining for that, because one, you're still using water. I just use water too, except I said flood, entire flood, a global flood. You're just saying rivers. It's the same thing, except it takes more imagination to assume that like waters, like rivers, would just start going down a mountain all the way starting from the top to climbing all the way down. You would find that consistently all around the mountains as well, like even to like the land. But finding it on top of the mountain, I think it indicate a flood, a global flood.
Let me ask you this. You say it takes imagination. Why does it take imagination? If we actually can show you, for example, let's say made a video about it or something. A video, we'll use an animation, and I know it's an animation, but it's just for showing an animation of how this stuff would work according to our geological models. Okay, for example, the Grand Canyon. If we can show you a plausible model, right, we can say, okay, well, if everything we know about science is right, and everything we know about history is right, and this is how it would work, okay, why would we need our imagination at that point if we have a viable model that, according to the laws of physics, would work? Why is that we need imagination for that?
Well, because for a flood, it's the same thing, the same laws of physics, except there's like less explanation for seashells to be on the mountain. Just because you came with an alternative belief, you can't just say, oh, we came with an alternative belief, that's evidence.
Okay.
No, it's just an optional evidence.
Why is it we just find seashells up there? Why don't we find more advanced type of life form up there?
Whale carcasses.
Whale carcass. Yeah, perfect example. Perfect example. Why don't we find a whale up there, or a dolphin, or sea lion?
Because it can swim.
So
if your ability is to run in water, like run or just kind of swim in water while it's just going everywhere, unlike shells that can't do much except just land where they are, then of course you would expect that.
Coral, starfish.
Yeah, they move very
lobster.
slow. So
yeah, what about coral? coral's a good example too. Coral doesn't move, but we don't find any of the contemporary coral in that time period. The
That's
fossils we find up there.
that helps my point, because the biblical narrative is the flood was there for only about a year or so. So, like, you wouldn't expect corals to be for a
It
long
actually
amount of
it
time.
actually wasn't there for a year or so. It was less than that. Way
Okay,
less.
yeah, less than that. So that even helps out my case.
But I
Okay,
also too, let me just say something else. When you read your English version of the Bible, right, and you look at Genesis, and it says the highest peaks and the highest mountains were filled with water, do you understand that in the Hebrew, even the word mountain isn't used? It says the highest hills and the highest valleys. Um, Even the size of the ark that people think is the size of the ark in 21st century America, that's not the size of the ark.
Okay, it doesn't matter.
I want to stick a little bit on this topic on the science, Wayne, real quick. Though. I know you like the biblical aspect, but this is really important. You're positing that we see only the seashells up there, but we're giving you examples of things that we would expect to see if there was, like you said, a flood. It shouldn't be just seashells. If there's other animals existing at the time and other things like sponges and coral and I don't know, we could probably think of a lot of different examples of animals that were after that period of time where that mountain left the seabed and they actually got above sea level. We're not seeing any of that. We're only seeing shells from that specific time millions and millions of years ago, or billions, whatever it is. So a flood does not account for that. It actually goes against what you're saying. Very
Well,
much so.
we kind of went over the idea that time isn't the factor in dating. It's the conditionings.
Right. The
So
condition is that we're only finding fossils of shells when we would expect to find things of all different life forms, from
wait,
different periods.
so
Because
like,
you got to remember,
you ever try to catch fish in your bowl and
we're
you're
not talking about I'm talking about things just like you, coral, things that are stuck on the floor of the seabed.
yeah, those things can't move, right?
Coral?
Yeah.
No.
No. So
They
how long do
grow,
those
but
things
they don't
grow?
really. They have no translocation unless they're
Well,
on back of a hermit crab or something, maybe.
yeah. How long does those things grow and then eventually, just
We got coral reefs going back a couple thousands of years. I think
no,
what's a great coral reef? 20. I mean, it's not a continual thing. I mean, it's a colony. What is it? 20,000 years old?
wait, are you talking about underwater or above the sea level?
No, so, sorry, Justin. How did the? I think we misunderstand here. How are you saying that the seashells got to the tops of mountains?
I'm
Like,
saying one because of the flood was a violent, episode where waters and waves and things are just thrashing left and right. So things float, things just move with the waves, grounds are moving, and so on. So because those things are happening, seashells are being washed onto the mountaintops and so on. They
so,
stay there because they can't run.
so
A
the
fish,
mountaintops were dry first, and then okay. Sorry, I think Steve. I think I see what he's saying about the coral now. Sorry, Justin. Let me try this. You're saying that the mountains existed already, and then with the flood, some things that were movable but not moving could be washed up there. But you wouldn't expect to see coral because coral stays where it grows, and it takes a long time to grow.
yeah,
So you'd have a mountaintop that doesn't have any marine life on it, and then in a violent flood, the things that are movable, like your oysters and things like that, would wash up there. But you're not
exactly,
going to expect the coral to grow in a few months,
exactly. And
and the
even
whales would have swam away, presumably.
Exactly, and even if they did grow within a couple of months, it would be very young, and then eventually erosion and everything else in life would just kind of just blow it away. I mean, it's pretty, um, yeah, it happens all the time when you're moving your fish tank. The things that do move or can't like walk for itself, they stay where they
Okay.
are.
Well, then I do take your point about the coral. Then I guess what kind of things do we find up there? Are there any creatures that we find up there that are like modern extant creatures?
Well, as far as like seashells.
Yeah.
Well, I'll have to go back and look at the sources. As far as I know, that just my general knowledge is that there are seashells on high mountaintops everywhere. Um,
Well,
Now,
not everywhere.
I can't give you facts on whether those things are um, like the same as the seashells that we see today. Sure, this.
Well, I'll tell you the reason I asked, Justin, is because a lot of what I do isn't so much about how. Uh, I want to say this because I hear this patter quite a bit about, well, I have my presuppositions, you have your presuppositions, and I say that in a very snotty and dismissive tone because I am kind of a dismissive of that approach. That when somebody says, well, of course we're going to have different conclusions because we have different presuppositions. My view of this is that when you have an issue, something that you're curious about, and you say, well, I want to know the truth of the matter, then it's an interesting exercise to come up with, well, what kind of questions could we ask? Is there an experiment we could run? Is there something we could test for? Um, I'll give you one thought here just about like what we would find on mountains. If it were the case, like these folks are telling you, that the reason you see marine life on the tops of mountains is because the tops of mountains, the ground that forms the tops of mountains in places of the world where this happens, used to be, like at some point very, very long ago, used to be marine floor. And then through uplift, now it's way up there. You could say, well, how long ago would that be? And if they told you it was also like tens of millions of years ago or more than that, but then you found like a house cat, right? We know that domestic cats are a pretty new creature.
Hmm.
Or you found an imprint of like modern corn, right? Corn has the corn on the cob, right? This is something that didn't used to exist in nature. This is something that came about since the dawn of human writing. This is how recent corn on the cob is. So if we found something like that up there in the same soils as these seashells, then you'd have to say, well, that doesn't make any sense because you guys are saying that that's all like old marine floor that got lifted way up there. So that's why I was trying to think of examples of modern sea life. Like if it was all a big churning, why don't we see any modern creatures up there? I'm going to do, while you answer that, or whatever you want to do with it, I'm going to do a quick Google search to see what kind of stuff we're finding up there. But my understanding is it's all pretty old stuff.
It is old. Yes, it's very old
Can
stuff.
I mention I've been doing the Google search, and yeah, we do find fossilized corals on the top of mountains. We find fossilized corals on the top of mountains where the tops of mountains are Cambrian, from the Cambrian, and we even have some mountains here in California called the Marble Mountains out in the desert where geologists love them because we have all these Cambrian fossils on the top of the mountain. And that is because any strata that were above them have been eroded away. So it depends on what we're going to find on top of a mountain, depends on what the top of the mountain is made of, what strata it comes
Yeah,
from.
that's a very excellent
Because
point. Yeah.
we find particular fossils in particular strata. So if everything was being churned up, how come we find these things just always in the same place and always with the same fossils? And if you're going to say, I've had people try to tell me, well, certain things can outrun other things, well, and that's why the certain things are in certain strata. Well, how come brachiopods, which are not exactly mollusks, but they're a lot like mollusks, how did the brachiopods outrun the trilobites when brachiopods are basically clam-like? They're just sitting there. But they seem to have been able to outrun the trilobites. Don't understand how that could have happened.
Yeah, I don't understand the whole running thing either, but I think you make the most brilliant point, though. Justin, if you specific layer, let's say it's a Cambrian strata, right, and it's flat, okay, it's going to have a specific type of fossil in there that we know. We can actually look and say, okay, this fossil belongs in this strata, okay, we know this. Now, there are times that it'll find anachronistic things where a fossil could be out of place. We get that, okay, but usually there's always a reason for those things. But for the most part, if I have a specific kind of fossil and say generally this is found in this location, okay. Now, if the mountain is made of the Cambrian layer and it's high up and it only has those particular fossils that we expect to find in the Cambrian layer and not subsequent layers, that just kind of disproves that there's a flood because we're not finding the amount of mixture we should have in kind of a turbulent flow for the flood. We're finding a very specific set of fossils that we only find in that Cambrian layer at the top of the mountains, right?
Okay. Do you want me to give an explanation for that?
Sure.
Well, it's pretty simple. No, if you do find creatures that's all at the same prehistoric level, then there's another level where there's creatures of a different prehistoric level. I think you would have to challenge that if that's the constant. I doubt that's the constant, and the reason why is because we have found trees. I've saw pictures trees like going through each of those layers, not just vertically, but just like
Well, hang on.
horizontally.
What you're talking about is polystrate trees, okay? And they're not going through different strata. They're going through different layers, like you said, but they're not stratifications. Okay, those are found in peat moss and they're found in swamps. Okay, they're due to a systematic layering effect of these swamps, but they're not going through layers of strata that you've read on these polystrate trees. This was discovered many, many, many years ago, back in like the late 1800s, early 1900s, some of that ballpark. That has never been an issue until younger creationists had said, "Oh, let's look at these pictures and show them to people and to tell them that they're going through various layers of strata when they're not."
But how long does it take for each of those layers to
Not
become
very
layered?
long. Not very long. Jade has a really good understanding of this. Jade, why don't
Okay.
you go ahead and take this one on polystrate
Well,
trees?
there's a couple things. First of all, and last time I said this, I got into a lot of trouble because I was in a room with a bunch of creationists who they aren't trees, really. At least
Right.
not as we. They're not trees at all. What they are is they're giant club mosses, and they're built and designed very differently from what we think of as trees. They are called trees because, and this whole polystrate tree thing was invented by creationists, as Steve pointed out. Coal miners back in the 19th century were familiar with these things, and they didn't find them surprising at all. There are pictures, drawings actually. There might be pictures, I don't know, but there are drawings of these so-called polystrate trees in books from the 1800s. So these are actually giant club mosses. They're called lycopods, and oh God, I can never remember the name of the most common one. They're very unusually built. The exterior of them is almost like armor, which is one of the things that help preserve them. Okay. Now they're all found in the Carboniferous, with a few exceptions. And those few exceptions are usually places where we can see that the Carboniferous was. There are situations where you have erosion, and then something else is built on top of that. But that's very obvious. So they're almost all found in coal seams, which is where we get the term Carboniferous, because coal. The Carboniferous and the coal seams come from basically swamps and bogs. That's what was there at the time, filled with rotting vegetation material. The closest modern thing I can think of that would be similar, like peat beds. Yeah, if anybody's familiar with peat beds, we actually have some near me that they were going to commercialize, and people fought to stop that because they were an important part of the Western flyway for you know, birds. So peat beds, because peat, you have all these, in bogs and swamps and things like that, you have lots and lots of life, lots and lots of plant matter. Also near me is the Elkhorn Slough, which is like the largest slough. It's crap, can't think of the term. Where it's brackish water slough, and it's magnificent. So you have these places where you have water running through them, and you have lots and lots of growth. Probably the closest living parallel to what was happening in the Carboniferous would be like the cypress swamps that you see in, say, Florida and I think Louisiana as well. So what you have is you have these cypress trees growing in these swamps. Now, and you also have water running through the swamps. The path of the water varies from year to year. Part of the reason is because every single year you have floods, because that's just the nature of things. The floods bring debris down from from higher up the river, and it floods the swamps. And certain areas fill in, and other areas then are eroded away. It's the way things work. This is something that's been heavily studied because, we need to live with these things, and the U.S. Army is in charge of the waterways here, and they've studied these. There's lots and lots of papers on how this works. So the floods come in, and they, depending on how big the flood is, some years there are massive floods, and some years there are just your regular flooding, and they fill in, lots of areas with lots of debris, and the channels where the water goes through change. So you have all this debris built up. Now, the cypresses in the cypress swamps just simply continue growing. You get the debris built up on their trunks, and they just keep growing right through it. So this is kind of an example of how you can see how these these lycopods grew. They really aren't polystrate. So what you're seeing when you're talking about layers is, so every time you have a flood, you get a layer of soil. And then you're going to have like summer usually, and then that layer gets compacted a bit by the water and various activity of different animals and what have you. And then the next year you're going to have another flood, and the floods are going to vary in size, and this is going to build up. So you're going to see various layers depending on the type of debris that's brought down. Because if you have a very big flood, I mean, we can watch what's happened here, for example, in the Mississippi River. It just completely eats banks away sometimes, and that bank may have a different soil than another bank, or you might have a flood that starts up higher in the mountains, and it's going to bring a different type of material down. It might bring a lot of, granite or limestone or something. So the different layers can be identified by the fact that there are slightly different components to them. But what happens, so year after year after year, you're going to get layers built up. Some of the layers are going to be very, very thin and aren't really very distinguishable from others. Others are going to be more distinguishable. You might have one that's darker because it ate a bank away that has a darker soil in it or something like that. You might have one that's lighter and you can tell that there's some limestone in it because whatever river, brought a bunch of limestone debris down from it. But what happens is the environment then changes. You no longer have this hot swampland. It starts to dry out. But you still have all of this debris there. And what happens is, well, it depends on what the environment is afterwards. For example, if the area you're talking about might be covered by glaciers, and the weight of the glaciers will help compact all of these different layers down. And what you get is a geologic strata that is identifiable by the fossils in it and somewhat by the minerals, but they're going to change from place to place. I said depending on what's happening in that particular place. In the case of the Carboniferous, these strata were the strata there and all the different layers within were just filled with plant debris. And over time and over pressure, and we've done this in the labs, we know how it works, that plant debris turned into coal. And in some cases, you have these lycopods that didn't deteriorate because they're built on the outside like armor. And they're solid. And they were also designed, essentially, by nature, God, whatever you want to say, to withstand the constant flooding and the constant buildup of debris, just like the cypress trees are. Just like every year you can fill up a couple feet of debris, and cypress trees just grow on through it. Another year you can build up another couple of feet of debris, the cypress trees just grow on through it. Same thing with the lycopods, and that's the way they work. And you don't find like entire trees. They're usually broken off at the top or the bottom. What do they call the stigella or whatever? They aren't really roots like we think of them, but they're sort of like roots that are kind of broken off. So this is what you have. And the reason it's called a geologic strata is because the environment changed for whatever reason. And I would have to look into the Carboniferous to see I forget what comes after the Carboniferous. Somebody can look it up very quickly. And depending on what part of the world you're in. Yeah, see, that's a lycopod. That's not a tree as we think of it. It's a lycopod.
Well, see, and what I keep hearing is like you guys are masking these terms, changing what it is to hide that it is a tree. It was a tree.
It's a giant club moss.
Well, of course, that's like me looking at bones and say, human bones, and say, well, that's not a human. It's bones. Well,
do you understand how vastly different in construction a club moss is from a tree?
Okay, was a club moss ever a tree in the first place?
No, not to my definition. You could say it's tree-like in its growth, but it doesn't even really grow like modern trees.
So
Look up club moss.
Was this ever a tree?
No, it's a club moss.
So it's
a giant club moss. It's a lycopod.
So this right here is not roots.
No, there's stigella or whatever that's called. I forget what it's called. No.
Okay, so then when I look at Wikipedia or something like that, and it tells me, it calls it a prostrate fossil. It's a fossil, a single organism such as a tree trunk that extends through more than one geological stratum. This term is typically applied to fossil forests of upright fossil tree trunks and stumps. And go on. I don't want to take all day reading this. And then, it also has this right here, lycopod, where
Lycopod.
lycopod. I don't know why it's spelled differently, but yeah. Then it has
That's the full name of the clade, Lycopodophodia. But they're just called lycopods for short.
okay, lycopod.
And you see the picture there? That's what a club moss looks like. That's a little club moss, though.
What are you looking at? This?
The picture right there, the lycopod on your right there.
Okay. Yeah.
And you can call them trees if you want, but they really aren't trees. And just because Wikipedia calls them trees, Wikipedia gets lots of things wrong.
Well,
And you can call them roots if you want, but they don't work like our roots do, like
But
what we think of as in a tree.
But according to you, Wikipedia works just like scientists. Until someone comes and corrects them,
Can you hear me?
back.
No. Yeah, and it does. You're right, but the difference, no, it doesn't work the way scientists do, because science and scientific papers, you have the experts. Wikipedia can be corrected by anyone, and there are lots of disputes over this, that, or the other thing.
Well,
And sometimes if you go in the background of a Wikipedia page, you can see all the arguments.
Well, of course. I mean, but that's assuming, that's like not assuming that, okay, that's assuming that all the experts are pure holy men who will never do anything dishonest. Like,
No, that's
So
not.
why
at all-
would you?
Not at all required. No.
like
No.
being
No.
being honest is not something I think every human being has like a perfect hold on. I don't believe that. And so just because you're a scientist, I don't think you're exempt from being dishonest. Like all these scientists, they can be dishonest with their
No,
facts.
but isn't that why the
Well, if
consensus
it's
is
Now
so
you'll notice on that
strong?
page you have where it says Yellowstone and it says fossil.
Consensus, guys, we're living in a world where
Unless you're
people are voting for
suggesting
Donald
that
Trump.
all of them are dishonest.
But
I mean,
we're living in a world where people are voting for Donald Trump. Like consensus.
well, what does that have to do with this, though? It's a self-correcting system. That's the reason why we do value consensus, not because everyone's opinion is valuable.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Oh my God! Oh my. Okay, I've been trying to talk for the last 10 minutes.
Oh no.
Okay. I've been trying to get my mic to work. And okay, first of all, we're
All we
getting
heard
way.
was crackling.
Yeah, no, that was you. No, okay. Yeah, we're getting way off topic here. Whether they're trees or not is not the point. Okay, Jade is talking from a very biological, very specific point of view. They're technically not trees. Let's, for the sake of argument, call them trees. I don't care. Okay, it doesn't matter. The fact is there's an explanation of why they are what they are, and they certainly do not help a young Earth creationist model.
Actually,
That's the point.
Perfectly.
No, it doesn't. And let me explain to you why, Justin. What you learned about polystrate trees, you've gotten from a man named Ken Hovind. Do you know who he is?
No, I know
Okay.
it, but I don't want to go this route where we're discrediting one source.
Well, hang on. Let's talk about this for a second. But we have to talk about it because you brought it up. Polystrate trees has been explained for 100 years ago. Nobody has an issue with them, okay? Unless you can come with a scientific reason why that supports a model and give us the model that actually shows this stuff, then you're just parroting Ken Hovind. That's all you're doing. You're channeling him. And that's not the route I want to go down.
Yeah, and I don't
Okay.
want to go down that route. I don't want to like name call.
Right.
people. That's
Right.
always the gate for everybody.
Right. So I'd rather get back on topic, and I'd rather get more into a conversation that I was having with you before, kind of thing, and talk about, the reasons you're young Earth creationist. Because here's the question that I had initially. I said that if we gave you all the information and all the data in the universe told you the young Earth creation was wrong, you basically said it wouldn't matter, right?
Well, not in that sense, but I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Even if we proved to you that people were conning you, that this whole young Earth creationism was a scam, started off. It wasn't started off as a scam. It started off by Ellen G. White, Seventh-day Advent, as you know, because you're a Seventh-day Advent.
You talking about Adventists or Christianity now?
Ellen G. White was Ellen G. White was a Seventh-day Advent.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't sure because you jump from two. Now you
Do you know who
do
Ellen?
a hard one. Talk to me about this one now.
You're a Seventh-day Advent, right?
I'm a Seventh-day Adventist.
You know who Ellen G. White is?
Yeah, I know exactly who's Ellen G. White.
Okay.
believe
She started young Earth creationism,
She started young Earth creationism.
right?
No, she did not start young Earth's creationism.
Really?
Yes, really. I
Okay.
mean, the
How do you think?
assumption.
Yeah. What do you think? How do you? Where do you think younger creation comes from? Besides the Usher chronology, Usher chronology was the dating method that they used, but who actually was the first person to promote it? It was Ellen G. White.
Moses, according to me, like I believe Moses said 6 days.
No, for thousands of years, nobody thought the Earth was only 7,000 years old.
So
Moses.
Darwinism all of a sudden is like he's just an afterthought. Like he didn't he didn't happen. He didn't revolutionize our thinking.
Darwin has nothing to do with the age of the Earth.
Okay, so okay, other than so you might be thinking about Origin, who decided to assume the Old Testament is all allegory. But other than that, like
Can you name me? Can you? Okay, there might have been a few that thought the world was flat, but I don't know who any thought that the Earth was young. Can you name me a historical person at biblical times that thought the
I'm
Earth was
sorry to
young
be
for the last 2,000
cliche.
years?
I'm sorry to be cliche, but I Jesus, and if
Okay,
like
what religion practiced this?
what religion practices what young Earth? How do you practice young Earthism? I don't know.
It's a new thing.
It's in other words, it's a new thing. Name a religion that it's been the last 2,000 years that told their congregation that the Earth is only 7,000 years old.
Well,
The Catholics did it. The Protestants didn't. The Eastern Orthodox didn't.
Right.
okay. Well, I have to look into that to make sure whether they did or did not. Because
Okay,
as
fair
far as
enough.
the books I have read, everyone's like as far as Athanasius and these people, they've been writing with the assumption that the world has been created in 6 days, not so long ago, and of course they won't say 6,000 years because at that time, I mean, it was like about 4,000 years to them. So, and it's become more recent, or more notable today because we have an idea that things happen in a cycle of seven, and since we're on the 6,000 year, it would make sense that God would commence His Sabbath or millennium or His rescue on the 7,000 year. So that's why it's more relevant now. But
Would you say you're a scientific person?
yeah, I mean, I would say as far as the basics, I mean,
Okay. Let me ask you this one. I'm going to take it down another direction here. If you're claiming you're a scientific person and you don't have objectivity, can you say with a straight face that you are a scientific individual? Because you've lost objectivity if you say that science cannot replace your young Earth creationism. You're saying that young Earth creationism must come first, and then the science must conform to that.
no, I see, and this is the thing. I see this word game where it's like you're assuming what I'm saying is not science. So you're pitting science against religion, and then it's this, oh, religion is against science, and science is against religion, and then it comes across that I'm the ignorant one
No,
who
that's not what I'm saying at
no,
all. No.
that's not what you're saying, but that's the narrative that most people hear and is
Oh,
translated as.
let's say we have science and we evaluate that science. And science, without a doubt, conclusively demonstrates that the Earth is not 7,000. Let's say you had that knowledge. Okay, it's a hypothetical. Would you accept that knowledge, that scientific knowledge first, or would you accept your religious belief system first?
No, I would consider, does it actually disagree? And if it disagrees,
Yes, it disagrees. It actually it points. It says the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. Billion years old. You know that for a fact with science. Let's say hypothetically. Okay.
hmm
Would you take that science, or would you take your young Earth creationism?
okay, I would look at my creationism and I see, okay, do they disagree? If they
Yes.
disagree, yeah, if it disagree, it's not because this is saying that this is wrong. Now, let me be clear so that I believe the Bible first. I believe that is the most
Then
scientific thing in the world.
you
It
cannot
is
be claimed
God.
to be scientific. That's a
Okay,
contradiction.
can
Well, I'm
I
sorry.
can
I'm
I
sorry. I have
interject?
faith in that idea, and
Yeah,
Can
I
I?
but you cannot. Hang on one sec. You cannot claim that you're scientific as that person. A scientist will go where the evidence leads them. Okay, you cannot have this bias that your faith comes before empirical evidence. That is not the scientific method.
but okay. So I don't see how we started the conversation off with things can have a no things don't have to have a cause. sometimes there is no cause for certain things.
Sure.
And I said, wait, that's not scientific. Everything has a cause.
No, it doesn't. Science has proven in quantum mechanics it doesn't have to have a cause.
So isn't
Well,
quantum
not proven,
mechanics
but
a
demonstrated.
cause?
But no, quantum mechanics is a framework.
Isn't quantum mechanics just because it's a framework, it's still a cause.
No, a cause is a thing for a mechanism to get from a cause to an effect. You have a cause, and then you have an effect from that cause. Okay, so you have an antecedent, and then you have something that comes afterwards. Okay.
So quantum mechanics is not causing nothing.
Quantum mechanics is just like geometry. Okay, it's a subject. Geometry doesn't cause anything. Algebra doesn't cause anything. Quantum mechanics doesn't cause anything. There's quantum mechanical things that cause things.
So that's not
But
scientific.
quantum mechanics, well, of course it's scientific. Quantum mechanics is extremely scientific.
That's
It's a
like
branch
me
of
writing the number
science.
1 + 1 = 2, and then
That's
see, oh, wait, it's gonna somehow magically create a world.
I don't even understand where you're going with that.
Well,
1 + 1
because
is mathematics.
notions don't create things.
Okay, but that has nothing to do with my question to you.
It does, because it does with science. You're calling one thing scientific. You're saying things that has no cause
All right, how about this?
are created today. That's not scientific.
How about instead of going down cause and effect, how about if I took you in a time machine and I took you back in time and you witnessed all these things happen over the last 4 billion years?
Hmm.
How would you reconcile that with your young Earth creationism?
Then I wouldn't have to reconcile it because I see it.
Right. So you know that the Earth is now 7,000 years old at that point, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh, okay. So you can give up there's something out there. There is evidential that could cause you to give up your 7,000-year-old model, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, until it like literally disagrees with every point that the Bible says. So, for example, the Bible clearly says that that Jerusalem, I don't know, Jerusalem was in the East or in China, something like that. But it gets it completely wrong. It's not in China, whatever. But then I can say, okay, well then the Bible got it wrong.
Well, those are minor points. Don't you think, though, if I took you in a time machine and I took you back 4 billion years and I showed you evolution from 4 billion years ago to now, that demonstrates evolutionary theory completely from start to finish, kind of thing, from abiogenesis even, right? That would you got to admit, obliterate a 7,000-year-old faith, right?
Yeah, you have to have a good time machine. Now, either you're going with
No, you don't. Even a bad time machine would do it.
Well,
Time
okay,
machine. It doesn't have to be the TARDIS.
but
Okay.
what I'm allegorizing is your imagination. You have to look at a rock and then assume that you're going into the time machine to actually interpret it, to actually be so secure that what you just saw in that rock was discrediting everything in the Bible.
Well, that's what
Without even going to the Bible and seeing that
I'm trying to work with you in your worldview. I'm trying to get you to understand or find out what types of evidence would it take to give up your worldview. Because you started off saying nothing would ever change your mind about young Earth creationism. Did you not say that?
Well, yeah, I mean, in a sense, yeah.
Okay, but I just given you an instance where you would change your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's at least a upper bound, or I should say in this case the lower bound of well, I don't know, is it upper or lower? One of us can figure this out. It's a boundary at least of how much evidence is required, and that we can start from there. So a time machine to take you back 4 billion years, that would be enough evidence to convince you that you have been lied to about young Earth creationism, and that it is completely wrong, and that Hovind and all these guys are completely wrong. I mean, do you agree with that, right?
Well, I mean, to some degree, but I mean,
what do you mean to some degree? If I showed you this, it is by de facto that your young Earth creation is wrong, right? It's hypothetical.
The problem is that what we both have to do is interpret the evidence. So I have to not only have faith in the evidence, but I also have to have faith in my interpreting power. So, like, I can look at a rock and make a false conclusion about it, and then say, "Oh man, that rock's."
Justin, you're avoiding what I'm saying completely. You're taking what I'm saying and you're going an entirely different direction.
So
okay.
How is my interpretation how's that not part of the equation though?
You have said that you basically there's no science that could ever go against young Earth creationism. the Bible has to come first. Your interpretation of young Earth creationism has to come first. That is what you said, correct?
Yeah, I believe God's word.
Okay.
Yeah, by choice, by
Okay.
faith.
And I said on a hypothetical, if I were to take you back in time machine, a hypothetical, meaning in your
Mhm.
mind, right? And I went back 4,000 years ago, or 4 billion years ago, and I showed you all these evolutionary processes, showing completely, without question, that
Mhm.
the Earth is not 7,000 years old, showing that the flood never happened, right?
Mhm.
At that point, if you knew that, I mean, this is, and I would talk about epistemologically, you knew this
Mhm.
for a fact, you would no longer accept young Earth creationism, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so there is some a degree of evidence that would change your mind on that,
Okay.
because that's not the same as Kurt Wise, who said no amount of evidence could ever change it. You can
Well,
actually be convinced.
Well,
This is
yeah.
what I'm trying to get at.
Steve, could you tell him what a scientific fact is first?
We already did. He knows what a scientific
Yeah, I was just telling right, okay, it's just he said if you could show him as a fact.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
okay.
Scientific fact is just basically, a fictional,
I see something that could be wrong.
empirical piece of evidence.
Okay. If Steve could show you something that could be wrong, would
Yeah,
that convince you?
I don't know what he's asking, but anyways, so we at least have a position we can actually come and start from, and that starting point is that you can be swayed if there's enough evidence to show you that young Earth creationism is wrong. Would you say that, Justin?
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm very.
Okay.
I'm
Well, that's
very
good. No, that's good. I wanted to know that for for a specific reason, because if somebody who says no, I would not change my position giving that much information, then they're not a rational human being. And
Okay.
I did not want to think you were not a rational human being.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I believe both of us, as much as it sounds very macho and so on, that we're both using faith and we're believing what we believe by choice because we don't know what's at the end of the line. And
Well, the
yeah,
difference is I have scientific evidence, right?
yeah,
I mean, we all have what's called faith, but it's a different type of faith, and you can't equivocate that term. You have a different kind of faith than I do. My faith is a confidence level. I have faith that if I observe something and do some experiments, that I'm going to have this results. I have a faith that that's going to happen. I have a faith in my friends that they're going to treat me with respect, and I have a faith they're going to follow through with their word. Your faith is a belief in something that you've never had any empirical evidence for, and you're
no,
taking.
yeah, I can have I have empirical evidence for it. I gave you some.
Well, it's very weak nominal evidence, because I can go through, and I have gone through every one of the young Earth creationist claims at one point in my videos, and I've dismissed every single one of them. I've even had Ken Hovind say he's not going to use 2 of them anymore because they have been demonstrated to be wrong. Okay.
Okay. Now it's easy for both of us to say, look, I have done this and I have refuted your evidence. I have done this and I have refuted your evidence, and you gave me no evidence. Anyone can say that. I think it's best to leave it to the audience, discretion to judge that.
What do you mean I didn't give you no evidence? Jade, who's like the the most knowledgeable person as far as these specificities of these things, she gave you quite a bit of evidence you can go look at.
I can I can get anyone who agrees with me and say the same thing about my side.
But you don't have evidence. You don't have you don't have the predictable model that we have to follow in order to discover everything we discover. That is the scientific method that is tried and true.
That's the
This
first
is
question.
included in academia.
That's the first question I asked in the last video, if you hadn't noticed, in the last Creationist Part 1 here, Justin. I asked you to give me a scientific thing that we can make modeling for. That's exactly what Rihanna just asked. Predictions. Okay, our modeling works. Our modeling makes predictions. We can actually look in the future and say, this is what's going to happen in that future. Okay, and I use that metaphorically, look in the future. Your model has no utilitarian purpose whatsoever. Has no utility. We cannot do anything with it. It doesn't tell us a damn thing.
Okay, did you know that Isaac Newton was a Christian? Now,
yes.
Yeah, but that's
irrelevant. Okay, but does it take evolution to know when the Earth is going to come back?
So that's a fallacy. Called a fallacy of appeal to historical figures.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. I gave you a fact. We're talking about science. We're talking about scientific.
It didn't impact his scientific research.
Justin, can you tell me what his creationist position was that affected his ability to do the science? What did he utilize in his scientific? Give me in any of the physics that he used in Newtonian physics. What model did he use that invoked creationism?
And that's the thing I'm saying. You don't
No. Answer my question. What
That's
did
the
he
thing.
use?
Like, you
What
guys are
did he
assuming that evolution did it, and
I didn't
this.
say. Well, no. We're talking.
What?
Justin, come on, man. We're talking about physics, not evolution. And I'm asking a very specific question here. What
That's
did
what
he
I'm saying.
use?
Physics doesn't require an evolutionary theory or Christian.
We're not talking about evolution theory. We're talking about science. You said he was a Christian. So what?
Well, that's what I'm
What does it
saying.
make to science?
You're making a Christian non-scientific when it doesn't have to be a separate. It doesn't
No,
have.
you're conflating it. We're not. You're conflating it right now in what you just said. This isn't about Christian or not Christian.
Right.
Isaac Newton being a Christian has absolutely nothing
If
to do with it.
If he was an atheist, that would have been different.
So what does the evolutionary model has anything to do?
Wait,
It
with
is what
stop.
we see happening.
Justin,
Yeah.
wait. I've asked questions and I'm not getting any. Justin,
I'm sorry, Steve.
No, not your fault. But I want to answer. He's just asking me another question. I asked you twice now, 3 times even, Justin. If he was not a Christian, if he was an atheist, what would it matter to his research?
It wouldn't. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Exactly. Then why did it matter you say he's a Christian?
Because that's what I'm trying to bring out. Like, the evolutionary model has nothing to do with the scientific predictable models that we have today. Because
Sure
we
it
can
does.
observe it today.
We can predict things with we can predict things with biology and evolutionary theory. We can predict things, and we already been
It
through
has to
that.
do a lot with medicine. Medicine's one of the biggest uses
Right.
of the predictive
For
model.
example, dude, Justin, if I want to predict what the next flu strain is going to be for the next season, right? Because I want to make a vaccine for it, right? So I want to have flu shots. I'm going to use a prediction based on evolutionary biology of what's more likely going to be the most popular strain. So I can make a batch up a year in advance, or however long it is in advance. I think it's like a year.
Yeah.
We use biological evolutionary modeling for that. Okay? If we just said God did it, how do we do that then?
I'm not saying I'm not saying that. Like,
That's an example where evolution
Yeah.
is used.
Yeah.
Right.
I gave you from Stanford Center for Computational Evolutionary and Human Genetics. They have a number of publications on this. At pretty much any university within their little departments, they have a lot of publications of this kind of stuff within the real world, you know. So,
wait, so are you guys saying that Christians do not think with an evolutionary, like, as far as like the micro, evolution that we can observe today, we do not use those methods as of explaining predictable things?
What?
Okay. Can I interject now?
Yeah, I didn't understand a word of that, to be honest with you.
And-
Because Jade is a Christian anyways right now.
Yeah, bringing Christian
I
thing
don't see
back
the-
into it
Okay.
again.
May
I
I,
don't
may I point out just briefly that Theodosius
Wayne's a Christian, by
Dobzhansky,
the way.
Theodosius Dobzhansky is one of the great names in biology and evolution. Dobzhansky was an Orthodox Christian.
Mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with who you are. Lemaitre, I can't pronounce his name, Georges Lemaitre or whatever.
Lemaitre?
Lemaitre, yeah, was the, came up with the Big Bang Theory, and he was a Jesuit priest.
Mm-hmm.
So, religious position,
Carl
isn't
Linnaeus.
the point.
Carl Linnaeus was very religious, and he came up with modern
Well,
science.
yeah, and
Francis Bacon, the founder of empiricism.
The guy who did the Human Genome Project.
He was
yeah, Francis
religious as well.
Collins,
Yes.
and what's his name? Who
Kenneth
testified
Miller.
Kenneth Miller. Mary Schweitzer.
Yes.
Okay, why are we bringing up all these people?
Because
Like,
they're Christians, because you keep bringing up the Christianity thing, and
So
we're
what was
saying
the
it
original
doesn't have
question,
anything to do. It's not nobody's saying Christians can't do science. Nobody ever is saying that at all. But if a Christian or anyone rejects what we observe and what has been over and over and over, the predictable model, the accepted model because of its predictability and its utility, then they're just denying science, no matter who they are, no matter what they believe.
No Christian
What
is
they're not
not
believing is science.
But I'm not saying I don't believe any Christian is doing that. At least not.
But you're doing it here all night.
Wait, how?
You have rejected every piece of evidence and
Like?
come up with, well, your answer to everything has been, well, we interpret the evidence. You interpret it your way, I interpret it
No,
my way, and
but
that's a
specifically-
tree, even though you've been told it's not a tree. And I mean, just like
But
it's you say, when I put on my Christian goggles, it's a tree. I mean,
No,
it's not a tree at all.
wait, okay.
You know, that kind of thing.
I'm looking at the same Wikipedia website. Same thing. You guys say no, it's not a tree. Okay, so then I'll let that go. I'll let you guys have that. We're talking about things that are observable.
What
Now,
about the mountain? You
yeah, the
rejected
mountains.
what happened
That's not,
with the
that's not
uplift.
observable.
It
It's
is
only
observable. We
Okay,
observe it. Plate
we do.
tectonics.
Okay, so then when I said the flood, but you guys said a different
How
kind
is
of
a wind lane layer in the middle, sandwiched between the other layers, if the whole thing happened from a flood? Like, none of what you're saying lines up with
Wait,
all areas of science converge on the answer that no, there was not
wait,
a
hold on,
global flood.
Repeat that. You said,
All areas of science, all of the
well, that's
everything
easy.
we have found, all of that converges into the knowledge that we now have that
No,
there
that's
was
we all.
no global flood.
No,
None.
let's pass that. We all
Well,
can
what do
say,
you? What do
conclusive
you?
statements. But what I'm saying is,
No.
what I said, I gave an explanation. You guys gave your own explanation.
No. We told you what science has shown us.
Right. There's a big
You've said
difference.
no. You've
That's
said
all,
no.
and that's the thing. What you guys are doing is labeling what you say
We're not
science.
labeling anything. We're telling you that the reason we have technology and medicine and every success that we have in right now, every advance that has been made is because of the success of the scientific method and the models that we create based on what we observe, test, reproduce, and accept, and then move on with and do science based on those models.
But
Everything we have is a product of that method.
did you notice with the shift? I
No.
asked about for example, we're talking about the model of how the seashells get on the mountains.
No. We're talking in general.
Okay,
And
I'm talking.
telling you, you've
That's the
rejected
confusion. The confusion happens
science.
when we talk too much in general and not talk about specifics.
No.
Okay, well,
No, the goal shift post moving happens when
it's
we
a
go
creationist thing.
specific.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
well,
but you have rejected the evidence that has been
which evidence? 'Cause
all
you're
of
not being
it that's
specific.
been presented tonight. What have you said? Yes, I accept that. What have you said that about?
Well, if you're going to assume everything you say is like 100% accurate.
No. What have you accepted that has been
Well,
presented to you tonight?
I accept. If he, for example, Steve brought up the idea that there's some kind of evolution where some things can actually eventually adapt into a different form, and what it originally
Speciation?
was, huh? Were you in that
Speciation?
conversation? Huh?
Are you talking about speciation?
Speciation.
Speciation and so on. I just accept that. Just go by faith. I haven't been. I'm not going to be like this cult, follower where one person says this and I say, oh, I accept that. I believe it. If that's what you're expecting me to do, then okay. But no, I didn't do that. If you think that
No.
what he says
You're
is
talking about
rejecting it,
something that's not what I'm talking about at all. What I'm saying is nobody none of the evidence that's been presented has just been, I think I'm going to tell them that I think this. You've been told things that we have discovered are just They just are because we have discovered them. That's what you've been told, and you keep saying no.
You
but
can't
what
just
you guys
dismiss.
are doing is only asserting. Everyone can assert.
No.
Justin, you can't just. We're not asserting. Okay, here's the difference, and this is what Rand is trying to tell you, that everything that we've told you is backed up by science. Okay, and that's just something. These are papers you can go read. These are books you can go read. These are things that are documented. Okay, they're evidential. The difference is that you don't have any evidence or evidential for what your position is. When we say there's no evidence for young Earth creationism, there's not a single peer-reviewed paper out there that has any evidence that shows a young Earth. There's literally no evidence to point to this thing.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me finish.
What does young Earth evidence look like?
Well, okay. Let me finish my point, then I'll answer that question because that's kind of a weird question. But if there's a younger scientist out there that want to demonstrate that the Earth is young, they would write a paper on it and say, look, I've done this analysis, and this shows that the Earth is only 7,000 years old. There hasn't been any. There's been literally zero papers out there. Okay? There's been there's been articles by various scientists. Steve Austin did some, which have already been disproved. There was some by a guy named Humphreys that did some work on what's called the Rates Project. He was an astrophysicist, and he worked with some other people on it. The Rates Project was extremely flawed and skewed, but that did have data and evidence people can look at. Okay, but all in all, what we're asking for you, if you to say that you like science and this and that, you've already rejected modern geology, you've rejected modern physics, you've rejected modern biology, you've rejected modern cosmology, you've rejected every branch of science out there that all has a consilience saying the Earth is 4.54 billion years old, and then you say, oh, but I like science. That's the issue I have with the young Earth creationists, because they reject every single known form of science, and yet they say, oh, but we have creation science. Yet, and creation science hasn't produced a single validatable shred of evidence or any kind of predictability or testability whatsoever. In fact, the only company out there that even tried to use any of the younger creationist model was a company called Zion Oil, whose stock is less than $1.50 because they drilled 4 wells and they've hit dry every time.
Right.
Because their model they've used is not working for them, which is a divine intervention, saying, God, where are we supposed to drill? And they would put a drill there, and it didn't work.
Can I ask you a question now? I don't want to burn you guys out.
I could do this forever. No, I'm having fun.
I could tell by the way you guys are treating Tommy. You can't do it forever.
I can, but okay, yeah. But Tommy's a special case, Chuck.
Yeah, everyone can grow into.
Yeah, you're fine. Go ahead.
You can always make exceptions. But anyway, what would evidence for a young Earth model look like? What would that look like?
Well, I would expect to see a lot more mixture of the fossil record. I would expect to see, cats and dogs and fossils of all kinds of trilobites in the same layers. Mm-hmm. I would expect to see mammals before, something in the maybe just after the, I don't know. I'm trying to think of some of the different layers out there. I'm drawing a blank. I don't know why. But I would expect to see a lot more mixture of them and not so much stratification of it. I would expect to see radiometric dating. I would expect to see that we can say, okay, I'm looking at this material, I'm doing a radiometric analysis, and I see that based upon what we should see is coming up in concordance with that. Or it's coming up not in accordance with that. And it's coming up saying, well, this material only looks like we have 7,000 years age to it rather than 4 billion.
We'd have a lot fewer animals, and a lot fewer species, because we haven't had enough time.
Because the diversification from the ark, there's no possible way. Even we did a little work on this with Joe, and that elephants from the ark would require a speciation rate every other generation to account for the African, the Asian, the woolly mammoths, and the mastodons. Okay, literally, a mammal that has a gestation period of 22 months, and yet it would have to speciate once every other generation. No mammal does that. I mean, it's scientifically disproved that at least elephants. I can disprove elephants came from the ark. That's just not scientifically possible.
Speciation. Wait, how do you observe that speciation is actually happening?
Fruit flies. Look it up.
Yeah,
so
look up the fruit fly experiments. It's too much to explain, but just type in fruit flies speciation. Perfect example for you.
But then you just say that it can't happen that fast?
No, it can't happen at the rate of 6,000 years with 2 of each kind, whatever that is, on an ark, and then coming off the ark and only having 7,000 or 6,000 years to flourish into everything that we have now. There's not even a possibility.
Wait. You just said fruit flies, but you observe them. You don't observe them for.
And what we observe from fruit flies is what we observe from what we've learned about fruit flies and seeing the speciation. The reason that they're so easy to see it in is because we can see tons of generations in this short period of time. So we get to see a little snapshot of how it happens. Because they have such a short lifespan, that's an easy thing to observe.
And a fast breeding rate.
That. Oh. Right, exactly. Not all animals have that.
Or you can go. You can look at
all right, hang on. Hogtie, I think, had something to say first, Wayne.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Hogtie.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Wayne.
Well, if you consider the rate that things multiply, I mean, I can see that happening very easily. Easy.
Do you know how long an elephant's pregnant?
Tell me.
22 to 24 months.
Yeah.
Oh, well, hey, just multiply that.
Yes,
Okay,
we
yeah.
have. Steve has.
Yeah, we've done the calculations. Let me try to clarify this. The
Mhm.
migrationary pattern of these elephants, okay, and the amount of diversification we see in the extant species today would require at least, and Joe and I were being generous, a speciation event, meaning that, okay, this is how this would work. You have a population of elephants, right? They all have an offspring, okay, as a single generation, correct? That means the next generation, the grandkids, would be unable to reproduce with the grandparents, theoretically speaking. Okay, it sounds weird to put it that way, but that's what it means. Okay, so there would be that much genetic diversity that the kids would be a new species 2 species later. Now that can happen in plants. Okay, there are some species that does work that way, but not mammals. It just doesn't happen. It'd be literally like me having grandkids, and those grandkids would not be Homo sapiens anymore. There'd be Homo sapiens something else. It'd be a different species. Homo
Wait,
sapiens. Well, there'd be Homo sapiens sapiens, and there'd be Homo sapiens sapiens something else.
Wait, how many
Would that be making the assumption that all the animals in the ark were the same?
No, I'm just going by elephants. Two elephants.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah, but I guess there's, well, it wouldn't be 2 elephants, there'd be 7. So
That does. You know what? You could put a lot more than that, and it still wouldn't affect it that much. Believe it or not.
yeah, would you be making the assumption that they're all the same? They're all identical?
But it doesn't matter. The species rates of these things are not that difficult to understand. Okay.
So you're talking about variation. You're saying there's,
No, not variation. Variation is see. This is the thing that creationists do, Mark. They take terminology and they twist it to mean something else. Variation just means I have variation of population. I have blue eyes and blue-green eyes, and you have brown eyes. We have a variant of a trait.
Yeah,
Okay?
so if you had like 7 different humans, you'd be surprised if you had like they all varied whenever the next generation varied.
So you think that 7 people that in 7 actually it would be a couple hundred years is what we were talking about, because we were using the answer in Genesis account that they gave, and they were talking about pyramids being produced 200 years later after the flood. But even in 7,000 years, you're saying that 7 people would cause multiple speciation events in 7,000 years in mammals?
It depends what you mean by speciation. If you're saying
I just
different
told you.
kinds of people.
No, I just gave you the
You could have
definition.
small people that are like 4 foot tall. You could have tall people that are 6'4". You could have hairy people, hairless people.
We're not talking about that. I'm talking about biologically reproductively isolated. That the grandkids could no longer reproduce with the parents or with each other. Okay.
well,
Yeah, I think that would be feasible.
And
Really?
elephants would be trafe.
Yeah, how is
how
that
many
feasible?
species are you talking about, though?
Okay, let's I'm trying to make it so simple. If I reproduce, okay, and I have grandkids, okay, they're the same species as me. Would you agree with that, Justin?
Well, yeah.
Okay,
I wanna
now
tell a story, though.
those grandkids have another kids, okay? So let's say they each have 2 kids each. So we have 4 grandkids, okay? At that point, those grandkids, 2 from each parent, are going to be different species from each other. They could not interbreed, and they could not interbreed with it sounds weird, but me, okay? Not that I know it's how disgusting it sounds, but I'm just using it for an example. That's how speciation works, okay? So you're dealing with a new species in 2 generations in mammals. We know that cannot happen. We know that doesn't work that way. We never experienced any mammal that ever speciated in 2 generations.
Whoa. But hold on. Now, the question is, how many kinds of elephant species are you talking about now?
We used 4.
4.
We
Now,
African,
that
yeah.
sounds very possible.
Really?
Yeah.
But just because it sounds possible, we already know that it's not. Do you know how much
What?
grant
It's
money,
not?
and do you know how famous you would be if you could prove
Yeah,
what
sure.
you're trying to say you think sounds feasible?
Well, you just proved.
I
flies.
didn't prove anything. I haven't proved anything.
So you didn't prove flies. You just said.
No. I just said look it up. Look
Steve?
up the.
Well, hang on.
Well, then what are we talking about? We're all
Steve?
gonna think that.
Jade,
Okay,
go ahead.
guys.
Go ahead, Jake.
Just curious, which 4 species of elephants were you referring to?
We kept it simple. It was this African, European, and we also included mastodons and mammoths. And I know there's many different variations of those as well. I mean,
Yeah,
like
and there's
20 different types of
you could
mastodons I can think of.
yeah,
You know.
mastodon doesn't really work. Mammoth works, and
Is
there are
there
like
any way the
pygmy
environment
elephants
could
and
accelerate it?
pygmy mastodons. I mean pygmy mammoths.
Well,
Yeah,
like,
mastodon's a big mess. I mean,
Yeah, we
wow.
we
I
kind of
mean, they look wildly different. Yeah.
right. We kind of
But
we
you'd
kind
be
of work
going.
more. We kind
Sorry,
of
Steve.
we kind of work more on the woolly mammoths and the African and European.
Asian and
Assuming,
Asian and
yeah,
Asian and African
yeah,
elephant.
that's easy. That's
Yeah.
easy to
Okay.
kind of work with. And if you actually go to NPR.org, you look at some of the phylogeny of these things. The problem is I don't know how to pronounce any of those types of the past of the pachyderms. They're just very long, complicated names that I will never remember of the clades. But you can do it if you want to.
well, can I say that the amount of species of amongst the elephants that we do know that have existed sounds very few compared to the felines and the kind of dogs, and that might be based on the rate that they actually give birth. When you
Yeah,
say
that's a good point there.
Do you know how many?
Do you know how much evolution you're now accepting? You've gone from not accepting what we know is logical and we see and we have evidence
observable.
for. Now you've gone to this. You're willing to accept that this huge, just boom of just evolution could not possibly happen.
No,
It's
see,
weird.
no,
It's
see,
weird.
Well, if you think about a
to buy
bee,
in the whole package and deny like the flood.
Huh?
Well, you're making steps. She is right. I mean, you are accepting a little more than you realize.
Well,
Right.
see, but the thing is, if you're telling me to believe in speciations and that that speciations is observable today, then we
Yes.
should also observe it, even
You do.
if there was a flood and
You
Noah
do.
dropped out some animals from the ark. The speciations would continue.
No, we
We-
couldn't
we-
because we don't know what that Earth would look like.
Well, hang on. We do have
That
we've
has
seen
nothing to do with
we've seen in speciation both in the lab and we've seen it in the field. We've seen things speciate. We've watched it happen in real time.
So
That's
Noah,
something-
so it would happen in Noah's time too.
Sure.
So then, therefore, for me to reason from the flood would still make sense.
No, no, at all.
We're still in the same universe.
You don't understand. The speciation rates we see are not the mammalian speciation that you were talking about as far as the ark.
Why?
Okay? Because we've never seen elephants speciate like that. We've seen other species speciate.
They don't breed fast enough.
They
Fruit
have a
flies
reproduction.
do.
Yeah.
Wait.
Do you know? Okay, the speciation events that she's talking about. A lady named Maureen Dodd. She did some experiments with fruit flies. This is the initial ones. And what she did was she took a group of flies, and one of them she found maltose. I believe the other one was either dextrose or sucrose or fructose or some disaccharide sugar or something. Or was it? What was they? What was? Do you remember what it was, Jade? It doesn't matter. But I know fructose is a monosaccharide. But anyways, when these flies would have different diets, eventually she would put the flies together, right? The two groups that was fed different types of sugars, and they wouldn't mate with each other. Okay, they had this is a sexual mating selection. Okay, so it's not a biological reproduction of isolation. It's a sexual selection, but it was the first beginning steps towards a speciation process. Okay, then eventually in other experiments they have seen them actually both did become reproductively isolated. Okay, and they're not the only
Seems pretty
species.
fast to me.
It says what?
How many generations does it take?
Oh, there was a shit ton.
Yeah.
Could somebody, Jade, I can't hear you. Jade, you're scratching like really bad right now.
Sorry, I thought it was muted.
Nope.
But in order for these mammals don't. The reason, the main argument that I hear from creationists is that, well, we don't see it. You can't observe evolution. Well, we're telling you that in these, organisms and in, insects and things like that can breed really fast and have a really short lifespan. And, we have observed, well, we do see it there. We see it when we can observe, hundreds and hundreds of generations, in a short period of time. We're like, oh, well, cool. This is a small scale of what happens. This is speciation. So, you know, that we know that happens. The problem is it doesn't happen in mammals that fast. That's why you say, well, we can't observe evolution.
Well, let's figure out how fast is it then?
It's really slow.
Well, just telling me it's really slow. Telling me it's really slow can be like 20 generations.
No, hundreds of thousands of years.
Oh, that just sounds like you're just throwing a cult number.
No, no, that's what it is.
I said 100,000. Like
it's.
I don't. Have you ever looked at the phylogeny for elephants?
Well,
with just of woolly mammoths alone, it goes back a long freaking time. We got DNA. We have DNA from woolly mammoths going back 45,000 years, and even up to 100,000 years, we have some DNA.
But the equivalence between the speciations of elephants to flies seem far.
No.
You should be able to notice.
We're not talking. No. You have a conceptual problem. We're not. There's no correlation between elephants and flies that we're talking about right now.
The second link I put in has some great pictures, and it's about the evolution of elephants.
Yeah, he's thinking in his mind that we're talking about something that goes from like an elephant to a fly. It doesn't work that way. What she's trying to. Yeah, what Rhiannon's telling you is that we've seen speciation of flies. We know speciation occurs. We haven't seen speciation of elephants in our time.
Right.
But we know that it can happen because we can look at the fossil record and see they have speciated.
And the reason we found the speciation to begin with was because we were able to predict that we would see it, and sure enough, we did.
At the same rate?
Well, no. Species speciate at different rates. That's
no, they reproduce at the rate that they reproduce. They live the length that they live. I mean, we knew that fruit flies would be an easy one to observe this in because of the rate that they can reproduce, and because of the short lifespan, and because of how many generations of reproduction we would be able to observe in such a short period of time. We knew that would be a good candidate to observe.
Well, I would
if
say
speciation happens, it would happen.
And the more children you have, the more faster you're going to have speciation.
Yeah, but I would say you guys would have to suspend judgment on the point where you guys can't even give me a number of how many generations. You guys have to
look it up. Look it up. We don't have to tell you that.
Anyone can say, look, telling me to look it up is not helping the argument. I can say,
if you would like to know.
Jade,
if you would like to know, look it up.
Jade can find this for you if you want. All the information is out there. I can tell you. They can show you in history. She's put pictures. She showed you in the phylogeny right there on the side. You can see when these animals came about. Those are speciation events. Every point where two lines of phylogeny converge, that's a speciation event.
We can't answer the question how long it takes unless you specify which species.
Yeah, give us two species and I can tell you.
Yeah.
The different genomes. Yeah, we can actually. There are sites where we can look this up. There are people much better at this than I am, but because different species have different numbers of chromosomes, they have different numbers of conserved areas in chromosomes. So there's going to be different rates of mutation. Some species have hybridization in the background. For example, we've just in the last few years have discovered that the Clymene dolphin is a hybrid. It's a different species altogether, but it resulted of the hybridization of two other dolphins. One is a spinner. I forget the other one. I could look it up. So we know that happened. We've discovered that the goldfish is in fact a polyploid. So we have all these things that we know of. There are various different genetic tests that we can look at to see that this has happened. But it's going to vary from species to species. Some of them have more adaptability than others. For example, if you look at the cheetahs have gone through a severe evolutionary bottleneck, and they're all very closely related to each other. So you wouldn't expect there to be, so there isn't that much variation in cheetahs. So you wouldn't expect there to be a lot of a rapid change in a cheetah population, for example, unless we could find some particular gene in cheetahs that caused whoops, Freddie, sorry, that caused rapid speciation. So we have to look at these sorts of things. It's just not that simple.
Well, if it's not that simple, then I don't think we can just throw out these magical numbers and say it's 100,000.
There's no magic.
No,
sorry, hang on, folks. I don't mean to referee too much, especially in someone else's hangout. I'm noticing Justin gets about 3/4 of a sentence out.
You're right. I apologize.
And then there's an interruption. So can we let him flesh out a thought now and again?
I apologize, Justin.
Oh, appreciate that. I usually expect to get only one sentence, a word. But anyway, but yeah, throwing out these magical numbers like 100,000, like when it doesn't necessarily have to be true because you haven't observed that it took 100,000 years or 1,000 years or even 500 years. I mean, so much can happen within like 3 decades of one group of elephants living and eating one kind of diet and lifestyle to the point where I guess their metabolism, how they are, their taste are completely different. Don't want to mate with this other group. This other group of elephants, they go all the way to the north, live around Alaska. Their bodies naturally has this learning curve where they need to grow here, so they come out like the woolly mammoth. So they come around, meet these other elephants, say, "Hey man, who are you?" They're completely different. They don't even see them as attractive. So of course, there's going to be some kind of speciation because of adaptation, and I see no problem of that happening within 500 years, 1,000 years, which is consistent with, I guess, the creation story. It's nothing, and it's not unscientific to actually believe that. That's what I'm saying.
But what about the fact
Then why
that
haven't excuse me?
Go ahead, Jay.
Then why haven't we seen that in the last 500 years? Why haven't we been able to observe this sort of thing happen? Or did it only happen for a few hundred or 1,000 years after the flood? If the speciation happens at that level, how come people who have been interacting with animals from wolves to deer to cattle to the aurochs that the cattle came from to all of these different species, how come we're not seeing speciation all over the place?
Well, maybe we are, just it's so gradual that we don't even put it down on our records. And then two, like it's I guess as far as all the kinds of cats and dogs and things like that, you may consider that. And then also the extinct animals that is just missing from our records in our history. I mean, it's just so many things that's just gone that we're not able to observe anymore because, like, no one thought, hey, let's observe this.
But we do have observations from people like Aristotle. We have drawings. We have measurements. We have these things over the last 1,000 or so years. Yeah, and we don't see these changes.
I doubt.
Where are the changes?
I doubt that
it could be environmental or diet.
Have you bothered to look up, some of the studies going back about, 400 or 500 years, the drawings that people kept, the measurements, from going to, like Renaissance Italy.
Yeah, and if I come up,
nobody noticed anything. All of these people that were studying animals didn't notice anything.
Well, they noticed a lot of dragons.
There are no dragons.
No.
Okay, so then what's the drawings of dragons there for?
Lizards?
Lizards?
Yeah, but there's a difference between the drawings that were made of hypothetical creatures from, like, there are certain bestiaries that you can look at, and in these bestiaries they're drawing pictures of things that were described to them. There's a difference between people, because they're adventurers that would go out and they'd come home and they'd tell tales, and people would do drawings of these various different beasts and people that people saw or described them seeing from far reaches of the world. There's a difference between that and people drawing the weasels in their backyard.
Well, see, what you just told me is people just gave inconsistent drawings of what was not there. And now you're telling me, well, but they did give consistent drawings about, everything they saw, the animals, but not the dragon.
They gave consistent drawings of the things they observed themselves. They did not give consistent drawings of things they did not observe themselves.
Is that what they told you?
Traveler's tales. It's in the books. We have bestiaries going way back to when they were drawing on vellum.
So, if someone drew a dinosaur, would you accept that as their own sighting?
If they cited it, Yeah, but we don't have that.
We don't have that.
No, we
Not
don't.
a single one.
No. And even things like unicorns, there are various different descriptions of unicorns. Are they goat-like? Are they horse-like? Are they antelope-like or deer-like? There are various different descriptions of something like a unicorn. These are things that nobody actually saw, or at least the people who drew them didn't see them. They were told, they were travelers' tales told to others, and in some cases they may have been misunderstood. The unicorn, there's a particular antelope in Africa that has, the horns are so symmetrical, when you view it sideways it looks like it has a single horn. There's the rhinoceros. For example, we suspect very strongly from the descriptions of a supposed dinosaur that Marco Polo saw that he was talking about a mugger crocodile in India. But people call it a dragon. Marco Polo saw a dragon. Actually, it looks like he saw a mugger crocodile.
Well, and do you also remember the Creation Museum where the lady, what's her name's going through it?
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox, thank you. Oh my God, I can't believe I got her name.
Yeah.
Megan Fox, you like the Transformer chick, right? No, it wasn't her. But
No.
she's going through the Creation Museum, and she's talking about one of the fossils there, which is called Dragoconius. Was it Hogwarts? Draconius?
Yeah, Hogwartsia.
Hogwartsia.
I think it's Draconius Hogwartsia. I think that's
yes.
Yeah, Draconius Hogwartsia. Draconius Hogwartsia. That's what it's called.
Right.
And she's like, "Well, it's called a dragon. Look, it's a dragon. It's not a dragon. It's named that, but it's not a dragon, right? If it's named Hogwartsia, does that mean that Harry Potter's real?"
There's a whole list of really interesting scientific names. There used to be, I think it was a clam that was called Abracadabra, because the scientists named it, thought that was funny. As it turns out, it got moved out of the genus Abra and into something else, so it's no longer Abracadabra, Cadavra. But there are a lot of scientific names like that. People have fun with scientific names. There's some really interesting ones out there.
Yeah, you get to name something if you discover it.
Uh-huh.
So
those are fake. We know they're fake. They've been analyzed. The markings on them were made with modern tools. That has been confirmed.
And the people who made them admitted it.
Yeah, the people who made them admitted it. Yeah.
I can't see what he's doing.
Stones right here in the back.
Ica stones.
The people who made them admitted that they were fake.
And they showed.
He was making money off of them.
Oh yeah.
And they showed how they made them.
Okay.
But you can tell the difference between modern tool marks under a microscope, and Freddie, don't do that, and ancient tool marks. We know how these things work. This has been studied. And even duplicated, even to the point of years ago, an elephant died in a zoo, and a bunch of anthropologists attacked it with stone tools to see how. I know that sounds really gross, but the point was that they were looking at how the stone tools that they assumed were used for, like, cutting up woolly mammoths, how they actually worked. And the anthropologists, who were probably all really bloody and everything, were really excited because they were able to actually study how the closest thing they could to a woolly mammoth and how the ancient stone tools worked on it. But I mean, that's how far they go to do this kind of stuff.
Well, I want to get into the bigger picture for Canada than just the science and Ica stones and stuff like that, because what I'm saying is that, Justin, is you're willing to fall for any kind of hoax or any kind of thing that people are promoting for this young Earth creationism, rather than being objective and look at these stuff, because you would have never put these stones up here had you actually researched them. Okay.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we both have frauds on both ends.
No.
So I don't know why. Like,
wait. Well, hang on.
Steve,
let me say this real quick. There are frauds in science, but they're nominal because science is self-correcting. Okay, they're not the same thing as hoaxes perpetuated by con artists trying to sell books and DVDs and this young Earth creationist nonsense. Because that's
what evolution teaches, that the certain bones are in fact this person, but then they discover, oh no, it's not. Let's just hide it. Put it on.
But scientists find those errors.
I'm sorry. I have to do this again.
Go ahead,
I don't mean to referee in someone else's hangout, but it is very consistent that Justin doesn't even get to his second sentence. It's about 3/4 of a sentence,
okay.
and then he's interrupted.
Fair enough.
But I wanted to point out, Justin, that the picture you're showing, if you look at the 1, 2, 3rd picture from the right, where they have the outline of the alleged dinosaur in the cave, I suggest you find the original picture. It doesn't look like that.
Okay.
That is faked. That one right there is faked, and they're putting it next to a dinosaur that probably didn't have that pose anyway, because they did not sit on their tails.
Yeah, that's it's supposed to be a sauropod, and they actually did research on it, found out that the tail is incorrect, and actually ICR actually has said they no longer will be using this one. They know it's not correct, and that's the Institute for Creation Research. So go ahead, Justin.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot my point, but I guess what I was going to say is that there's cons on both sides. Now, just dismissing that point and saying, oh, well, we correct ourselves, so we're better than you. You guys don't correct yourselves. After just admitting that we do correct ourselves, it seems kind of unfair to kind of play that game. Like we're not using scientific method and correcting ourselves on the process when we're doing the same thing.
That was a good point.
Yeah.
We totally just did that. That was a really good point, Justin.
But I will give you that one, but let me clarify. There are some sites that do, and there are some sites that don't. Because just like Creation.com will actually say, has 12 arguments that they tell creationists not to use, right? But AIGS still uses those arguments. But when I say creationists, I mean that a lot of creationists that I talk to, they don't correct themselves. So, but you do make a valid point on that. But as far as hoaxes, what hoaxes that you know of have been perpetuated by the scientific community? Because the ones I know of have to do with more like Wakefield and anti-vaxxing. That was a hoax perpetrated on the scientific community. He actually lost his license for it, and we still have anti-vaxxers. But what do you consider to be a hoax?
Well, I have vague memory of what's that trial with the pig's tooth? They thought it was
Nebraska man.
Yeah, Nebraska man. And
why is that a hoax?
May I discuss that?
Yeah, but we I don't know. We don't need to be so technical on this stuff. I mean, we can keep it very superficial because the reality is we can just you just explain why it's not a hoax.
I can do it in like a paragraph.
Sure.
A tooth was found. It was handed to a paleontologist. A paleontologist looked at it, thought that it might be a human tooth because it resembled human teeth that had recently been found in Java. So he took it back to New York. They studied it, and after a while they discovered it was not, in fact, a human tooth. It was a tooth of an extinct peccary, which is a form of pig. Human molars and pig molars look very, very much alike. You can look them up online. The original report was published in the journal Science. The retraction was also published in the journal Science with quite extensive explanation of why they thought it was a pig tooth. So this is the way science is supposed to work. Now, unfortunately, this idea that there was some sort of human found in America caught the imagination of the London Illustrated News and others, and they created a completely fake story about the ancient human, complete with a picture that was the invention of the artist's imagination. That's the story. But science working the way that is simply science working the way it's supposed to.
Yeah, it wasn't a hoax. It was just a miscategorization. And by the way, Infinity in the the outside live feed, Nebraska Man was not a hoax perpetuated against evolution. You're thinking of Piltdown Man, but close. But no. So Nebraska Man was not a hoax. It was just a classification that happened a very long time ago. What was that? Back in the 40s or something?
Well, let me.
No, it was
earlier than that.
No, it was
1925. The retraction was printed in 1927. This was in an era when it took that long to get things published.
Okay, so 20 years before that. So in the 1920s, you're going back literally 100 years ago to come up with a hoax. I mean, can you think of anything in modern terminology?
Well, I would have to do some research. So I don't want it because I don't come here with like all this evidence thing. I'm going to show you guys. I just can't discuss. But yeah, as far as vaguely what I do remember, there are several hoaxes where like they found bones, or they realized, oh wait, this is actually a monkey. Like it's not a real man. or where they attached bones that did not actually go together. They found them in different parts of the land and just threw them into the same box. And
I think he's talking about Java. Is he talking about reconstruction of some Java man?
No, this is
I think he's talking about
Lucy. This is the
Lucy.
very
He's
famous.
talking about Lucy.
Yeah.
Whatever it applies to, that's what I'm talking about.
They have done that with Java. They did do that with some fossils for Java. But that wasn't a hoax either. That's a real thing, and they have reasons why they did that. But Lucy, I think you're referring to, Lucy is the original Australopithecus
Afarensis.
Afarensis, yes. Australopithecus afarensis. But it wasn't the only one that we found. They found 100 other ones. Actually, probably more than that.
More like 300.
300.
You might be talking about the Archaeopteryx. Is that what it's called? The dinosaur, and they glued feathers on it, and it was a private collector who bought it. The scientist told him, "No, don't buy this," and he bought it anyway. And that wasn't published in a scientific publication.
That's not Australopithecus. I think you're thinking of Archaeoraptor.
Yes.
Oh no. Oh yeah, it was an Archaeoraptor. Isaiah had told me about that before.
Yeah, Archaeoraptor was Archaeoraptor was fairly recent. A farmer in China found two pieces of stone, and they looked like they belonged together. So he sold them together. He sold them on the black market, and they were smuggled out of China. They showed up at a fossil show here in the United States. I forget where. I actually have a complete timeline, believe it or not, for Archaeoraptor. I'm looking at a PowerPoint file that I have here because I'm going to be discussing this soon. It was 1997 Chinese farmer found it, 1998 smuggled in the United States, 1999 purchased at a gem show in Arizona. National Geographic wanted everyone to keep silent about the fossil until it was peer-reviewed and published. The major publications, Nature and Science, refused to publish it. When a preparator, Kevin Ullenbach, studied the fossil, he observed that the fossil appeared to be composed from 3 to 5 specimens. And then National Geographic, because it wanted to scoop everybody, remember National Geographic is not peer-reviewed, they published the damn thing anyway. I remember when they published it because I was following the dinosaur mailing list fairly closely then, and the minute they published it, the paleontologists on the dinosaur mailing list were going, "Hey, that's not one fossil." And this is just from looking at the pictures. It's actually composed of 2 fossils. They were able to find the counter slabs to the 2 fossils, and it has since been returned to China. It was a fake, but it wasn't a fraud perpetuated on the scientific community. It was the Scientific American and it's some amateur paleontologists, because it was the Xerxes who pushed it forward, who they were just so excited. Basically, that's it. They were just really, really so excited. They wanted to get it in front of the public, and they did not wait for peer review, and they did not wait for thorough studies, even though people who looked at it said, no. So that's Archaeoraptor.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It just seems like at the end of the day, like once someone does something as a fraud, the scientific community is just going to disown them and say, well, hey, he's not one of us. What are you talking about?
But
even if it's
no one along the line was one of this. I told you it was purchased by Stephen Xerxes and his wife Sylvia. Neither of them have a degree in paleontology. They're amateur fossil hunters. They're very knowledgeable, but they're amateurs. As I said, I have a complete timeline for everything that happened here. And it was taken to be CT scanned. The text, and Dr. Timothy Rowe said the tail and back legs did not seem to match. The preparator said it did not seem to be one fossil. So the actual scientist said it's not one fossil. But the Xerxes and Nature and Science refused to publish, but the Xerxes and the National Geographic published anyway because they were excited and wanted to scoop everybody. Has nothing to do with actual science. The actual scientist said that's not right.
Yeah.
From the very beginning, we have the actual proof of this. By the way, you know, it's not like they made this up afterwards. It's not like Timothy Rowe, who is very respected, highly respected a paleontologist. It's not like they made this up after the fact. We have the records of when the scans were done and everything.
Can I chime?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to chime in on actually the specific example that Justin raised was the knee joint. I'm quite sure he's referring to the knee joint. And this, I want this comment I'm about to make to be on the theme about honesty and about what happens when somebody misrepresents something. So, you know, Justin, I do believe you when you say that your understanding, what you hear, is that there is a lot of fraud on the evolution side. I've heard that expressed a number of times too. The examples are always very few, and they're always like, you know, like these examples where it wasn't scientific consensus, and there's never a demonstration that there was any people in the scientific community that said, yeah, let's do this. There are examples of inexperienced people or people who aren't academics making mistakes. There are occasional but rare examples of an individual scientist who sort of kicked the ball out of the fairway. But more so, what we see is things like, let's touch really briefly here on Lucy's knee. So this is the famous Lucy specimen, right? Mm-hmm. So it goes by whatever 188 or what's her name, whatever. Who cares? This is an Australopithecus afarensis. One particular specimen is named Lucy. Now, if you look into these Australopithecines, even amongst the afarensis, there are hundreds of these things found. This one's a very famous one. It's been recast and displayed everywhere. These are the only ones that
you have. You trying to show us your screen or something?
Yeah, I'm screen sharing right now. Or not? Am I not?
No.
I can see it.
I can't see it. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
Let me try presenting you, because when Hogtie talks, I can see it. Let me present him.
Yeah, I was going to say, Justin, sometimes when someone talks, you want to see what's on their screen. Just click on their picture.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just learned that.
Now? Yeah. Can you see it now, Justin?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, there is no knee joint, right? They found part of this bone and part of that bone, the bottom part of that's missing. When they put these things on a display, you'll notice there's two different colors of the materials, and they always do that to make it explicit. We had to fill this in, right? So whenever they do these reconstructions, they have one color for original things, another color for castings, and another color for things that were inferred either from other specimens or from symmetry, right? So there's no knee here. Now, one thing that we know about the Lucy skeleton story is a creationist named Tom Willis. I always remember the name because that was Tom Willis, I think, was the upstairs neighbor of George Jefferson. The honky, I believe he called him. I'm not getting a laugh off that. You must not remember the Jeffersons.
I remember the Jeffersons. I remember we talking about. He had a black wife and he got a lot of shit for it.
You're always referencing the Jeffersons.
Oh, that's all. Actually, is it? It's only the second time you and I've been in a hangout, but yeah, I think this is the second time that Jeffersons have come up.
Dude, she's been stalking you.
Oh, really? Okay. But at one point, Tom Willis had written, this is in the 70s, I think in 1977 or 1978, he had written about this Lucy find and said that the original scientist who reported on Lucy had made use of these bones plus the bones of another, I'm going to get the right distance here, a knee joint.
Mile and a half away, I think it was.
60 to 70 meters lower in the strata, which would have, and 2 to 3 kilometers away.
Yeah.
Willis had written that in 1987. He says that at some point, only under questioning did Johansen admit that the knee was found over a mile from Lucy. To the best of our knowledge, this admission has not appeared in print, and he accentuated, has not appeared in print. He used italics and an exclamation mark to be like, look, we asked this Johansen about this knee, and he still hasn't admitted it. Now, this story is well known, right? So what happened was Johansen had the year before found the knee, and then a year later, of course, then he found the partial Lucy, right, as is displayed in this picture. And somebody asked him, so this find, where was it relative to this knee that you had found last year? And he said, oh yeah, well that was like a mile away, and that knee was at a much lower level. This is actually a newer find, and it was found over here. This creationist misunderstood that answer and said that, oh, so you're saying that Lucy was found a mile away from her knee? And he has been corrected on that point dozens of times. This story is very well known. Since 1987, he's been corrected on this point dozens of times. I'm hearing an echo. That's weird. Who's doing that?
Justin, your mic is echoing.
Is it yours? Okay. I'm getting to a point here. So now let's. Dwayne Gish is a creationist, not a scientist, but a guy who makes his money off of spreading information about creationism.
Dwayne Gish is the worst.
Yeah, who's agreeing with that?
Wayne.
That was Wayne, yeah. Dwayne Gish has repeated this story quite a large number of times. He has been notified in writing about this. What's his name?
Nephilim Free uses this a lot.
Nephilim Free uses it all the time.
Kent Hovind.
Kent Hovind's used it, but there's another guy that, remember, he's the guy who Carl Baugh. Carl Baugh,
and even Ian Juby.
Yeah. Well, I haven't heard Ian Juby use it, but I would accept that that's sort of within his range. Now, Carl Baugh, in particular, is somebody who's been told about this when he was speaking, and he said, "Okay, well, send me the information, and I'll look at it." And he's had the information emailed to him several times, and he still goes out and repeats this story, right? So here you have, there has never been a fraud around Lucy. But what there's been is somebody who either perhaps he misunderstood initially, but certainly since 1987, what is that, 30 years now? This story gets retold every year. It doesn't matter how many times this comes up. So I just want to get to the point about the lies. That scientist never lied about it. Tom Willis created the entire story about this thing being a fraud. And no matter how many times the story is corrected for people, it's always brought up year after year after year as a lie. And the only people who are dishonest, in my view, are these creationists who continue to bring this up as if it's a lie on the part of the scientists. So, thanks for the.
That's awesome. Yeah, and what he said, Justin, I want you to respond to, because he's telling you the absolute truth. We've all looked in the loose knee joint thing, because, like I said, Nephilim brings it up so often. He always says, this was a fraudulent thing, but he's been corrected on it. Are you willing to be corrected on it? If you look into this, we're just going to stick with this point, and then we can move on to other things. But will you look into this particular thing that Hogs I just showed you? He'll give you the link, and will you be intellectually honest enough to say, okay, you know what? Maybe this isn't a good example of a fraud, and go from there if you find that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I wasn't. It's not something I'm married to, an idea I'm married to, or anything like that. So I accept it. I'm not gonna go out there with my own magnifying glass and check it out myself. So I'm just gonna, just
check on the story. Yeah, check on the story.
Well, you don't necessarily have to look at the specimen. I mean, the thing is, check on the story. Like, do some Google searches and see different reports on it. And this is one that's so well documented. Like, remember, the nice thing about 1987, scientists were already communicating by email. So there's email correspondence, and people say, well, I've sent this guy email on this date. And okay, so as you say, you're not married to it. It doesn't make creationism all fall apart because it turns out that Tom Willis or that Carl Baugh says something about what Tom Willis said, and it turns out there's a mix-up somewhere. It doesn't. But I want to tell you honestly, Justin, every time that somebody says to me, well, there's all these frauds on the evolution side, I'll say, okay, go ahead. What are they? And I always hear Piltdown Man, Nebraska Man, Lucy's knee.
Haeckel's
dogs. If I research, Haeckel's embryos, right? And if I look into it, I bet you I can find thousands more. And
whatever the case is, I mean, to some degree, I mean, I accept. Okay, so let's say they found those bones, and let's say all those bones are as they represented. What I do think is very hoax-ish, if that's a word I can make up, is how they model them, put skin on them, put hair on them, give them ape-like tendencies, and make them in any direction, whether more human or more ape as they want, whatever is more convenient.
Okay.
That part right there sounds like a whole bunch of imagination and conveniency.
But then you should learn more about that process. Like it's not imagination. They don't just sit down and say, well, oh, I've got some rocky looking bone, fossilized bone fragments, or not bone fragments, fragments of bones that have fossilized, and don't and they're just like, well, I'm going to draw this cartoon, right? I mean, there's a process that goes to it. But I just want to make the point about the fraud, is that because I don't want to let that go. What's happening a lot in this conversation too is you'll bring something up and then people sort of quickly address it, and then all of a sudden now you say, well, oh, but I've got this, I've got that. I want to tell you honestly, if you're going to repeat the statement that there's a whole bunch of fraud on the evolution side, I can tell you honestly, every one of these examples that somebody brings up, and there's not that many. That's the other thing too, is it's not even like there's a whole bunch of purported fraud. There's like 4 examples that always come up, and then the person always says, well, if I research it, I can find a bunch of other frauds. And yet when you look at it, there's no scientific fraud even behind the 4 purported examples that keep coming up.
My example of Wakefield was a bigger example of fraud. Okay,
Yeah.
Andrew Wakefield. But yeah, Jake, wait 1 second. But did you know who Andrew Wakefield was, Justin? He was the one that actually started the whole anti-vaccine stuff with the correlation between vaccines and autism. That was fraud.
No, I have to update it with that stuff. I didn't really care about it.
Yeah, he lost his license. That was fraud. But when they find a skull, have you heard of facial reconstruction? They can actually.
That's what.
Oh, did I steal your thunder, Jade?
Not quite, but I was going to go a little bit back a little bit further than that. But basically, yeah. There are artists who specialize in extinct animals. Some of them specialize in maybe extinct mammals. Some of them specialize in dinosaurs. And one of the advantages of following the dinosaur mailing list for a few decades is learning how artists work. and the way they work is, to begin with, they dissect animals. They go to classes, they dissect animals, they learn how everything is put together. Now, I don't know if you've ever taken a biology class where you've actually dissected animals. One of the things you learn is how, for example, all mammals, well, actually most vertebrates, have certain muscles that are all the same, certain bones that are all the same, certain ligaments and tendon connections that are all the same. It's especially true, for example, in mammals. And we know what's under the skin. Even artists historically, people who drew, very famous artists, often studied, the dead. They studied, because when they would build a human, it wasn't just a matter of looking at a person and drawing them. It was understanding what was underneath the flesh, what muscles there were, how the skin fit on top of the muscle, the different fatty tissues and how they were distributed, the way ligaments and tendons work. There is a famous book that was actually banned in some places that had these wonderful anatomical drawings. I'm going to have to try to find out what it was. I think it was either German or Italian. But it was for artists to show, and it would be like you'd see somebody's torso, and on one side you'd see the skin, and on the other side you'd see the muscles. So this is something that has been done for I don't know how long. I don't know how long artists have been dissecting things, looking at them, and then learning how to build from the bottom up, literally from the bones up. And on the dinosaur mailing list, the artists would often ask the paleontologist very specific questions about the attachment of certain ligaments and certain tendons, or how did these particular bones in the head work. So we have a really pretty good understanding of how these things work. And if you've ever seen the television shows where they have forensic science, like Steve was talking about, they know, for example, when they build a face, one of the things they do is, well, they do try to make a guess at the ethnicity, because that depends a little bit on how the face fills out, but that's not 100%. But still, we have a pretty good idea, for example, how thick the skin and fat layer is over the cheeks, over the forehead. I mean, you can take your fingers yourself, and you can touch your forehead, and you can see that there's like no fat there. It's just right over bone. But you can touch your cheeks, and you can see how soft they are, and so on and so forth. And so you can build a picture of the person from knowing these things. And it's the same with animals. When you take something like Lucy or other anthropoids or dinosaurs, they are literally building their picture from the skeleton up. from the knowledge that we have. And it could be off a little bit, but we know, for example, if you have a bone of a certain density, if you have a bone that's of a certain density and a certain size, it's not going to fit certain animals. Like a great big huge thick bone is not going to have just a little bit of skin and muscle on it. It's going to have a lot of skin and muscle on it, or a lot of muscle and then the skin covering that. A very thin, slender bone is not going to be as thick. And the way that the rib cage is, it tells us a lot about what's going to be covering the rib cage. And as I said, when they do these recreations of things like Lucy, they are literally starting from the bones up. And you will see differences because you're going to see different artists, and especially with dinosaurs. Because, but the artists aren't just doing this from imagination. I can tell you from following certain artists that they go to the same conferences as paleontologists do. And they sit there avidly listening to everything that's going on because they want to get everything right. They want to. With the feathered dinosaurs, there was a lot of discussion about how the feathers were attached, what kind of feathers they were. So it's not just out of their imagination. There's an incredible amount of work that goes into it.
Yep. By the way, welcome. Is that Brenda? You have a mic, Brenda? Brenda Von Also? That's somebody I'm not familiar with. Anybody know her?
No, Brenda, could you type something in the chat to kind of introduce yourself? Oh, okay, Brenda. Oh, that's fine. We get a lot of newbies.
I know. I get a ton of them. I don't know what it is. Like my channel's very popular for people that have never been in Google Hangouts. Let's get her to figure it out real quick because I know it is very. You don't need a camera, but if you have a mic, what you're going to want to do is maybe if it's not working, go to the very top. There's a little symbol. There we go. I hear you.
Oh, you do hear me?
Yeah. Okay, there you go.
Oh, okay, cool.
Hey, how are you? Welcome to my Hangout. You don't do Google Hangouts?
No, I've never done them before. I've been following people like Skylar and Bert Poole and some others have been following certain atheist and presuppositionalist debates, and have sort of taken the plunge into actually connecting with live versions of what I see on YouTube.
How many people have I divergenized now? It's been a lot, huh? I don't know what it is. I appreciate it, though. Yes, of course, I know Bert, and who was the other person?
Skylar.
Oh,
Skylar Fiction.
Love Skylar. Have you ever seen my videos?
I think I probably have.
It's okay.
There's been a lot of them. Some of it's
them,
guilty entertainment, watching Darwin's just make fool out of himself.
Do you know what's funny is I watched some videos on Darwin's deities or greatest hits, right? And I didn't realize I was actually in 3 of them.
That's probably where I saw it.
Yeah, I had no idea actually. And I know who runs that channel, but I thought that was kind of cool because I love that channel. I mean, Darwin's is just he's welcome to come in here. I invited him in, but yeah, he won't come into my Hangout.
I think the main sort of instigation is that I kind of think, gosh, I could do better. I could do this. I could do a good job of arguing with this guy.
With Darwin's?
I think I could, but I probably not.
He's a slippery one. Yeah, he's been doing this for a long time. He came from Pal Talk, and it's funny because he thinks that you know what's funny? He actually literally thinks that all I do in my Hangout is I talk about him. And his name comes up so infrequently, it's not even funny. When's the last time I talked about Darwin's? I had one video on him. And he thinks that I really just sit there and I talk about him all the time. He's just a narcissistic son of a bitch.
Well, to go back onto topic, one of my favorite video series on the creation-evolution debate would be Aaron Ra's foundational failures of creationism.
Falsehoods.
Falsehoods, yes.
Yeah.
He talks a little fast sometimes, but he really has a lot of information in that, and that I really like. I really like that.
Yeah, Aaron is a great guy. Him and Hawkeye are pretty close. I've talked to him once, and we had a disagreement. Weird, because I think the world of Aaron Ra. I really like his I like his presentation. He does talk quickly, but he's very good at what he does.
He can get a little bit excited sometimes.
Yeah, I just wish he won't remember. It's been a while ago, but we had got in a conversation about atheism, and I don't take the same perspective as far as his terminology. I take Ozzy's perspective, and but as far as like the biology, yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree with Aaron Ra more. I mean, I just couldn't. But well, I'm glad you decided to drop in. So I mean, what do you want to address, Justin or anybody?
I just came in on the part where someone was explaining how artists create figures forensically. I myself of an amateur visual artist. So yes, that is how a lot of sculptors and sculptors for movies and TVs create digital works of art. Is they start with, in the way a lot of the monsters and stuff are creature effects that you see in movies and TV, they start with a skeleton, and they create the skeleton, and then they layer muscle, skin, and fat, and other things on top of it, according to, and they spend a lot of time figuring out what it would be like if this thing actually existed. So it is a very, it's almost really a forensic science, certainly for reconstructing fossils, but also for the fictional characters that you see in TV and movies. Those are also created in much the same way.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain relationship, and obviously in anatomy. As Hogtie was saying, these people go to school for a very long time to do these kind of reconstruction things. There's not guesswork in it. There's science, and it seems to be weird that people come in and they take away they diminish the amount of study and education people have to learn about anatomy to do these kinds of jobs, and then they rather substitute it with things like Ica rocks. It's like the bad science. All the bad science creationists want to bring up, things that have already been disproven, polystrate trees and all this other stuff, but they don't look at the actual real science, the work that people have to go to school for and learn and educate themselves for. And I just see a huge disconnect there, a huge preponderance of evidence that we have compared to the cherry picking that creationists have, and I don't understand it. I don't. Any rational person, I'm not saying Justin's not rational. Any rational person cannot go, I have all these things about young creationism, but that one's disproven, and that one's disproven, and that one's actually a lie. That one's actually a fraud, and that was a misunderstanding, like the knee thing that's been perpetuated. For example, if I could show you right now the two claims that I had showed Hovind that were wrong, and that he agreed. And he basically said he couldn't go back in time and change his handbook, but he wouldn't use them in the future. But if I give you one of them right now, it would take me 30 seconds to show you that a young Earth creationist was wrong, that he came up with a claim, he actually stole it from IRC, but it's absolutely wrong, because what his claim was that the baby Dima was radiocarbon dated at two different times, and this is in his creationist handbook number 9. Okay, and it's from a citation from a paper that was written, or a radiometric journal that was written in 1975. Okay, it's called the Quaternary Stratigraphic for Unglaciated Central Alaska, paper 865. If you look right now and go to Google and you type in when was baby Dima found or discovered, it'll tell you baby Dima was found in 1977 in Siberia. So it was found 2 years after, in a different country than the citation that Hovind gave. Okay? Now you can say it was a mistake or whatever. I can argue that it wasn't, because I have evidence on one of his videos that he deliberately edited out a portion that would have showed that in another claim that he had used, that would have shown that his claim was wrong. But in this particular case, his claim was absolutely wrong. His claim was that baby Dima was radiometrically dated 2 different ways from a citation from 1975. But that radiometric journal couldn't have had it in there, and it didn't. I have a copy of the radiometric journal. Baby Dima is never mentioned in the entire thing. How would you respond to that?
I agree with Aaron Ra that they they want to believe, and they value their belief more than facts. He said something along those lines, that they know that what they're saying is wrong, but they cherish their belief more, so they choose they choose to believe things that they know, or at least suspect deep down psychologically that is probably not true, but it just feels good to believe.
I agree with you.
I
I
would
would
say that is mostly for what I call the professional creationists. People like Answers in Genesis, Creation Ministries International. Oops, sorry, Freddie. Yeah, not sorry, Freddie. That's not a group. And can't get that straight. I'll get it later. I actually dropped something on poor Freddie. Creation Ministries International and Institute for Creation Research. These people know that the things they're putting out aren't true, or at least some of them aren't true.
I know.
Although I would not doubt that there are some true believers working for them who just trust the others and and go on with that. But as a Christian, I find the fact that these people are lying to Christians just outrageous. I mean, it's one thing if you want to believe in young Earth creationism. I mean, go for it. I don't have a problem with that. What I hate is the science denialism and the lying about it. That just drives me crazy. Well, not literally crazy, but.
Justin, can you address what I said earlier, though, about that claim? That's one of two claims I gave to Hovind, and Hovind agreed that his citation was wrong. And he didn't come out and directly say it, but he basically implied it by saying he couldn't fix it because he couldn't go back in time.
You asking me to reply to that?
Yeah.
Well, I can't say much. All I can do is just agree with you, because I need to research it before I make a hardened conclusion.
Oh yeah, no, right. I misunderstand me. If I gave you I meant to say, if I gave you the documentation, would you look into it?
Yeah, I'll just look at it. But it just means that he got it wrong, and then he got it wrong.
Okay.
I won't throw out the baby with the bathwater.
Right. I agree with you, but I can show you that the next, if you accept that one's wrong, I can show you the next one in one of his videos that he actually cropped the radiometric journal. Okay. And he had claimed that another mammoth was radiometrically dated two different times. One was 23,000 years or 21,000 years, and the other was like 30-something thousand years. I don't remember the exact dates, but one was found in 1940, the other was found in 1938. And the column that shows that on the radiometric journal on one of his videos is cropped out. It shows column 1 to 4, but doesn't show the 5th column. And I find that to be very, very telling of the dishonesty, because had he shown that column, which he had to look at, somebody had to look at it when they scanned this in there, would have shown that these two mammoths were found 8 years apart.
Okay, well, I'm not here to debate the credibility of a creationist right now.
Well, the claim, it's still creationist claim.
Or the claim from a creationist. Because then, yeah, we can always discredit creationists and all that. And then I could discredit one of your scientists, and you guys would just disown him. But I have to disagree with the last things that were being said is, like, we're denying, as Christians or creationists, we're denying science. And what I keep bringing up is your alternatives to a theory where you guys are not there to observe. You guys label it hard fact, like facts, and it's science. And if I disagree with it, it is science. I am disagreeing with against science. And then the whole narrative is painted as creationists are against science, and they in their hearts of hearts, they know they're wrong, they're going against science. And then the whole package is included with that term science, where we're talking about observable science, things that we see today. And that's been my argument the whole time.
All right, can you name me a branch of science you accept?
The science that I accept is the science that is observable as of today.
Branch. No, I want a branch of science that you accept.
Well, as of now, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to submit that point right now, because I'm not gonna give you an articulate branch right now. Someone else can come later on in the chat and fill in, give me a branch, because I'm not very astute with scientific terminology.
We won't pick one. No, I don't want to talk about the branch. Just, I mean, what branch do you think you agree with science? You've rejected geology, you rejected physics, you rejected cosmology.
That's what I'm saying. See, what you call, for example, if I believe that the universe was created out of nothing, you call that cosmology. Therefore, that is labeled cosmology. If I disagree that like the universe came from nothing, then I'm disagreeing with cosmology. That's not true. I can agree that the universe is this planet is revolving around the sun. That's cosmology. I can agree that the moon is going. It takes 28 days for the moon to go around the Earth. That's cosmology. I'm not disagreeing with that. I can see that. But to say that everything came from nothing, I cannot see that. So I cannot claim that I disagree with.
That's not cosmology, though. That's cosmogony.
Cosmogony. So whatever the case.
Claims. But that's not what it claims.
But that's the thing. Like, you're telling me to agree with things that I have not seen with my own eyes, and if I disagree with it, then I'm disagreeing with archaeology and geology and so on, or geology, whatever. The pretty much the science of Earth. Like,
yeah. Well, yeah, but the main thing in cosmology is Big Bang. But you said you accepted Big Bang before. Which I don't see how you can accept if you're a young Earth creationist, but
because of time. You know, we have two different notions of time. You believe that time must, like, things have to be in a consecutive, continual rate, where things don't change or fluctuate because a person is moving it or manipulating it. That's the difference.
Time doesn't move at a continual, constant rate. It moves more quickly or slowly, you know, according to certain conditions. If you're moving relativistically, it moves very slowly.
So then, therefore, like, the idea that the world was like created a billion years ago or whatever,
Earth's not relativistic. We're not going at relativistic speeds. Well, and it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter if we did, because relative to us, it still would be billions of years. So it wouldn't matter if we're going at relativistic speeds.
But I don't see why the point was brought up.
Well, I think the point is that I don't know why you made the point of time, because time's not a really a concern to the argument here as far as the age of the Earth. When we look at the evidence, we can look and see something 13.8 billion light years away. Okay, and we can model that. We say, okay, this model that we have explains why the light is coming to us from an object 13.8 billion years away. We can see how far away it is, and then we can go, hey, there's no possible way that the object could have been traveling from 13.8 billion years from us in a 7,000 years time span. It's 13.8.
It's never been the Bible creationist, or at least not me. If I'm just going to represent myself, I don't believe that the universe was created in 7,000 years.
Okay. So you differ with other creationists that way. Like Hovind believes that it's 7,000 years old.
Yeah, that's a big difference between me and him. Like, this universe, as rocks and dust, could have been here for years and millenniums. But
are you a gap creationist?
Gap creationist? Now, there's two kinds, I would say. Now, let me hear what you mean by gap creation, and we'll see if I agree with your terminology.
I don't know if I can articulate this well. I don't know if I actually got the concept down well enough. If somebody else wants to, I will actually yield this to somebody who might be able to describe gap creationists better than I can. Because it basically was created in segmentations, and I don't understand what they actually mean by it, to be honest with you.
Well, as far as the gap that I believe is, the Earth was created along with the universe, all the dust, the spins or whatever. God did it any way He wanted, and as the dust is floating with no sun, no nothing, no moon, it's there for who knows how long, just perhaps billion years.
Okay.
But when God came on earth and he said, let there be light, the process for the things that we see on earth, like the ecosystem and life, that only took 6 days for it to happen. And that was about 6,000 years ago. So that's what I believe. So that's why it's very possible that rocks, as far as things that's been here before God said, let there be light, can date to like billions of years and be mixed in with all the substance that we see on the surface.
All right. Well, technically, then you're actually not a young Earth creationist, then, right? You're an old Earth creationist.
No, because when people say creation, they think of the time when God said, "Let there be light," and they think of when God created the world in 6 days.
If I understand correctly, you're holding the 6 literal days. It's just, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that from Genesis chapter 1, that verses 1 and 2 could be of any length, and that day 1 begins at the beginning of Genesis 1:3.
Mm-hmm. So pretty much. When he said, "Let there be light," that was about like 6,000 years ago. When
Yeah, right. And then verses 3 and 4 are the first day, and then the next days, as in the next pairs of verses, are each a day. And that Genesis 1:3, starts 6,000 years ago. Yeah, no, I think I sort of get where that comes from. That's
yeah.
I guess the critical issue, I think, is I think where the evidence really needs to be challenged and people need to think about, well, how do we hold on to ideas emotionally sometime, is on the central issue of common ancestry among the apes. Because, and I've said this in previous Hangouts, and you may have not heard me say it before, Justin. I'm going to actually probably go through it a little faster because I think other people in the room have heard me say it. But what it's got to do with is, if somebody told me that, well, okay, so there's some people that live just across the provincial border from me that are my cousins, and I have no problem believing that. I've known them my whole life. But, Steve and I are cousins. Justin, you and I are cousins, right? You believe that you and I are cousins, right?
Yeah.
We might be, the 30th cousins, 78 times removed or something, but, we're cousins. And then somebody might say, well, you're also cousins with chimps and bonobo. Like literally, we have a common ancestor, a great, however many greats you'd need there. It might be, 750 millionth cousins, 642,000 times removed. But that chimpanzee in the zoo is actually your cousin. I find that a remarkable and extraordinary claim, and I would need to see evidence to support that, and not merely, oh, there's some similarities, so I think that what people need to be curious about is what is the evidence that guides somebody to believe that? Right? I think even people who do accept there's common ancestry amongst the apes, including humans, should stop and question and say, what is the evidence that that's based on? And what I'm going to encourage you, Justin, is to actually really focus on that particular question, because I think looking at, oh yeah, there's speciation amongst fruit flies. Okay, well, so what? That can happen, right?
We have evidence.
I would agree. I would agree.
Oh, okay.
I would agree that there's plenty. We've had a number of discussions, a lot of them in this room, about things like human chromosome number 2, which is quite clearly an end-to-end fusion of what used to be identified as ape chromosomes 12 and 13. The evidence is so strong that ape chromosomes 12 and 13 fused end-to-end to form human chromosome number 2. The evidence is so strong they've actually renamed the chromosomes so that now those 2 chromosomes are known as 2A and 2B. Right, because it's just such strong evidence for that. But I mean, the fusion of human chromosome 2 is just one area. But I do want to recommend two video series because of a specific claim you've been making, Justin, which I think you try to do a level playing field thing where you say, when we point out, well, Karl Baugh said this dishonest thing, then you say, well, you can say that Karl Baugh is dishonest, but then I can point to a scientist that's dishonest, and you guys can disown him. Well, I challenge you to do that. I would challenge you to follow up the history of frauds that you claim has taken place, to fabricate evolution. And I would challenge you, as I say, to ask yourself, ask other people, ask the internet, ask Google, on what evidence do we actually base this claim that there's common ancestry amongst the apes? Because that's really where the rubber meets the road in this whole discussion, right? And last thing I want to say is that it is getting late here. I got to get off to bed, but is that there are two. Not that I'm leaving right away. I'll give you a chance to respond to this. But there are two video series I linked in the side chat there. One of them, I think Brenda had mentioned, Foundational Falsehoods of Creationism by Aaron Ra. And yeah, that one you might need to take a couple of aspirin for because
awesome.
it's a lot of information. He goes pretty quickly, but it's something that you want to every couple of days watch 2 or 3 parts of it. And if there's something that he says that you're like, what the hell is he talking about? You know what? It's on YouTube. Roll it back and play it again, because one thing that you'll really find as a theme in here is that part of the way that creationism survives is the flood of lies that the creationist misinformation factory comes up with. Carl Baugh and Ken Ham and all these other folks, they are the ones who are pumping out the misinformation. And this is well-documented stuff. Arn's video series is a really good introduction to that. And also another series I linked there is from Tony Reed. And he's somebody who, until quite recently, that's the one I've got on my screen now. He's someone who until quite recently was a creationist, and he used to do creationist apologetics, and he'd have people do kind of what we're doing with you, saying, hey, why don't you look into the Lucy's knee thing? Why don't you decide for yourself whether or not Tom Willis and Carl Baugh are telling the truth, or whether or not Johansson was actually telling the truth about what actually happened. I've had so many people ask me about Lucy. Well, why do they display Lucy with this knee that they found somewhere else? I go, well, look at the display. There is no knee in the display. Like, you can actually look at the display and see, look, there's no knee. So I would ask you to watch those two video series. They're multi-part, so I could understand you're not just going to take a day off of work and just sit there and watch them all. But I would suggest put some time into it. And if you want to continue making this claim on the internet that there's all this fraud, evolution is all based on fraud, go ahead and try to find a fraud. Come back to me sometime with an example of an evolutionist fraud, some sort of a conspiracy where some scientists got together and said, yeah, we're going to forge this piece of evidence supporting evolution. I think I'll wrap up on that point. It's getting sleepy time. I'll stick around for another 5 minutes or so in case other questions come up from you or anybody else, but a good chat tonight.
Well, I have a second recommendation.
Well, it would be a third then, because I said...
Or third, also. Well, a third
I copied your earlier recommendation, and then okay, sorry, go ahead.
A third recommendation that I would have would be the book Lucy, the Beginnings of Humankind by Donald Johnson. It was published in 1981, I believe, and I remember reading it at the time. And a majority of the book details he was the person who found Lucy, which is the first evidence for Australopithecus. But a good portion of the book details and explains in a great detail radiometric dating and how it's done, all the different things that they had to do in order to date Lucy. It wasn't just finding her, although the story itself is compelling, but a good portion of the book details how we date things using radiometric dating. And they have to find a layer from the soil where they can find samples to send them off. He goes into a great deal of detail, and it's extremely good for somebody that wants to find out how actual scientists do radiometric dating of the fossils that they find. Lucy, the Beginnings of Humankind by Donald Johnson.
All right, Justin. Do you want to take Hogtie up on his challenge? Maybe say, hit. I mean, you have comments with me all the time, so I mean, you also have hangouts as well. Do you want to maybe take a week and take it up on his challenge and find some academic fraud as far as scientists doing something in evolutionary theory that's fraudulent?
Sure. I don't want to give a promise and say I'm going to do it next Tuesday. But I am going to search it up,
Okay.
And yeah. Sorry if I'm not too interested. It's not really my forte. Oh.
Yeah, and I didn't want to go down too much science because I mean, as you know, I don't know how often you watch our hangouts or get involved in the drama, But what Hogtie mentioned before about human chromosome number 2, we've talked about ad nauseum. We've talked about it at length in multiple hangouts. Fiona did a wonderful hangout with very, very knowledgeable geneticist. I mean, very, very knowledgeable. And the person that had written the article that tried to debunk it from Ashes and Genesis, okay, a guy named Tompkins, he either A, committed actual fraud, or B, was so incompetent of his job that it's mind-boggling, okay? Because the evidence that Hogtie and CRISPR and Rational and Fiona and everybody else has found that just wrecks this guy's work is overwhelming. The evidence for this human chromosome 2 is overwhelming. And you have people still in our community, armchair scientists, that have never stepped into a college in their life trying to disprove this paper that actually has demonstrated that it is a fusion of A chromosome 12 and 13. So you're going to hear a bunch of sides of it, but again, you know, I don't want to get into the technical argument of why it's actually a fusion site, but you have people that have multiple PhDs on one side, and you have people that have never got into a single college lecture in their life. And so you got to weigh that in a little bit as far as who's really going to be better to evaluate something like Tompkins' article that is bad. I mean, it's just wrong on so many levels. And I don't have a degree, and Isaiah doesn't have a degree, and yet we even know how bad it really is. Isaiah has a great understanding of it.
Yeah, so I kind of, I don't know if you noticed, but I kind of got a skepticism about a lot of stuff, and I believe I have a skepticism about even pedigrees, because I've watched people, I mean, gone to college with several very intelligent people, but what I've noticed, when a person is wrong, no matter how intelligent they are, it's only so far they will go. I mean, no matter how intelligent, like how many degrees you put on them, you put some degrees like on them like ketchup, they will still be wrong and be very intelligent and articulate in explaining how wrong they are. But like, it is what it is. And I notice people, like, when it comes to atheism versus Christianity, people are human. People are going to take their sides. People are going to be dishonest on both sides. I am not under any delusion that Christians are all of a sudden more superior in honesty, and then, or atheists in their scientific methods are more superior in their morality all of a sudden. That's not part of the, like, it seems like you guys are assuming once you claim they're doing science and there's peer review, everyone has this like unbiased kind of view, and they're very honest. I don't see that. It doesn't.
Find examples otherwise.
Again,
Find examples.
It wouldn't even be necessary, because that is, it wouldn't be necessary that everybody was super honest. That's the understanding, is that people are not completely honest. Even they're sort of accidentally dishonest. That's probably not the best phrase for it, but I think you know exactly the phenomenon I'm referring to, that idea about a bias. But even honest people are mistaken. So the way that scientists communicate is with a system that is built around the idea that people are going to come to the table with a lot of mistaken ideas, with a lot of partially correct notions.
Who are these people, though?
Well, they're people who went to school to learn how to be scientists.
Yeah, but it's like we're talking about. It's like the conversation of the Illuminati. It's like when people talk about those people, the Illuminati. We have this like vague notion of those people whom you can never point out, and you can never, if I ever said, oh, those people have bias, it'd be impossible for me to prove that, because I can never point them out. I can't put them all in one room and say these people have bias, because whenever you say those people, you're just assuming some honest group of people that don't exist or do exist, but you can't prove it.
Well, no, you're saying, okay, can we explore this for a second? Because are you saying, I'm sure I don't know what you mean. Because, I mean, scientists are, like I said, they're not this big, nameless, faceless group of people. Yes, of course, for the most part, of the millions of working scientists right now, most of them are nameless, faceless people. It's, I mean, obviously, the thing is, they can't do this stuff anonymously. any of these bits of research we're talking about, like we talked about Johansson here and the Lucy find. I mean, these people are not anonymous like dorks on the internet, right? I mean, they're not famous like rock stars, but I guess can you explain what you mean about again? And even after I've twice said it's not necessary that they're honest, because we recognize that they're going to bring forward a lot of mistaken ideas, perhaps through bias or whatever. But I don't know why immediately after I said that you said, oh yeah, well we're all talking about them like they're honest. I will say, by the way, I do think scientists are amongst the most. The system is very strongly tuned so that dishonest people are culled pretty quickly and harshly. But I guess, what do you mean? Can you explain, Justin, what you think about scientists or what the problem is? I'm lost by the comparison with the Illuminati.
Okay, well, for example, when you hear a person giving conspiracy theories, they talk about those people, or they, or they, or they, and you're like so bewildered by, okay, who is these people? Like, what is he talking about? And of course, you always assume the negative about those people. Now, it just seems the same way for, I guess when it comes to evolutionary theory, when you guys say scientist, there's this nameless, faceless group of people whom you assume the positive about, and you assume that they will always side with the right and the honest side. So let's say there's a political pressure going on where everyone must assume and abide by the evolutionary thinking that assumes that we all came from primates.
They're only namely and faceless to you. If you bothered to research it, you would find lots of faces and names. It's just you haven't bothered. You're just talking about your ignorance of this situation.
Let's say that. Let's say we haven't bothered, but no one here is listing all these people, and no one's going to take the time to list all those people, and we're going to search which
tens
ones.
Of thousands of people. Be tens of thousands.
Okay.
I understand the phenomenon you're talking about, Justin. What you're really talking about is motivated reasoning, and about how people. This is some actual such science that we've been doing lately in psychology on motivated reasoning and the psychology of belief. We have in our minds the desire to reduce cognitive dissonance, stress, and the mind wishes to seek a solution to the stress. It doesn't necessarily have to seek a true solution. It simply needs to be a solution. So when a conspiracy theorist talks about they and stuff, what is going on in their mind subjectively is that they are experiencing a certain amount of stress. They feel politically insignificant. They feel that there are larger forces than they are that are affecting them, and they can't do anything. So the way to relieve that stress is to fall onto a solution, that there is this large, undifferentiated other, this vast conspiracy that is secretly manipulating things, and then that allows the mind to let go of its cognitive dissonance and reach a solution that is at a less stress level than before. And this happens, this is everybody. Everybody is prone to motivated reasoning. So it isn't any individual scientist who is correct. It is the process and the mechanism of science, of peer review, and of checks and balances that in the end, en masse, with thousands of other scientists, will produce a correct result rather than an incorrect one. So we would look at the logic of the claims that are being made rather than the individuals. A good book for this, I seem to be recommending a lot of books lately, by Chris Mooney. He has published a number of books on why people reject science, particularly in climate change, but it applies across the board. There have been other psychologists who have published also on why certain people of a political persuasion will reject science, and it is due to this mechanism. We are hardwired to alleviate mental stress, and that's probably why we've had 10 to 15,000 years of cultivation for humanity, but only in the last few thousand or a few hundred even have we discovered a method to reach true solutions.
That's a very good example. That's a very good example. I'm impressed. that
Also,
to use some kind of conspiracy to relieve the stress of cognitive dissonance. I think that's amazing. That actually makes sense to me. That helps me understand why these very prominent creationists that have gone through academia, have got a very good education, can compartmentalize so well their actual education, and then turn around and say, well, you know what, none of this is actually true because of younger creationism, and that stress it must have in their mind to do that they come up with some kind of conspiracy against it.
Yep.
But this is what I see even in my faith or just in Christianity. You know, if I question something about their biblical ideas or their theology, and all they do is says, well, do you think you know more than those people who've been to, you know, college and, you know, university, have their doctorate and whatever? And it's like, obviously wrong, but because of the consensus or the political, like, censorship the amount of people that is on that side, they just assume that that I should submit and that I am on the wrong side. I'm against the Bible, and that's what I see you guys are doing for scientists.
Okay, I would agree that is the wrong sort of thinking. If somebody's going to say, look, Justin or whoever, you're wrong about this because Professor so-and-so says this, or because some theologians, you know, because William Lane Craig says this. You know, William Lane Craig I think he accepts common ancestry. Well, therefore you should. Well, why is William Lane Craig your boss? You know, just like if any of us was saying like, oh, well, Richard Dawkins accepts this, so you have to believe that too. Why? Why is that? That was the point I was striving to make earlier when I said that, because really like the topic being where the rubber meets the road is about common ancestry amongst the apes. Somebody wants to make that claim. That's an extraordinary claim. And I say, well, where does that belief come from? Right. And I've heard from creationists a number of times, well, it comes from your hatred for God, it comes from your love of sin and how you don't want to be judged and blah, blah, blah. And that's all bullshit. That is straight up bullshit. It comes from, you know, so I can say, well, like, okay, so we were talking about human chromosome number 2. Why do we think that human chromosome number 2 is a result of a fusion? We can give you the names of the scientists who believe that human chromosome number 2 is a fusion, but that shouldn't be sufficient. That should be the starting point for you to go look at what they say about how they came to that conclusion. It shouldn't just be, well, Dr. So-and-so says this or Professor so-and-so says that. It is, what were they looking at? And this is why, when I was talking about the process that scientists use to communicate with each other, that we sort of get a window into, they're not really great about communicating ideas to the general public. But when we say, like earlier in this hangout, we were talking about Mary Schweitzer, right? We're talking about Johansen and this find of Lucy, right? We'll mention the names, and that should, I'm going to agree with you on that point, Justin, that should never be sufficient. It should be, what did that scientist discover and report on? You know, what did he or she, you know, see, hear, taste, and smell that added to the body of knowledge, that when you look at these facts collectively, you come to a conclusion that is something that is startling. Like the idea somebody mentioned earlier about, you know, time, you know, clocks don't run the same speed. You know, the clocks, they say that the clocks in the GPS satellites actually run slightly slower than clocks on Earth.
Faster.
Why would that be?
Faster. It's slower on
faster?
Earth. It's a higher gravitational field on Earth, so it's going to run slower on Earth.
They're whipping around pretty fast. They orbit the Earth. They're at a distance. They orbit the Earth.
Actually, you're right.
Well, yeah, you know why the special? I think
the special actually is bigger than the general.
They get a bit of a bump. Yeah, they're counteracting effects, but because of the distance. Yeah,
speed.
Yeah, well, the distance was it slow? Now I'm going to get backwards now.
What it is
they're out of the gravitational field.
Yeah, the relative speed.
Slower.
Yeah,
but then because they're going so damn fast, their clocks are slower still.
Yes.
But that's a crazy idea. I mean, I've never seen two clocks run at a different speed unless one of the clocks was mechanically imprecise. But it's not the clocks. It's literally time on those satellites is slower. That's an extraordinary claim. Like why do they think that? So you don't care that Stephen Hawking believes this to be true, but what are the observations that makes people believe these extraordinary things? And so I'm going to agree with you, Jeff. I'm repeating myself now with this because I really want to make this point clear, because I've said it a couple of times, and yet you've sort of gone back to repeating this thing about how, well, people are fallible, how do we know they're honest, et cetera, et cetera. I'm totally agreeing with that. I don't think you get that I'm agreeing with you about that. I'm saying that any time, like climate change, like that's an alarming thing. I mean, climate change is alarming. What if it's true that human beings actually have some influence on the climate of our planet? I mean, if that turns out to be true, well, now we've got a responsibility. Now we've got to do something about that. But I don't want to run around half-cocked and start, destroying the economy and, just changing all this stuff and just running around like Chicken Little, all upset the sky's falling. If it turns out that climate change isn't true, or if true, isn't human changed, it isn't human caused. So what is the evidence that makes people think that climate change is real and that it's human caused? I don't care which scientists agree with that. What evidence do they obtain that's reliable, that motivates that belief? And I think that when you look at the common ancestry amongst the apes, if you ask people, what brings you to that belief? What evidence brings you to that belief? Then they got to bring evidence. If you say, well, what makes you believe that climate change is real and caused by humans? They got to bring evidence. And that's the kind of stuff that we should be talking about, not just simply repeating, well, not all humans are honest. I mean, are any humans perfectly honest and perfectly informed? Of course not.
I agree, and I hear you. I have to make that point to just dismiss the fact that you guys dismiss whenever you guys kind of just point, well, how could he got this wrong when everyone agreed with him? We have this and that many scholars that agreed with him. When countless time in history where the majority was wrong, and then the majority had to correct themselves later on. Now, if I was, let's say, back in the past when science, you guys would consider scientists were correcting themselves, and I just happened to be on the side where I was correct and the majority was wrong, but just because I didn't have a paper out, or because I wasn't on their pedigree level, I'm automatically wrong. I'm against science. I don't think we should not narrate it that way.
I agree with you. I'm just like Hogtie. I am agreeing with you to no end. I don't. What is it? The field of a fallacy of a field of accomplishment, which is a bullshit fallacy, but that's what somebody had. I think it was True that had coined that. But these people that are educated in this field, their respective fields, are going to know a little bit more. However, anybody with you could be a high school student, and anybody can go look at their research, and they can study it and actually look at it and say, maybe I can falsify this, or maybe I can find some errors in this paper. Anybody can do that. The paper that Tompkins wrote, everybody here except for maybe one or two people are pretty well laypersons, and yet we all can all go through it together and go, oh, man, yeah, this is definitely not right. You could do it too. I mean, you don't have to have a degree in genetics to look at his work and then go look at his citations and do some little bit. It takes a little legwork, I mean, obviously, but anybody can do this stuff, right?
I want to know who Justin thinks are the biggest the biggest body of people who criticise science and subject it to scrutiny. Who do you think is subjecting science to the most scrutiny?
I would assume that the scientists they have selectively things that they would criticize about, but they won't. There's certain things that they won't object to amongst themselves.
You're sort of yes, science. In other words, as you mentioned before, the peer review process means that scientists are continually assailing science. If there was some, for instance, violation of the law of evolutionary theory or theory of relativity, special relativity, general relativity, there'd be Nobel Prize being thrust out. There's a huge incentive for scientists to find that science, the conventionally accepted scientific principles and theories are wrong. There's a huge incentive, and people spend their lives trying to find problems in science, whereas other people like the armchair scientists, they're not assaulting science, they're just simply voicing an opinion. There are people out there working away, trying to find problems with science, and these people are not successful. Well, obviously sometimes they make small modifications. But you seem to be assuming that there's a sort of body of uniform consensus that's just simply agreeing with them. No, they're trying to disagree with one another more often than not. And you and the body of creationists are not the greatest critics of science. Science itself is. And because of that mutual self-critical process, that's why you end up with the result you can run. And in the 100 years or so ago, or, well, more like sort of time of Newton, for instance, that sort of scientific process and peer review wasn't happening to this is the same level, so you could get error. So prior to sort of Newton, you would get sort of science, as we call it then. Well, not really science. Science only started with sort of Newton and that or Bacon and Hooke, and that critical process you is far more critical than anything you or Tompkins or any individual can come up with, and so that's why it's reliable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and to some degree, but I also have to. I'm not going to be blindsided to the fact that they have some core values that they will never disagree with. So, for example, like for example, I'm just giving an example. I would think this is human nature, not just for scientists or people in general. For example, Christians, the best people to criticize Christians are Christians because they know their text. They would know what the Bible says in and out. However, there are certain things that a Christian or a Christian scholar will not disagree with. A Christian scholar is not going to say, hey, I'm a Christian believing scholar that denies that Jesus exists. He's not God.
How do you account for Christian scholars that have ceased to believe in it? I mean, Bart Ehrman's an example where he lectured on this subject and he intimately knows what the Bible's all about, and he's verging on becoming an atheist.
Well, I think his argument is that at that point they would no longer be a Christian scholar; they'd be an atheist scholar. But
yeah, okay. Well, but he can't. Yes, obviously people believe in something, they believe in something, but he can't. I think he can't argue against the people who were previously Christian scholars and then changed on the face of the evidence that people like Bart Ehrman, who on the evidence they discovered or the analysis they made, changed their position.
Yeah, and I'm saying that's they become the minority or the exception, but the majority of the times, Christian scholars, they're going to disagree with little things that is disagreeable, that they would allow, they give it away because it's okay, it's not going to destroy their foundation. But when it comes to their foundations, their foundational beliefs, like God is love, that God is coming back, those kind of things, it's a little bit harder.
So you've got the same respect for Islamic scholars or Buddhist scholars and things, so they're just as right, aren't they?
Well,
and
just
as far as peer review.
Would you agree, though, or disagree, that a Christian scholar that you're talking about, can they be wrong about Christ, though? Can they say, you know what, I do believe in Christ, but you know what, I could be wrong?
Exactly.
Okay.
They can be wrong.
We don't know. It's a yes or no question. Can they be wrong in that? If they have information that testify to them without any uncertainty.
I've got a critical point. Sorry, Steve. Can I just make one critical point quickly?
Sure.
The thing about science is that the arbiter of whether or not something is right or not is reality, and we can test against reality. The thing about Christian scholars, there is no arbiter, there is no judge. You can make up just about anything you want, and the consensus is just simply the matter of agreeing between people. With science, you have to agree with reality and experiment.
Actually, it's kind of more blind, I would say, because we're looking at a book that actually tells us what it's saying. You guys look at rocks and the earth, and you have to read it, just like how a Christian read books. But you guys read things that actually may not even mean what you guys are interpreting. You guys interpret it, and then you say, okay, well, this is what it says. Therefore, I believe it.
I want to make my point real quick. Can the Christians be wrong, though? Is there a possibility that Christ was not the person he said he was? Because if you answer yes, then that's honesty. But if you answer no, then that's a bias there. That's the difference between a Christian and a scientist. Because a scientist will say, you know what, you give me enough evidence, and I will believe anything. If you're presenting enough evidence, that's a true, objective, non-confirmational bias scientist.
I deny that. Okay, I'll say yes to your question. Yes, I can be wrong, just like how Buddhists and Muslims and all these other kind of people are wrong, or could be wrong, and I think they are wrong.
Because you do know there are some Christians that they cannot be wrong. There's some I've ran into, especially in the Calvinistic
Presupposition.
Calvinistic precepts. Yeah,
Seitan, Bruton,
exactly. That God has told them that they cannot be wrong, and that's all. That's their precept foundationalism, that they cannot be wrong. You're not one of those, right?
No, no, no.
Okay.
Because the idea of having faith is actually having some evidence or enough evidence to believe, but you can still believe something wrong. That's what faith is. You could be just on the wrong street. You're going by faith on something, but not you're 100% correct. If you know that you're right and you're correct, then there's no point of having faith. But anyway.
I agree with you on that. And I actually said similar things. By the way, I want you to meet General Han Solo, who is another theistic creationist. He knows the Bible very well. Maybe one of you guys, one day, you should guys on your channel maybe have a discussion, because he knows his scripture very well, and shows from the Bible that the Bible is not young.
We had a debate. I love this guy though. We had discussions before. He's heard my unique ideas.
So you do know General?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And by the way, you haven't been beat up and ass raped too much in here, right, Justin? I mean, if people like Tommy, mark my words, is tomorrow to be like, oh, Steve had like 2 hangouts, because there was 2 videos, where this poor guy Justin was just beat up so bad by all these atheists and evil people. By the way, I'm not atheist, so but he thinks I am. And he'll be like, oh, I tried to jump in and save him, but Steve wouldn't let me, and he wouldn't let me talk. And this poor guy was just being just beat up by everybody, and talked over and muted and booted. So I just want to clarify on record that has not happened to you, correct?
No, and I don't want to. I don't want to participate in that discussion about Tommy, because I don't want to talk about somebody publicly. I don't know the situation about him. But anyway, yeah, you guys been more civil than most of the Calvinists that I've debated.
I have a question for Justin.
Can I say my good nights first? It was good to meet you, Brenda, and who are the other new faces, Justin. I got to say, and I do think the room has been pretty fair. Although I had, just to let Steve know too, during that, when you were out of the room for a bit, I did. Again, I don't like to referee somebody else's room, but I do think there were a lot of occasions where I found Justin was quite patient in letting me get to my point. I think most people who know me know that I know what I'm going to say when I start talking, but it doesn't mean I'm going to get there quickly. And I found Justin was quite receptive to letting me sort of get my essay off the ground and then bring it in for a landing. And yet I did find there were a few occasions that we kind of anticipated what he was going to say instead of just settling back and letting him make his point. So as I leave, I just want to encourage people to sort of keep that up. And
yes. Fair criticism. And I will say, fair criticism, Hogtie. I have a tendency to do that because I think 2 things ahead. I don't mean to. I'm always like 2 or 3 kind of steps down the line, as some of would say on these conversations, because I've heard them so many times, and I don't mean to do it.
It's hard. I use game analogies for things like a lot of times if you're playing chess and you're like, if I do this move, that dumb bastard's going to take his bishop out of the back row. And then as soon as he picks it up, you're like, yeah, I knew it. So then you just grab your piece and you move it. Like, you can't slap the piece out of the other guy's hand. You have to let go of the piece.
Yeah.
And I have to remind myself quite a bit of that, especially in these 10-person hangouts, where I know the rumpus is already unmuted. And I won't have a chance to. Anyway.
Ain't that the truth? Yeah, I apologize for that, Justin. I will work on that, okay? I promise.
All right.
We'll see you guys. Have a good night.
Are you familiar with Kierkegaard, Justin?
Kierkegaard. The name sounds familiar. I believe so. I would have to look him up again about his beliefs. Remind me.
Soren Kierkegaard, a Dutch theologian. He would be the. What I hear from you is that you're struggling with questions of faith, and Kierkegaard would be the classic example of somebody who struggled with faith and with, at that time, the Renaissance and science.
Wait.
I don't think he's struggling with faith, and I don't see. I mean, are you relating him to Kierkegaard? Kierkegaard was trying to go against the main. He was trying to say that religion was basically a way to control the masses from the upper class, right? That religion was.
I wouldn't consider myself an expert or even particularly well read on him. I just would think that he would be the go-to person. What
Well,
I hear from Justin is somebody struggling with understanding what the nature of faith is in relation to in relation to science.
Wait. I am
That's what I hear.
in
That's
no
what I
way
hear.
struggling. I'm not just struggling. Oh, did I kick him out? I'm sorry. No, I didn't kick no one out.
I don't think you kicked anyone out.
No,
Okay.
Jade had to go, and so did
I'm
Hog
just
Tie.
saying what I hear are questions about how faith relates to science.
No, I believe faith and science work well together, and there is no problem. It's just my faith with the way you guys assume that the history played out. That's the difference.
I
And
just wish I
what
know
you
it
guys,
science though.
huh?
Oh, I did it again. I didn't mean to. I was saying I just wish I knew what kind of science, which branch of science you accepted. I mean, that's
Well,
I
Adam,
see.
tell me branches. Give me 2 or 3 branches.
Okay, well, we'll start with geology. Okay, you don't accept that one, obviously. You
Which
don't
one?
accept geology because you don't accept
I
the
do accept
geological.
geology. I do accept geology.
Okay, so you do accept the geological column and the geological strata, and the
I don't
things that are.
accept the atheistic or
That's,
the evolutionary. You have to get that straight.
no, that's true. Well, first of all, it has nothing to do with atheism or theism. That's a theological position. We're talking about
Okay.
geology. Geology is independent of theology. The
Well,
geology shows strata that's 4.54 billion years old and shows a stratification. Geology does not show a flood. There's no evidence of a geological record of a flood. It doesn't matter if you're atheist or theist. That doesn't change that.
Well, I don't know where you guys get the idea that a river somehow got or a river kind of flooded up to the mountain somehow and like left some seashells up there. If you don't call that water and some
What do
kind
you
of
mean?
flood, I don't know what you call it.
What do you mean a river flooded up to the mountains? What are you talking about?
Well, you guys were talking about before several hours ago that how the seashells being on these mountaintops, it's explainable because rivers somehow they
No,
just
not rivers. Ocean.
ocean.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's still a
You want me
flood though.
No, it's not flood. The mountains at one time. Okay, look at you have two plates, and they're separated by an ocean. Okay, so they're underwater, right? They start crashing into each other. As they crash into each other, one goes underneath the other. It's called a subduction zone, and the other one will push over the top, right? Just take your hands, stick them finger tip to tip in front of you, and then push them together, and let one slide over the other. Okay, as it slides up, it's going to go up an uphill slant, and if you keep it going, it's going to have a jutting out like position, and that's going to be your mountain range, like the Himalayas. So that what used to be flat with the seashells on the bottom is now going to be raised up, and now they're going to be at the tip of those mountains because of plate tectonics. It has nothing to do with the river.
Okay, I don't know. Then Jade, she was explaining a whole nother thing then.
He was talking about the Grand Canyon, the Colorado River, and the uplift. How that
she was talking about something about San Francisco or whatever. But even with that idea, I didn't get a clear notion if that was just rapid, like a big earthquake said boom, and then they all jumped up, or it was a gradual thing. If it was a gradual thing, then I would assume that the seashells will continue to recede with the water because it's gradual, and they're not going to get stuck.
Well, anyways, but just to go to the sciences, geology shows there's no flood. Physics, and this may not apply to you, but physics shows that the universe cannot be less than several billions years old. I would say about 92 is about the range of the entire non-observable universe. And then you don't accept, obviously, biology, because evolution is biology. So you can't accept that. You can't accept genetics, because population genetics is integrally linked to biology. So I mean, those are the 4 or 5 big things right there. You can't accept paleontology.
It's just going to be debatable because I accept all those things. I just believe all those things are telling a different story. It's just that the story that you guys believe is telling, you label that as science, won't call it anything else, and won't give option to any other alternative. So then if I give an alternative, you're just going to say, oh, that's not science.
Well, because we have a body of evidence that supports our science, a huge body of evidence. Like if you started right now into the rest of your life was reading all this stuff, you would never finish it. Okay,
Well, a body of lies can be a long. People can write a big Harry Potter story, and I'll never finish the end of the whole series because it's a lot. That doesn't mean much.
That's an accusation. I mean, Justin, do you really think that these scientists get together and there's a bunch of liars? Everybody in this room has probably been accused of being a liar in the Great Debate community. I'm the king. I just want you to know I'm the king of the liars in the Great Debate community. Okay, that's what if you ask anybody in this community on the clown car posse, okay, they will tell you, oh, Steve's the worst of the bunch. I cannot think of a single lie that I've had since I've been on air. Okay, you can go back to all my 100 videos. What the hell have I lied about?
Well,
I'm the greatest liar.
I'm sure you would assume that I'm perpetuating a lie too, right?
No, I don't. You're not lying. You're not. Well, you're perpetuating. Okay, it is a lie. Don't get me wrong. Not you're admitting it, but young Earth creationism is wrong. You're not a liar for perpetuating that though, because you're just misinformed.
I'm sorry, I misspoke. I didn't mean to say that your people are lying intentionally, but what I meant is people can perpetuate a lie for a very long time, and we see that happen all the time in history. It's not a new thing. It's not like a mythical thing where like people over in that country does it, and nowhere in the United States or any scientific people could ever lie. Or make a mistake and then perpetuate that mistake. But that's a whole other subject. We kind of went down that route.
Yeah, I do think lying is different. I think lying is more deliberate in the intent when people say lying. Because an example, I mean, if somebody says like Steve, you gave out wrong information about, let's say like the human chromosome number 2, and I'm not talking about technical stuff. I'm just talking about in general. And somebody else says, no, Steve lied about it. That's a huge difference, right?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to take that back.
All right, because I mean, I get accused of lying all the time, and I can tell you right now, I have not lied. I mean, since I've been on YouTube, in the 4 years I've been posting comments, I cannot think of a deliberate lie. I mean, why would I? There's no possible. That's not my nature to deliberately lie. But they accuse me of it all the time. So I just want you to know, I'm not a liar, man. I mean, you can disagree with me by far, but yeah, I don't lie.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I don't want to. I didn't mean to. But
no, I got that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I guess what I was trying to say is that we could look at the same thing, same rock, and come to two different stories. But I still think it's unfair that you call your story scientific, just because it explains some things, probably not everything, but explains some things. And mine's, I would say, it explains many things, not everything, but many things. And you called mine unscientific because it may have God in it. I think that's just a double standard there.
Justin, you said using the analogy of the rock. So if you only grew up in a scientific endeavor and scientific education, how many variations of quote stories could you gather from the rock?
The reason why I'm taking.
You said you can. I can view the rock two different ways. One obviously from a younger context, and one from a scientific context. But if you were only educated in science and you never even knew about what the Bible says, and how would you view the rock? Only one way or many ways?
Yeah, if you took the Bible out of the equation. Right? Let's say you never heard of the Bible. That's a great question, General. Mm-hmm. If you took the Bible right out of the equation, you never heard of it, right? You're just you're some alien from another planet, and you come to the Earth, and you look at all the geological formations. You look at this rock. What's the evidence going to tell you?
Well, I mean, I guess it would tell me. It would tell me like, hey, it's here for a long time. I guess.
Yeah, it would indicate that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, and also, the evidence would point that there was no global flood. That alien would go away never knowing there was a global flood because there was no evidence whatsoever that alien would go, hey, this planet, 7,000 years ago, or 4,000 years ago, whatever it was, had been flooded entirely by water. They would never get that impression because there's no scientific evidence for it.
from a rock to the
No,
world.
not from the rock. I'm just expanding as a whole.
The rock,
Not
rock is just an analogy, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the rock is an analogy, but then if you were to say, hey, I'm looking at a human being and I'm looking at the complexity of his like makeup, and I'm looking at it and say, hey, looking at this, did this come out of nothing or did it come from someone?
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the flood. Is he going to get? Is he by looking at a human? Is he going to say, "Oh yeah, this Earth had a flood because of human"? That does it. There's a huge distinction.
No, I'm saying that it's like talking about a rock versus talking about a human. They both tell extreme stories. One story, a rock, since it doesn't change and we don't see, it doesn't necessarily need intelligence to actually create a rock. It's pretty simple. Then you can come up with the conclusion that it's just there. No one had to make it. But if you look at a human, it doesn't look like it took.
Hang on, General. Hang on, General. Go ahead. Let's just finish real quick.
It looked like, looking at a human, it looks like it took design and thought to actually put, I guess the programs of the human, I guess, the regeneration, like how his cells kind of regenerate and
What's it got to do with the flood, though? And I'll turn it back over to General. I didn't mean to steal his question, but what does that have to do with the flood? What evidence is that alien going to have of a flood?
Okay, now if I'm looking at seashells, for example, on a mountain, and I see these seashells, and I say, you know what? The way this mountain is, it doesn't look like it's a slab of rock like this. It's all solid, like from the bottom up, like just a core rock, and then there's seashells on top of it. It doesn't look like these are tectonic plates, especially if the tectonic plates are just far in the other end of the world. And if it's there, I'm gonna have to conclude something. Either somehow water got up here, it was raining seashells, it was like some type of tornado or a whirlwind where the water just took up all these seashells and threw up on mountains, or there was a giant flood that literally flooded the entire Earth, which is very possible.
There's a false dichotomy.
Or
there was two plates from plate tectonics, and they could see that the Earth raised it up. You have a false dichotomy there.
How would you know the difference between the tectonic plate and just a solid boulder, like a solid mountain?
Because you can actually see the subduction zone.
Subduction zone, which would look like what?
It'll look like how do I say it? Slippage. Like one plate's sliding underneath the other one, and as it goes into there, it heats up, and as it heats up, it starts to melt, and it goes into the upper mantle. Okay, so we can actually seismically see, not visually, but we can seismically see that this is what happens. That it's actually a melting of the plate. So it's actually one's going into the Earth, and the other one's going up over.
So if you don't see that, if you come to a mountain where you don't see that, what do you assume?
Well, we can see that on every plate that has this type of situation. We can see the entire plate. Okay, we can see it on the plate from the Pacific plate and the Mid-Atlantic plates. We can see it at even here, right by the Santa Rosa Mountains, about Big Bear. You can actually see the plate. I'm 15 minutes from the fault line.
But where there are no fault lines leading to these mountains, how do you just conclude that these just happen out of fault lines that doesn't even exist in those places?
Show me a mountain that doesn't exist in a fault line that has seashells on it, or it's not created by uplift. The other example would be uplift.
Otherwise, a mountain, it's impossible for a mountain to just exist like that if it was next to a fault line.
Yeah.
Why not? Why can't it be mountains?
Because of the science of what Steve just demonstrated. I mean, you're talking also millions of years of Pangea and the separation of the plates.
If I find,
the point is, hang on a second. The point is that
you're
like using that alien analogy, and I wouldn't just hone in on just this human being or just this rock. I like to think of the alien coming to this planet and looking at the planet as a whole. All right. So as a whole, how many models can you create to describe this thing called Earth? Now, you've demonstrated one model, and that is the flood, to explain why shells and stromatolites would be on, top of mountains. Well, have you then considered the other models, like what Steve has demonstrated, of how those organisms can also be on top of mountains? Because that's a legitimate model. So then you have to demonstrate that the model accounts for the reality of nature, not only scientifically, but in your case, theologically as well. Does the Bible teach a global flood? If it doesn't, then naturally you'll have to disagree with the global flood, because that's your presupposition. You're coming from the Bible.
If I find rippled beaches with sand sculpted as the waves on a beach, and I find seashells, I find shallow sea anemones, shallow sea mussels and shells, and I find them at 10,000 or 15,000 feet above the sea level, I don't think it's unreasonable for me to think this used to be at the bottom of an ocean. This used to be a beach. How did it get here? I don't know about plate tectonics, but I can conclude that this used to be the bottom of a shallow sea. I'm finding all these animals and plants that live only in a warm, shallow sea, and they're at 20,000 feet. How did they get here? I don't know, but it's reasonable for me to conclude they used to be there. There was water. The sand itself is sculpted by waves. The seashells and fish are there, embedded in the and layered on top, and have been compressed. But we find their fossils. We can find not just fossil seashells, fossilized beaches with the ripples in the waves in the sand, and they're at high altitude. Suppose I don't know anything about plate tectonics, I can still conclude this used to be at the bottom of a shallow sea. And how it got there, I don't know. Maybe I have to check and find out. And 40 years later, I developed the science of plate tectonics. But it's not an unreasonable conclusion to think, yeah, somehow it got up here. I don't know how, but it must have been at the bottom of a shallow sea. It must have been.
There's a channel I'd kind of like to recommend. I'm sorry if it's going to sound like I'm sending you to the enemy, but there's a channel, Wildwood Claire. I think she added a number to her thing. I'll have to track her down if you want the link to it. She did a really well. She did go after creationists, but she also every now and then would do some really good explanations on within geology why we know what we know. And there are numerous places where you can both see literally the layers of the earth buckling, because it's solid stone, and you can actually see it swerve back and forth because at one point it was down below where it was heated enough where it got soft, and because of the plate tectonics pushing against each other, it buckles and bends and swerves, and
she's awesome.
It actually makes some pretty images too, because you get all this, like if you're in the artsy stuff, you get all these nice swirls and stuff, and those are and you can see the differences in the layers, and she's even got some good pictures of showing the challenges, showing where the earth has been, where part of the earth has been tilted. The layers have been tilted one way, and then for some reason there's something that eroded over it, and then you got a whole bunch of layers that are going at a totally different angle on top, and it just shows you, it's like what was once at the bottom can be just raised right up, because unless gravity is like super weird on the earth, and you walking along and suddenly can go shooting out, there's no reasons for these layers to be jolted upwards. But if you want me to get her link to her page, I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, Wildwood Claire, she's amazing. She's an actual geologist. She has a PhD in geology. I would highly recommend all of her videos, because she does a very good job. Exactly what you're saying, and I think all this evidence that we're presenting to Justin. It doesn't really make much if somebody just sits there and says, well, yeah, but my explanation is simpler. Well, a simpler explanation doesn't mean it's a better explanation. A simpler explanation, I can say, pixie fairies did this. It doesn't mean it's a good explanation. It doesn't mean it has any value to it, especially when we can actually see this stuff take place. We know the mountains are rising. We can see and measure them and say, okay, if at this rate of change, at this time, how long, what would we have been? Oh, it would have been in the ocean. It would have been a shallow seabed. Instead of having a 5-mile column high body of water all around the Earth that the Earth could not have supported. There's no way we could ever have that much amount of water around us in that short of time. It's just unimaginable, and it would still be around. It just doesn't vanish. That's the amount of water for that is just monumental.
Can anybody see this picture?
Yeah.
What? This picture of the folded strata here.
That's beautiful.
It's fantastic, isn't it? That's what goes on in the Earth. That's the animated nature of the Earth. Is that the things like this happen? And there's some other mega folds that sort of go up and down. It's like zigzags and goodness knows what. And you can see that the whole thing is the Earth basically is not some inanimate thing. It's on the move. It does things. It rises up and. Things like the Himalayas are only a couple of 60 million years old. The Himalayas are very young, that's why they're so high. And this is the sort of activity that goes on that causes, as someone was saying about shallow seas suddenly find themselves at 20,000 feet.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to bring up too is I think it's easy for people to, because our body of knowledge is so big that scientists have to specialize. That we forget the level of connectivity between even just learning like little things. Like our ability to understand the uranium atom has led to us to build atom bombs. And I don't think anybody in here would deny the existence of an atomic bomb. But, the same factors that lead to why the atomic bomb works the way it works also explains, also is completely reflected in nature, because it'll work just the same. And I think some of the ways that we found that the Earth was very, very old was unique crystals, and I can't remember what they're called for the life of me, where the chemistry could form a bond with uranium, but not lead. Yet in these crystals, which will naturally push out every other element except for what it'll form bonds with, we find some of them will have concentrations of lead, which should not be there.
Are you talking about inclusions or xenoliths or something?
Including, like,
inclusions.
When uranium I can't remember what the crystals were called, but
I don't know.
Yeah, but there's a great what was it? The reboot of Cosmos. He had a I can't think of his name. He had a great episode on
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah, he talking about the story about the another example of the linkage in science when they were trying to figure out the age of these crystals. That also led him to discover the lead problem that was happening in the United States, because he couldn't get a clean sample in order to test this, and because all the tools he used was all contaminated with lead. But as I said, these crystals will naturally reject in their formation lead. Yet, depending on the known ages of various crystals that form with uranium, they'll find lead in them. And we know lead is a product decay of certain isotopes of uranium.
Oh, you're talking something inside chat, zircon crystals.
Bingo, thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was zircon. Yeah, that was neat.
I remember names, but I remember concepts, but sometimes just names will not come to me. But yeah, that's what it's talking about.
I think Justin accepts the Earth is old. I mean, he's already said that, but I don't know how. He kind of has a modified, weird version of it. No offense, Justin.
Modified weird.
Well, because you accept that we're old, but you don't accept plate tectonics. And I don't know how that works.
Oh my goodness, it's so simple. So simple.
He doesn't accept plate tectonics.
Okay.
God.
All right. Okay. The Bible has a narrative for all this, and I don't know how people miss it out. But between Genesis 1 and verses 1 and 2, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Where the time between it took for him to create the entire universe and then create the creation story, the narrative that we know, we have no idea. It could have been billions of years. It doesn't matter to God because time is relative to him.
Which I think is gap theory. If I may be wrong on that, but I think that's
gap theory. The difference between what I'm saying and what other Christians may consider gap theory is the time that God had the earth here just swirling and so on. They believe there was like an unknown amount of time that he had some creatures, animals, living and dying, living and dying, living and dying. And then on the first day, God said, "Let there be light," and he made, what we know as today. But I don't believe there was any life. In fact, as soon as he got here, this whole earth was covered in water, just ice or water. And then he created, all that we see here today in 6 days. So it's very easy. So it's like God going to planet to Mars, where it's empty. It's been there for for God knows how long. Then he says, "Let there be light," create an entire new Earth on planet Mars, and we look at the soil and also the trees. The trees would date, let's say, 2 days from now, but the rocks within the soil in which God made it on would still be dated, billions of years. So it can be a mixed bag. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So Justin, notice a couple of things in the text. God didn't actually create life. He didn't create light on the first day. The light was already there. It was let the light be. Let the light come to be. Let it appear on the surface. So would you consider that the sun already exists in verse 2 of Genesis 1?
Well, if you want to read it that way, then you have to be consistent with when he said, "Let there be a firmament," and then, or "Let there be," creatures in the sea to rule
let there be a rock.
Yeah, then
right.
Then
so
you have to assume that
again, in those passages again, it's not a creative process. They happen to appear in the sky. They're already existing, but they just appear. But that's what the Hebrew actually communicates. So when you spoke of like you just said, once the earth is covered with water, after the Hadean period, that's exactly what takes place. And then from there you have, from volcanic vents, life coming about. And that's exactly when the Spirit of God hovers. The word for rahab means to incubate life. So the Spirit is incubating life in the ocean, and that life would then transform the atmosphere so light can come through. And then you have a differentiation between day and night. That's exactly what we see. Because obviously the Earth, before light can get to the surface, you wouldn't know if the Earth was rotating and orbiting the Sun, rotating on its axis and orbiting. But now that the cloud cover is from opaque to translucent, now we can actually have light come through, and hence day and night cycles take place.
Remind me, General, are you an inerrantist?
Yeah.
Are you an inerrantist?
Which one? Me?
General.
Yes, I would like to.
So you believe
say
in
that
things
I
like
am, although I'm open.
So you believe things like the firmament and the order of. I mean, in Genesis, surely the order of the things described are. I mean, you're trying to now suggest that the sun is now revealed and was always present, and that doesn't it get the order of the fishes and the animals ran the wrong way prior that it has. Oh God, I can't remember. But the order of the Genesis account is completely wrong.
There's two of them.
Well, that just means you've got two problems.
The order of the
There's two. There are
I'm
two
arguing that
creation narratives in the Bible. There are two creation narratives.
Well, there's a conflict.
yeah, I'm arguing that I'm arguing that Genesis 1 is one-to-one with what we observe in science. That's what I'm arguing.
God.
Well,
What about
but there's
the,
a reason why I hold to that.
what about the other one?
well, what about the other one?
Genesis 2 is specifically about Adam and Eve, and yes, it is a different creation account.
Yeah, and it has.
Do you believe in Adam and Eve then? Do you believe in Adam and Eve then, Hans?
No. I see Genesis 1 speaking of, in fact, the word Adam literally means human. So whenever you see that word, you won't see a personal name until maybe Genesis 4 and Genesis 5. So every time you see that word Adam, it literally means human. So let us create the human in our image. Let us do this, and then the human did this, and the human did that. And then you start to notice that this would fit a evolutionary model rather than a single pair.
Sounds like a whole bunch of fudging.
Which,
bloody hell.
Not really. I'm looking at the actual text. I'm not. You have to remember, in my mind, when I exegete the text, I'm thinking of the Hebrew text. I'm not even thinking of the English text. So the sun, moon, and stars already exist in. Sorry?
Even when you say Hebrew, like you're saying in the Hebrew, it means human, but it doesn't even say that. Like the term human is not even in the Hebrew text. It says red earth. That's what Adam means.
Yeah, because humans in ancient Near East came from the clay.
Well, then that's how
what
you
they
can
believe.
stretch that
Clay,
idea.
the clay, red earth or clay was formed into what we call humans, and so then it's like a term to designate a human being, even though the word connotates red earth or clay.
When God created, God created the firmament, what is that?
Yeah, God,
what is the firmament? What is it?
So that when I look at that, the rakia and when start speaking about waters, separating waters from waters. Again, in an ancient Near Eastern context, that basically means the rakia is separating the blue waters that are above it and the blue waters that are below it. You can also look at the same text and see a.
Where are those waters?
The primeval waters of verse 2.
What water is above us?
So when you look at the blue sky above, they would ask questions like, "Why is the sky blue?" They would say, "Well, there's a solid dome that's separating that blue water up there from the blue water that we see in the oceans." They didn't realize that the reason why it's blue is to do with refractions of light, not
it has to do with Rayleigh scattering.
That it has nothing to do with intrinsically that water is blue.
But how do we know that, considering that they live?
But hold on, I want to know how Hans Solar is going to account for this firmament and where he thinks it is, and it's irrelevant whether the fact they got it wrong. Is the Bible wrong in declaring that there's this airborne sea of water up there? And if so, you can't be an inerrantist.
No. So this is what's called a concordist approach. If God is going to communicate, if He's going to communicate this text to all generations, then I would expect Him to do it in such a way that He's not going to confuse the people of Moses' time, and at the same time He's able to communicate to someone like me or you in, say, a modern scientific context. Can the text do that? And I'm saying yes, it can.
So you're saying when I look to be taken literally, you're saying the explanation that God offered is just simply as a sort of way of explaining the way the world works to the ancient Hebrews.
Jen, are you trying to say that the text as we know it was written in such a way that it would actually make sense to the ancient people thousands of years ago and to us, but in totally different ways?
Yes.
A concordance for that. Okay. Because I mean, I
that's
get
called
that.
concordism,
I don't think that's true.
Ridiculous.
But
Why
You
did-
could easily
but
say,
why
you
did
could
God-
easily say the sky's blue and it's to do with the light bouncing off it or something. You could come up with a perfectly reasonable physical explanation without going into details of Rayleigh scattering and goodness knows what. You could have come up with a valid explanation.
Why did God need to fib?
Hang
I
on a
mean,
second.
I have children.
just-
I have children, and I've explained to them why the sky is blue and what's
Hang
up
on.
there. And I didn't need to resort to a solid crystalline sphere and there being water above that being held back by the solid crystal sphere. I told them the truth. Why did God have to fib to the ancient Hebrews?
And you're accepting that he's fibbing. And what's more, you're accepting that he's fibbing, so you're saying it's not inerrant. You're saying
hang on, guys. Hang on. You guys are asking general questions, and then you guys are just going back and forth. So, I mean, if you're going to ask a general question, let him answer. Okay? So go.
So, what those people had a certain way of thinking. You can actually see it in their texts. In ancient Near Eastern texts, from Ugarit and the Sumerian texts, they didn't.
Yes, but you're just pointing out that it's a man-made text then.
Hey, Rumpus, do not interrupt, please. Come on, let him finish.
But it's an invalid point. To talk about the way they're thinking is irrelevant. That's the reason why we've got the explanation we've got, because that's the way they thought and that's what they wrote down. We're talking about a divine explanation to explain to them.
Rumpus, you gotta let him finish his point before you can counter it. Okay, let him get his whole point out here, man. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is like black and white to them. That they thought of the rakia, the atmosphere, to be a solid dome-like structure, and it kind of did work in their method of mostly agriculture, because that's all they cared about was accumulating as much food as possible for the local geographic positions that they were in, and life was pretty hard in those days. Now, God is not going to teach them quantum mechanics and what we now know today. He's going to communicate to them in a context that is only applicable in their case, and that is, who is he compared to the other gods, and what he's going to do with this specific people, and that's the Jews. Then you see, when you actually read the Bible, from Genesis, then you move into Isaiah, and then finally into the New Testament, you do see this evolution of thinking that God accommodates over time. And then finally in the New Testament, there's this radical new way of dealing with things, not only in ethics and life, but just a total change in the way we should treat each other. And God's like, yeah, now's the perfect time. I'm going to bring in this thing called the New Covenant and Jesus and all that.
I think we're getting off the point here about New Testament stuff. You've spoken for a few seconds there.
What I'm getting at is God is accommodating with the people of the times. That's all he's doing.
Right, but do you want to finish?
Okay. So what I'm getting at is, I can look at that text and go, okay, the ancient Israelites were communicating to these other tribes that, Baal was the creator of the Rakia. But hang on a second. Genesis 1 says Yahweh is the creator of the Rakia, not Baal. And that's it. That's all they needed to do. I can now look at the text many thousands of years later and go, you know what? The way the Hebrew is structured, it actually matches this water cycle that we are able to scientifically, explain, and that matches the structure of the text. So when I look at day 2, I'm not even thinking about the solid dome. I'm thinking of water cycle. That's the difference.
But all you've really said is that they had this model of the way the world works, and then God sort of embraced that model. And this seems to me further evidence that this is a man-made story. The God, I'm quite sure, could have found a way to say, well, that's not quite right, mateys. This is how it is. And some childlike explanation of why the sky is blue would be quite possible to make. And you're suggesting he wouldn't do that because it would conflict with their model. Well, that just suggests that I'm sure he could have found a way if he'd really wanted to, and the fact that he didn't, and we have this ludicrous explanation, confirms that the model that the Genesis account just simply reflects the thinking of the time. And then you were talking about, oh god, I can't remember the second point now. Well, I'll stick with that for the moment.
You won't be able to explain. like you won't be able to explain things like, in verse 20, from water life, then you get reptilian life, and then you get bird life. And then Basil the Great in the 4th century, church father, he's like, I see a family link between, fish and birds. And here in evolution, we know we can explain that. You won't find in other ancient texts this implicit, I won't say explicit, but I'll say this implicit accuracy of, in this case, evolution. And even Basil was like, I know that the Jews, in that very same passage, I know that the Jews and the ancient people thought of the sky to be a solid dome. He then looks at the text and goes, if you were to hold that view, it would be childish, and the scripture allows us to actually accommodate with the current science of his day. And that is, in his day, and that's just 1,600 years ago, the sky was not a solid dome. It was actually a atmosphere composed of, different pressures and all that. And that's how sophisticated the sciences were in his day. Also, the Greeks in his day and in Augustine's day didn't conceive of time as a sequential thing, having a start and then, ending one day, what we now know to be the big crunch or the big rip or whatever. So Augustine goes to Hebrews 11:3, and Hebrews 11:3 says, by faith we believe that time was created. So the Jewish scriptures, and then finally in Christianity, these people were the only ones who believed that time had a physical beginning. So Augustine in his debates were like, I have to just take it by faith. This is what the text says, that time has a beginning. But the Greeks were like, no, time's eternal. Now we can actually, today, due to Big Bang, and then now we are kind of wrestling with the whole quantum gravity thing and how does time emerge. But the fact is you have this thing called a singularity, and we are able to date how old the universe is. It's not infinite years old. It's a certain number given.
Well, that's actually disputed. We're not absolutely sure there was a beginning necessarily. There's lots of debates as to whether or not this singularity actually happened.
Yeah, there's lots of models, yeah.
Well, I still want to get back to the fact that when my children, I have 2 girls, and they're grown up now, but when they were young, they asked these kinds of questions. And I didn't need to teach them quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
I just taught them the simple basic facts. I met them at their level of understanding and told them the truth. And I don't understand why God couldn't do that, why he had to tell them a direct falsehood, that there is a crystal sphere or dome. I just told them that the sky is blue because it just scatters, the light scatters, makes it look blue. I don't actually remember how I explained it. But,
again,
you don't have to lie.
Brenda, you're thinking like a modern. You're thinking because of science. You're wanting to go, what's the scientific explanation? Again, I already clarified to you that these people weren't thinking like that. They didn't even think in those terms.
Yes,
it would be.
You're just simply saying that.
But God is thinking in those terms, though.
Yeah, I have to.
Children do not think in a modern way. They're taught
it would be
modern.
It
Children
would be useless
are very primitive.
for God to. Hang on a second. It would be useless for God to tell them scientific truths at that time because they weren't thinking like that. They weren't. You don't see them argue scientific cases in their own literature.
So lying to them is fine.
He's not. No. He's not lying to them. He is communicating a truth, and that is, he's the true God, not Baal, not Shemesh. But then here's the interesting thing: in the same text that he says, "I'm the guy that does all this, not these other gods," he embeds quite accurately scientific truths for later generations that can then look at the text and go, okay, in our context now we're thinking scientifically. Does the text appeal to my context? And I'm arguing yes, it does.
I think that's really post hoc reasoning. I think you're just reading into modern ideas into a very vague narrative
I've said the same thing. I said it was post hoc analysis as well, but I mean, General makes a wonderful case, and God knows General is you're brilliant. I mean, don't get me wrong, you really know your stuff. I do diverge with you on this, and I do side with Rumpus on that, and Brenda, that I do think it's a post hoc analysis. However, it still makes a lot more sense to me than young Earth creationism. So I would rather listen to your perspective on, because at least you make a brilliant argument. Don't get me wrong, your arguments are very good, but there's no way you can differentiate between what you're saying and just post hoc analysis. You really can't.
As well as that, the interpretation you're having to place upon is so convoluted, such acrobatic pieces of logic having to go about the sun shining or not. Whereas if God wanted to communicate a clear message, he could have said the sun was created here, this happened then, this happened. And no, because it's all mixed up in sort of ambiguous, mystical terms, because the people was basically a myth. Hold on, let me finish.
Let me just. Okay, go ahead.
Oh, now I've lost my train of thought. But because he could have added the clarity, and you're saying that somehow, because you have to, you can almost, with any sentence that I could come up with about and Ozzy went into this in some detail about the death of a skier, and when it actually happened, was it when they fell over and bashed their head, or was it in the ambulance? You can come up with lots of headlines as to when skier dies in ambulance, skier dies on the slopes, etc. You could make a very, if you were to go through torturous processes, you could make up lots of different headlines from the same effect, but one of them would be much clearer and more obvious, and this is clearly not what's going on here. And these man-made, clearly you're saying, oh, God can't educate these people, they've got this model, we wouldn't want to upset them. You're basically saying God wouldn't want to educate them, and it's quite obvious that the model they had, you keep on advocating how they thought, rather about they thought the water was in a certain way, therefore the sky was blue, in some sort of model they had, and then you use that as a justification for them having. But God would, if he had some sort of willing to educate, he would educate them.
Right. So Rumpus, if you could go back in time, and if you could speak Ugaritic to, say, Abraham and the people around him, they would kill you. If you were to speak to them I'm
a god.
In a scientific context.
Can I say something though?
Because to them, they're just like, who the heck? Like, what are you talking about?
But see,
it didn't concern them.
But the thing, General, God is already putting them in danger by telling them, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not murder. He's already going countercultural by telling them commands to not do certain things that they want to do anyway. It's so much easier to believe commit adultery. Why did God tell them things that are already countercultural anyway? Science was just another thing.
No. You're proving my point as far as the importance of what he's communicating, and that is the ancient Near Eastern, like when you look at the Code of Hammurabi, or when you look at the Hittite laws, there's a lot of overlap in the Mosaic law, but then God's like, no, I'm going to tweak this so that the maximum good can come out of this, because I already know that these man-made laws, which that's all they cared about, was those specific laws. Those man-made laws are actually not good laws. They have a lot of faults.
But you have a God who's not a leader. He's just a follower. He's just working with the stupid line of the world, but he cannot lead anyone above it. That's what I see.
If God was to communicate, if God was to come down and give some fantastic revelations to Stephen Hawking from a science context, I doubt Stephen Hawking would understand them. It's the same context with those people back then.
Yeah, but he could, I'm sure, he could do it in Brenda said you could put it in childish language and at least give the correct, moderately intelligent observation. You don't need to tell them a big fib.
Yeah. So then, what's the context of us today? We are what we call moderns, and we are science oriented. So, how would God communicate us today? Science, obviously. He wouldn't communicate in a primitive ancient Near Eastern way of thinking to us, because we're different.
Children are little barbarians anyway. If you've ever had children, they're little monsters. They think in a very naive and primitive way, and we educate them as adults into our modern society, if they were born in a primitive society, they would think as they do. And I don't see why God couldn't have taught them, those other peoples, how to think properly. It would be in their advantage. They could have superior agriculture, superior ways of counting and storing grain, and knowing the seasons, and they would have thrived and prospered where the other tribes, following their false gods, would have not done as well. So I don't know why a God who, assuming this universe working the way it does, wouldn't tell them the true facts about agriculture, astronomy, predicting the weather, predicting rainfall, how to store grain, how to raise crops, how to fertilize, how to do proper crop rotation, how to do proper animal husbandry. All of these are scientific facts that he could have taught them, and they would have had a huge leap on the others.
But they already knew all that.
And don't, I was good.
No, they didn't. They had some really weird practices.
Yeah, we can actually go and look at agricultural practices as far back as like 40,000 years ago. It's pretty solid, the practices. Nothing's changed.
So you don't think the agricultural revolution in the 18th century improved upon that, improved agricultural practices then?
I'm gonna do a quick roll check. Isaiah, are you still here, or did you fall asleep, or Isaiah?
He's asleep.
Yeah, he's fallen asleep and everything I've had. I'm just gonna make some room for some people. I put the link in the side. So Isaiah, sleep well, buddy. I know you crashed. And then Sydney, are you here?
No, I'm fast asleep.
Okay.
Speaking of sleeping, I actually did fall asleep.
By the way, hang on.
To Cliff.
You're talking to Cliff. What about him?
No, it's just we had a all-nighter chat, and then next thing I'm hearing in my sleep is
Cliff Jumper.
Cliff.
Cliff Jumper. Cliff Stamper or Cliff Jumper?
Cliff Jumper, I think it is.
Okay.
Yeah, Cliff Jumper.
Hey, Sydney, did you watch my video that I gave you? Did I give you a nod in my video? Did you even notice? You didn't, did you?
Yes, I did. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay. Just want to make sure that you saw it. Okay.
No, I definitely saw it. Yeah.
You don't agree with my video, I assume, but you saw it.
Which video is this?
I wasn't watching it for your point of view. I was watching it for my fame.
Oh, okay. Your notoriety.
For my notoriety.
The video when
my name on the screen. Look at that in a movie.
I did a video response to I Am Outbound and Down Corner on a video they made for me that I just happened to run across. And
the one where they abused, the one where they abused you.
No, I wasn't abused. I was laughing my ass off.
They're criticizing you then. Sorry.
Yeah, criticizing. They I gotta talk light. They thought that because I was using presuppositions that I was a presuppositionist, and I was like, oh my god. They didn't understand a presupposition was an axiom, and they thought that I was running some kind of presuppositionism on them. I'm like, no, I'm trying to explain to you that everybody has presuppositions.
Yeah.
And these guys were like just way out there, and they don't understand the definitions I use for atheism. That's basically everybody uses, except for a handful of people on YouTube that have been completely misled by this whole lactheism crap.
Mm.
I mean, it's fine for them to use it, but it's just not consistent with any kind of historicity whatsoever or philosophy. And so I was trying to explain to that and to Sydney, but of course falls on deaf ears. But I still give a shout out to him. But anyways, I don't mean to change the topic of the hangout.
Yeah,
but anyways, just that FYI. Yeah, I just want to point out, I do get on, it doesn't matter whether they're young Earth creationist or atheist or whatever. Somebody is making a very bad argument. I will try to explain why. So I don't want to everybody think that I'm biased, okay? Because I don't have this bias crap that everybody talks about. With, I'm not even biased toward evolution. A bias is something you have when you have
before the evidence.
Yeah, before the evidence comes in. I have a confirmation bias. So I'm going to say, you know what? It has to be like this, and therefore I'm going to look for evidence that supports my thing. That's a confirmation bias. If somebody puts evidence in front of me for evolution, right, and I go, hey, you know what? This evidence doesn't make sense. This isn't supporting the evolutionary model. I'll be just tossed out, right? That's the difference.
I'm still stunned by Han Solo's ways trying to twist and torture this text and justify the fact the Bible doesn't provide any scientific innovation whatsoever and simply reflects the understanding of the world at the time.
Well, I was going to step in there, and I was going to point out that various cultures around that whole time span, I can't give you dates and stuff, but have figured out various things that we've learned to be true, or proven to be true. You know, like various things like forms of mathematics. You know, various things that led to abilities to build stuff or chart things and stuff like that. That around that time frame, I do believe, if I remember correctly. So
did Atheist Rex just tell somebody that the Earth, the moon doesn't orbit the sun? The Earth orbits the sun. Earth orbits the Earth, and the Earth is going around the sun. So the moon actually does orbit the sun. It's just in an epicycle.
Yeah.
So yeah, the moon definitely orbits the sun.
Yeah. So just
it
a
goes
couple
around
things before you.
Go ahead.
Can I just finish off before you change the topic? Like.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, I just saw that in a side chat. It was funny because he's like, the moon doesn't orbit the sun, and I'm like, yeah, actually it does.
As you can see in the side chat, first I posted Genesis 1:20. So there's that from water life to reptiles to birds, but then I put Matthew 2:15, and the reason why I'm doing that is to give you an illustration of a person 2,000 years ago, how he thought of a text that was in itself many hundreds of years older than him. So Matthew says that Hosea was prophetically speaking of Jesus coming out of Egypt. But when you actually go to Hosea 11, it's not even a prophecy. It's a historical.
I saw that.
Oh, okay. So when you look to Hosea 11, it's a historical account of Israel coming out of Egypt, and that's all Hosea is even talking about. But then Matthew does what I'm doing, and that is he does a concordance approach. He looks at the text and he's like, I see a parallel that just like the Son of God, which is Israel, coming out of Egypt, so the Son of God, which is Jesus, coming out of Egypt in the context of Herod. There's a dual application of the same text. So that's what I'm looking at with Genesis. And so now, and as an example, Genesis 1:20, again, Basil the Great, he's asking, why do the waters give birth also to birds? And you can see that in the side chat. And then he uses this language of, well, they seem to be of one family. And the footnote by the translator of the Church Father, he says the theory of evolutionists is, as is well known, that birds develop out of reptiles and reptiles from fish. So, again, if God's going to communicate truth, and you all know evolution is true, here's an example where he's communicated truth for our context. These people back then, like Basil, had no concept of evolution. So he tried to explain it by saying, they happen to have fins, and they happen to cut through fluid, because air's like a fluid, water's like a fluid, hence, fluid dynamics. But these people wouldn't have grasped what we now understand as, monophyletic pedigrees and all that.
No, they didn't.
So
that's not an evolutionary argument. That's an argument for according to mechanics. They're saying that mechanically, because fish use a mechanical means to swim through the water, and birds use a mechanical means to fly through. That is not an evolutionary argument, because evolution is about descent.
I didn't say that was
common descent, and not common means of mechanically navigating. You cannot conclude from the fact that birds fly and fish swim that they are related through common descent.
No. I didn't. I'm not even communicating that. No, Brenda, hang on a second. I didn't say that. I already clarified. I don't think you guys are even hearing me out.
Then it's not an evolutionary argument, and they did not have an understanding of evolution.
Hang on a second. Basil tried to explain it in his own, because he didn't have evolution to explain it. So he pretty much made up this explanation. He's kind of going, okay, fish have these, well, wings. They look like wings, the same way that birds have, fins or wings, and so they cut through the air so they both have swimming properties. That's not true, because he didn't have evolution to explain that.
He sees a similarity, but the similarity is purely one of a mechanical means. It's not a similarity of common sense.
Hang on a second. The point is that the text says that birds come from reptiles and reptiles from fish. And notice the translator. So the translator was like literally just 50 years ago, 100 years ago. He, being in the age of evolution, he goes, well, guess what? This is actually what the evolutionists say, that birds developed out of reptiles and reptiles from fish, and that is what the text is saying. He doesn't even need to use Basil's explanation, because Basil he was living in the 4th century.
But
the trouble is,
General, you're finding things like this. When you have a text that makes lots of random claims and lots of assertions about the way the world works, some of them are going to be right if you're prepared to put the interpretation on evolution. But where you find it conflicts with the evolution or the physical world, like the order of which animals are created, you then reinterpret the text again and say, oh, well, if we imagine that the Earth was still there but not shining or not on the Earth, or we can imagine this firmament described as actually something else.
No, I'm not
prepared to go through any tortuous process where there is a literal sort of relevance to the way the world actually is, and where there isn't, you twist the one that isn't. There is you could do this with almost any text. I wonder if I would have come up with a myth of Harry Potter or something equivalent that claimed to be some account of the way the world works, or asked a child to come up with some account of the way the world works. You could undergo that same post hoc process and catch the bits that just happen to be right, and statistically that is what's going to happen. And unfortunately, you're just leaping onto the bits that are. I mean, there's this statistical thing about that Bible code chappie who was trying to find some information inside the Bible. If you jiggle it about a bit, statistically, you will find there are some valid bits at these points. But where there is a conflict, you are then prepared to undergo the most amazing amount of torture to come up with something that does agree with science.
I'm not doing the Bible code thing. I'm going the text. I'm not even reinterpreting the text. I'm just.
It makes lots of claims, and statistically, some of them are going to be valid.
No, look at verse 20. Like, would you say that this contradicts evolution? Let me post verse 20 again for you.
Genesis 1:20. Let the waters bring forth reptiles having life and winged creatures flying above the earth in the firmament of heaven, and it was so. Yeah, but I think it's natural to regard just sort of that sort of. I mean, if I asked a child, how do you think things came from one thing? So they're going to start off with the simpler things, the less complicated things, like probably a beetle and then a lizard and then a. Sorry.
In a telescoping context, so when I say telescoping, I mean when you telescope millions of years of evolution, do reptiles and birds ultimately come from the oceans? Yes or no?
Yes.
Well, there you go. The text is true.
Yeah, but my point was that statistically, any piece of text that offers any explanation of the way the world works, some of it will be right, and the bits where it does conflict, as I would argue, the order of the things in Genesis are about, for instance, just having the Earth standing still. There are numerous claims that the Bible does make about the way the world works that is contradicted by
Genesis
science.
1 doesn't describe the Earth standing still.
I know that one doesn't, but I was just giving examples of the contradiction. But the other, that particular order, but there are other parts of the order of Genesis that is wrong. I mean, that one, if you're saying that's like 120, oh God, you start put, demanding some knowledge of the Bible from me, aren't you? And I'm going to fail on that horribly.
But like he was saying, you will pick out bits, like for example, it being a day. You take that not literal. So you stress that to mean whatever, 1,000,000 years or whatever. But then the bit of them coming out of water, you take that literal. So then there's bits and parts, and where you're just picking which parts is literal and not literal when you want it.
No, I take the whole thing as literal. But where am I not taking it literally?
So day one, is that one complete day as we know, as anyone would understand that?
No, because Yom is not a 24-hour period.
So then when So then when Abraham, let's say Moses was in the mountain for 40 days, and same book person who wrote the same book, he actually wrote Genesis and he also wrote Exodus, and he also said that he was in the mountain for 40 days. How are you supposed to explain 40 yoms?
Yeah. So when you have a number and if there's a definite article before yom, then yeah, then it is indeed a 24-hour period. There is no definite article in Genesis 1, and the evening and morning structure with the yoms are not even what you would say a 24-hour period. If you were to read it from a modern Hebraic context, you'd read it as a 12-hour day. Or if you were to read it, because Genesis 1 is actually a lot older than modern Hebrew, Erev and Boker mean chaos and order. So you have the forming of things from a chaotic state to an ordered state 6 times. And that's all the text is saying. It's not saying these are 24 periods that God required to then do this stuff.
Well, that is some amazing literalism.
Amazing what?
Amazing literalism. I mean, that is just amazing leaps. There is no evolutionary thought in all of this. This is not evolution. This is not being promoted as evolution.
What's wrong with what I just said?
It's not evolution.
It completely refutes the young Earth proposition.
Well, it does that, but it does a bad job.
First and foremost, it does that.
It does a bad job, though. I can make up something. That doesn't mean it.
I'm not. So you're saying I'm making this up?
Well, if you did,
Right.
how do you know?
I understand that sophisticated scholarship in this area is lacking in the general public, and so you have to literally research all this to even comprehend it.
The Greeks had the beginnings of evolutionary theory, even the beginnings of natural selection theory. The Greeks proposed that species change over time. This isn't talking about species changing over time. It's talking about them magically appearing out of the water and out of the air and arising out. There's no concept of descent, but the Greeks did have a concept of species changing over time and intermingling characteristics. They didn't understand genetics or anything like that, anyway close, but they had a concept of characteristics intermingling and forming favorable combinations. So the beginnings of the theory of natural selection. I see nothing of that in this.
Yeah. So Brenda, check out Brenda. I know Steve wanted to change the topic. So see the link at the side I sent Orthodox today.
I'm just doing the live chat. These guys are like, they won't come in here, but they're just so wrong. It's just funny. But there's some genetics. General, there is some genetics.
Does it not worry you that what thing the Bible mentioned exactly reflects what we know of those ancient cultures' misapprehension of the way the world works, and that the Bible doesn't offer any innovation? Okay, you've got that thing about the evolution thing you've picked up, but I think that can be explained by statistical, just a child's explanation of the way the world works, and you would find some of them would be right.
So Rumpus, I challenge you to show me an ancient Near Eastern text that even comes close to describing bird evolution in such a way as you see there.
There is some stories about breeding in the Bible. Obviously, I mean, with the story of the stripes and the going down to the water, right? You have the I don't remember the story. The sticks were laid out such that when they mated, they would see the sticks and they would have stripes on them. I don't remember the passage, but we know that's wrong. We know that doesn't work that way. It's not even closely, that it works that way.
Was that the Jacob and the sheep or the cattle or something? Stripy, spotty cattle or something? And sticks. God, yeah. Bloody
actually,
hell. How can you believe this bollock stuff, Han Solo? I just can't believe it.
No, Rumpus. I actually, what I'll do, Steve, I actually have a explanation for that. The thing is, I've forgotten it because no. There is actually in fact, Augustine and I'll go and look it up and compile it for you, and I'll give it to you later.
All right, that sounds good.
I don't know, tomorrow or something. But even Augustine noted that, and he's like, there's something peculiar, and it actually fits with modern genetics.
Let's change it up a little bit here. Yeah, I'll look into that because it is 3 a.m. for me. So I just wanted to kind of finish it up a little bit, except for what's happening. You guys are like in Europe, so you're like
doing well, Steve, to be functional this
I'm
time.
Australian.
No, I'm tired of shit. But anyways, in the side chat, it's kind of funny because they were actually okay. Let me explain something. They're trying to say the moon doesn't orbit the sun. The moon orbits the sun, okay, but the primary body that it orbits is actually the sun. It actually, because the sun is a bigger body of mass, but since it orbits around us, right, because it's closer, but the sun actually has a bigger effect gravitationally, okay. But anything that orbits or goes around the body, right, when you're a barometric center, that is going to be an orbit, just like the whole sun is orbiting around the center of the galaxy, the Milky Way, right? It's because it's rotating. So to say that the sun doesn't orbit the Earth, or excuse me, the moon doesn't orbit the sun, doesn't make much sense. And then Daniel was pointing out the gravitational waves, that we only had one event. We only had one event of it. Well, we're actually building many more ligands, and the event was confirmed in 2 different locations. They are putting one in space eventually. They expect to find many more of these situations, but we only need one to confirm it. We don't have to repeat an event. We only have to repeat the experiment. And this.
And as you say, Steve, it was detected in two different places, thousands of miles apart, and they got exactly the same signal, allowing for the differences and the difference between them.
Yep. Yeah, there was confirmation there of the two, and they're both in the United States. So that's all we need to do. So this misunderstanding some people have of the scientific method, it doesn't do anybody any good by just saying, oh, well, science says this. If you don't understand the scientific method, you really can't tell people, oh, well, science says this, because you're not telling people correct information. When a star explodes, like in a supernova, we don't say, oh, shit, let's go repeat that. Okay, it doesn't work that way. The only thing we have to be able to repeat or have confirmation for is an experiment. That if we said, okay, if we want to test something and I devise an experiment, then that needs to be repeatable. That means that the experiment will happen the same way every time, given the given conditions, except for certain experiments, obviously, that are non-repeatable experiments. Like, for example, Leszczynski's 20-year experiment. It's not going to get the same results. Okay, but we could, in theory, set up the same kind of the situation. Right? We would expect that we would get different results. We'd get, the mutations would exist, and there would be something happening, evolving a new metabolic pathway. That's fine. But we're
chaos theory dictates that you're not going to get the same results.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We can never recreate that exactly. We only have to recreate the circumstances and what the conclusions would expect us to find based upon our given initial conditions. So I'm really getting kind of perturbed with and I don't know if he's a creationist, Daniel's a creationist or not, but with creationists actually misleading people what the scientific methodology is. Moses does this all the time. He totally misconstrues and misunderstands what the scientific methodology is.
There's nothing more annoying than someone claiming to know something and trying to claiming to have the system that we do, and then actually corrupting it and perverting it.
Yeah, some of that because they're being taught. And 1 sec, Alex. They're being taught. Well, if you don't physically observe it, it's not science. That's the Hovind bullshit, and that's not true. We don't have to go back billions of years to observe something to call it science. That's just. And by the way, there's no such thing as historical science. That's just complete bullshit. I mean, if you think about it, all science in a way is historical. We're observing things after the fact. I mean, we still have a time delay between the photons leaving an object and hitting our eyes. So we're always looking regressively into the past. Always. So, go ahead, Alex.
I just wanted to add on real quick to that. I think it's important to remember that we are still, like, I know you're saying it's the Hovind bullshit to, we have to see it sort of thing, but we are still basing it on a phenomena, right? The purpose behind science is that we witness a phenomena in some respect, like, let's say, fossils buried in the earth, right? And the purpose is then to recreate this phenomenon. Like that's the goal of science. So it comes down to what's the more likely scenario. Now the problem, my problem at least with the theological side of it is, when you implement a system that doesn't have any predictive power, like a creative intelligence being, creative intelligent being sort of thing, you can explain away any phenomena that you like. The purpose of science is to create predictive models of the phenomena that then, like as Steve said, we can then go on to try and recreate. And I think the idea is to explain in a reasonable manner, in a rational manner, which is what science attempts to do. And no, Steve, I'm not Alex Malpass.
Okay. I was okay. You know what? I'm really tired. I got that now. Okay. You do sound like him though.
No, not really.
Yeah.
No.
All you motherfuckers that don't live in America sound like to me. You know that.
Yeah, that's because you're stupid.
That's true. Yeah, British people, they're all alike. Anyways, but yeah, no,
they're all intelligent.
But it is kind of funny. I mean, Mike J was saying there, you know, he was looking for an answer. What differentiates historical science from just science? It just doesn't make any sense to me.
Continental drift. I mean, Jesus. The fact we spend our entire time looking backwards, and we also, but when we do look backwards, we can say things like we can make, using our models of what we believe happened in the past, we could then make predictions about what will happen in the future, for instance about the Big Bang and things or whatever. Or I mean, people have done computer models using the cosmic wave background radiation. They've actually composed a model of the universe and then been able to create the galactic structure that we have now from the cosmic wave background radiation. So they've actually able to model the evolution of the universe over 13 billion years, which I think is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that's true too. I mean, when you look at the cosmic background radiation and you look at the Planck data, it's like, okay, you can literally see that the universe is not 7,000 years old. I mean, it's just mind-bogglingly not even possible.
Not impossible. You've got trees that are older than 8,000. Trees that have got roots that are older than 7,000 years.
And well, I think, you know, Justin actually capitulated, and he says the universe could be older, and the Earth itself physically could be older. But his thing for creationism is a modified version of the young Earth. He says he does depart from the Hovens thing because he says that life only was created 7,000 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. Which again is not possible. We have trees that are 10,000 years old. I mean, they're dead, but well, they're not dead, but they're
no. There are tree roots. The trees themselves might be dead, but there are tree roots that are older than 8,000, 9,000 years. And of course, radiometric dating also tells us exactly that it's obviously much older. And just looking at geology, and you can just say, well, looking at what we believe, or we can understand about the sedimentary layers, the way that takes, you can say how old the Earth is. And the point is, all this evidence comes together to come up with one value for the age of the universe, or the age of the Earth. 4.5 billion years is the age of the Earth. All the evidence says this. It's not just one thing we thought up by a bit of geology. No, where the radiometric stuff, the geology bit, looking in the space, we can see the age of what we think is the sun, where stars work. We can say how old the sun is, and therefore how the old Earth is. We can come to conclusions about radiation and the cosmology, and it all comes together saying 4.5 billion years old for the Earth and 13.7 billion years for the universe. I mean, when you've got lots of independent information coming from all different directions, you've got to accept it.
Yeah, I mean, as much as people want to bitch about carbon dating freaking works, and we can carbon date 45,000-year-old fossils. Okay, we can do it.
Well, the interesting thing to ask, right, is for the counter side. So if there are any theists in the room, how do you date your scriptures? How do you justify that your scriptures are as old as they are? How do you know that the pages, like the oldest manuscripts, are as old as they say they are and weren't written, 2 days ago? So why do
that's the hypocrisy of the young Earth.
Right.
So the hypocrisy is that they use the same methods for dating the Dead Sea Scrolls, and at the same time refute the methods to fit the young Earth model.
Yeah. How do you think the Dead Sea Scrolls were dated? Carbon dating.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, we can surely
And not
use a
only that,
model.
but also excavation sites in Israel, like the pool that you see souls men drink from in the Book of Samuel. Like, so they date these areas using those methods, but then completely ignore those dating methods when you speak about your young Earth model.
Well, when it comes to certain things, such as like dating back coins and looking at the coins that's there and saying, okay, well, these coins were used in this century, and this is the vase. A lot of that is a lot of assumption, and we just go by faith on that.
Not really. No, it's not assumption.
Justin, what is a hypothesis?
I don't know. You tell me about it.
Well, a hypothesis is a well. How can I put this? Is a what's the word I'm looking for? Somebody help.
A hypothesis is okay when you have an idea for something, a conjecture, and you want to have a formalization for it to test it. You come up
It's
with
an educated guess. It's not just something you pull out of your ass.
You come up with a hypothesis, and the hypothesis is your idea that you formulated based upon what we know about science that you can be tested. That's what a hypothesis is.
So when you say assumption, yes and no, but it's an educated assumption. It's not just something. Hey, this is a guess. It's not like that. And
I wouldn't even call it.
You're making it sound.
In fact, Mike, I'd go beyond that. I mean, it's differential calculus, really.
Yeah, there's nothing assumptional about it. I don't know why people say there's assumptions involved. What assumptions are we making?
Yeah.
I would really like
assumption is because you don't have complete facts, so you have to just say, okay, well.
Give me the state the assumption in a sentence. What are we assuming?
Well,
Okay,
it's
so
still the core level. Sorry, Justin. Still the core level. There is the assumption. Like this is what I said before. It's based on the phenomena. So the assumption is obviously there that we are witnessing a phenomena of some sort. But after that, after position, where are the other assumptions?
Okay,
sorry, Justin. Didn't mean to interrupt.
We'll assume that the event's real. I'll take it as an assumption. Justin, when we date something, right? And I want Justin to answer, so nobody else. But Justin, if we say, okay, this sculpture is 10,000 years old. We have some going back 20, 30,000 years old. Sculptures by hand, human hands. We have cave painting going back 13,000 years. Okay, so what assumption are we making? Give me one assumption in a sentence, and let's talk about that one assumption.
Okay, now if you're saying we have to look at it case by case. Now, if we're talking about something that once was alive, in some sense had some kind of carbon in it, then one, you have to assume that the same amount of carbon that it had originally has been removing itself or decaying at the same rate.
Okay,
so
let's talk about that. All right, let's talk about that. So you're going to say that the rate of carbon decay, are you positing has changed or can change?
I'm saying that the carbon that was in it can be actually washed away by the conditions that it's living in. So if it's living in water and then live on the surface and then the sun kind of bakes it, and wind and erosion, all these different things are conditions that can change the decay level.
Okay, that's two different things. Wait, hang on, guys. Hang on.
Other isotope are you?
Hang on. Let's talk about it. Come on, okay, you're saying two different things now, Justin. Do you want to talk about the assumptions of the decay rates, or do you want to talk about the assumptions that you're saying of weather conditions and removal of carbon, whatever you're saying, which is nonsensical in every sense of the word?
They're both. They're inseparable to me. Because they cannot live. One is not living outside the universe. Like they're not living outside of in a vacuum where there's nothing that can change its rate.
Do you know what the ratio of carbon-14 to carbon-12 is? It's 1 trillion to 1. Okay, that's a fixed ratio. Okay, so in biology, in biological life forms, and basically based on the concentration from atmospheric sources. That just literally means that for every 1 carbon-12, every trillion carbon-12, there's 1 carbon-14. That's the metric that we use. Okay, that we say, okay, if we have 1 kilogram of carbon-12, we expect to find 1,000 picograms of carbon-14. Okay, and then if we don't find that, we find half that level. We know that it's half the half amount. It's half the age of what is expected to be. So we know the half-life of carbon-14. It's 5,730 years plus or minus 30. So if we say, based upon the ratio, that this should have this much carbon in it, and it doesn't, we can use simple equations, okay? They're not that complicated, I assure you, to determine how old the object is. And then we do a little bit of error correction, okay, because of things like the atomic bombs that were all detonated. They screwed up the atmospheric sources, and it did cause contamination. So when we do these kind of metrics that we have to do like 160%, I think, error correction that we put on for that, and 3% for like.
You're overcomplicating it, Steve. You don't need to go into those details, I don't think.
I'm tired.
Why not go to those details? What about the radiation?
Well, we're just it's a long story. Yeah, I know. It's you know what's funny is I've been really going on my way not to complicate things.
Yeah, you did because you again, Steve, are doing this thing where you're trying to predict what their argument against you is instead of going for more argument.
People have been telling me for a couple months, hey Steve, don't get into the tech stuff. Just keep it really, really, really basic. And so I've been trying to do that.
Well, Steve, just quickly. It is actually a very good point that you brought that up, because when we do calibrate for those atomic blasts, the testings after World War II, we actually come out with older dates, which is actually a very good thing. So anyway,
yeah,
but
in a nutshell,
we can radiocarbon date things that we know the date of. For instance, bits of trees. We can count the tree rings and say this tree is 5,000 years old. We then take a bit of the tree out on the 5,000th ring, and then we do radiocarbon dating on that. We say, oh look, that agrees. What the carbon dating that we do agrees with the date of the tree ring, so we know that it works.
Yeah, they've been calibrated, but his assumption, he asked for an assumption. You know, you gave us some kind of thing, which I don't know what the hell that assumption is. The concentration levels have nothing to do with anything you just said. It doesn't matter what the weather conditions are. It doesn't matter anything like that. There's no inflow, outflow of like a change of concentration of something. That's I don't know where creationists get that from. That's like the second or third time I've heard somebody mention something like that. It makes no sense in physics. It makes no sense whatsoever. Nephi talked about it earlier in his hangout.
Did
He's
he?
talking. Yeah, he said something along the. I had explained it to. I was explaining to Christopher Hitzlap about like a salinity of a tank. You have inflow and exflow, and you can determine using differential equations how much salinity you have in the system. Well, this is the kind of thing that Nephi was saying for radiological contamination, and for some of it being washed away. And I'm like, well, that doesn't even make sense. From any standpoint. So I still don't understand. I still don't have a single assumption that we made in these dating methods. Even what you said makes no sense as far as an assumption.
Wait, does not carbon represent life, like the life form that used to be in it?
Jesus.
No. Okay. Carbon
Imagine a buried tree trunk. It's not being washed away. We can, or even a piece of paper that you can have. We can date that, so we can date things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, and or other things that we can know the date of, and we can compare and know that this system works. We've been able to calibrate it independently by matching it against other things, so we know that this works.
Yeah,
but when you say, because I'm reading, radiocarbon dating is a method of determining the age of an object containing organic material.
Yes.
Now, organic assumes, organic properties.
Steve, explain to him the isotopes of carbon. Because he's thinking carbon is all carbon is carbon. He doesn't know the difference in the isotopes.
Carbon is an element, and there's carbon-12, carbon-13, and carbon-14, and there's different ratios for each. Most of it's carbon-12, and then about 1%, if I remember correctly, is carbon-13, and then very, very small amount is carbon-14 compared to the rest. What these isotopes are is basically carbon-14 will eventually will decay, okay, and it'll decay into nitrogen 15 and some other elements. I don't want to get into the technical stuff, but it'll eventually go away. Okay, so we look at this object and we say, oh man, this object only has this much carbon-14 in it, but according to how much carbon-12 in it has in it, it should have this much. And then we can say, oh, okay, we know the decay rate. We know that there's a simple equation. Remember, you know what compound interest is? There's a formula for that, right? P equals ERT. It's a simple exponential equation, PERT. By using that, by using the half-life that we know for carbon-14, we can say this is this amount old because it's the same amount of method that you would use for compound interest. Very, very similar. way of doing it. Okay, and so we're just looking at the ratio because we know the ratio has to be a fixed for biological entity. Like you said, it is for biologics. It isn't for marine life. We can't do it on marine life, and that's because of the reservoir effect. The carnivorous. Yeah, you know.
We aren't limited to carbon 14 dating. We can also use potassium argon.
Right.
Yeah, but we haven't sorted out carbon yet.
Yeah,
Wait.
Yeah,
why doesn't it work for marine life?
Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Okay, carbon. There's something called carnivorous shells. Okay, and these shells, when they degrade in water, like mollusk and other types of seashells, the carbon from that saturates and gets very dense inside the water. Okay, and so any kind of marine life, like penguins that eat this kind of stuff, it's going to show a different ratio of the carbon 14 to carbon 12 than it would from an atmospheric source because it's a lot more dense. It's called the reservoir effect. So when you see these things like Hovind has put out, freshly killed seal was radiocarbon dated to 1,300 years ago, or a penguin was dated to be 2,000 years old, or whatever it is. We know that. Those came from radiometric journals that showed, hey, guys, we cannot use this for this purpose because of this, this, and this. It explained it. And these were experiments done to show the reservoir effect. That's why they did these experiments.
Found in the water, like a flood, for example, would that not change the dating method of everything?
No.
You just said
we don't even have to test the material itself. If you have a sedimentary sample, so you have the sample sandwiched between two other layers, you can do uranium, lead, or potassium argon, or any other long life radioactive material. If you measure the age of the layer below the sample, and then the layer above the sample, like for instance, you could find some volcanic ash above the layer, and then you measure those two. You know that the sample, being between the two, must have been deposited between those two times.
Well, you see, and Steve kind of tried to etch away from this point, because I already brought up how I can easily just leave a pencil, or I can die between two volcanic ashes that may date like 2 billion years ago. It sandwiched me in. You date the layer above, the layer below, and assume that I'm part of the same date.
But no, Justin, but you just don't understand there. If you're buried in that sediment, right? If you're buried between those layers, we do know for a fact that you died before that last layer, right? You died prior to it, right? And so whatever that layer is, that's your upper boundary.
No, I'm dying after the layer.
No.
Because the earthquakes happen.
After a layer set me.
Yeah, if you're in between two layers, think about this, right, Justin? You're in between two layers. Now, the layer below it is your lower bound, and your layer above it is your upper bound, or actually the other way around. The layer below you is going to be your upper bound, and your lower layer is going to be your upper layer is going to be your lower bound at first. It's confusing, but you know what I'm trying to say, because it's going to be the lower bound of time. So yeah, it missed a lot of time. But you did not exist after that upper layer was put on you, right? You weren't alive at the time. It was put onto you afterwards. So you had to live between those two layers. There's no other way to look at that.
Well, I mean, there's tons of ways to look at that. I mean, if one layer is older, of course, which would naturally be, and then another layer will be younger, can easily be an earthquake. It can easily be someone buried me underneath there. Like,
yeah, Steve, he's saying that you could have some disruption to a geological layer, and then somehow opened up in some weird, incredibly unlikely way. You could then slip into that as a later item, and then presumably then be folded up again, and then you'd have slipped into another layer. I mean, it's conceivable with an earthquake and some geological eruption, but that would be so unlikely in comparison to the general rule.
We can see those things. Yeah, we can see those things, though. I'm sure you can see if there's been a
but it's problematic when you. Sorry, Steve. I want to say it's problematic though, because you want to implement this on a global scale, right? So we can say that these odd occurrences happen, but when you posit the cause of these occurrences as being a global phenomena, then one would expect to see these things happen globally.
Can anybody see the picture on my screen here?
Yeah.
Right, now just imagine, here we've had this rupturing of the layers, and suddenly Justin died at the top there. or managed to he was buried in this one of these folds, then he would have been sort of be an alien object, contrary to the strata of occasion, and that could happen. But it's so unlikely, and if we can look at the data, we find that we find a Justin hidden in that layer that contradicts the data. We'll say, there's obviously some very peculiar, unlikely explanation. But if the 99.9% of the other data shows this particular rule, we're going to say, okay, something very peculiar happened in the case of Justin being stuck in between these two layers. So science is complicated, data is complicated, history is complicated, but you can draw general rules by following the general rules, but just allowing for very unlikely effects, which is what you basically described.
Well,
No,
I don't think trilobites buried their dead. I don't think trilobites buried their dead.
Yeah, I'm not about burying a...
Well, that's what you're suggesting. The trilobites didn't bury their dead.
Indeed, but they could have you could imagine some earthquake-like effect where some trilobites managed to get into that little gap between those rock layers after an earthquake and then sort of died there.
Which would
let me point out in situ though, because it's a key point. And I understand what Justin's trying to say, but if Justin, you died right now, right, and you died on some kind of layer, then that layer is going to be very, very old, right? And then a billion years from now, some alien comes to our planet, and they find your remains between different layers. Okay, they might think that you had been existing at the layer that you're at, right, rather than you existing now. But you can actually tell. I'm sure they could tell that you did not die in situ in it, meaning that the layer basically was not contemporaneous with you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, if you notice, the world is filled with some catastrophes going on. I mean, the earthquake in Japan that shook everything up. I mean, in that huge flood. I mean, mud and slabs of rock can just be moved out of nowhere, just causing barrier grounds to just upheave. And
yeah, but Justin, just like that, you could see those folds that I showed you in that picture. And let's suppose you died at the very top, and then another layer of rock came across on top of that. You could see from the geology there was a disruption. And you could see, therefore, that there were alien objects could have, or at least at the very top there, you would have that layer, and I showed you, and if another layer came on top, they would see, oh, look, that this object here is part of a sort of transition area. So, yes, you get those disruptions, but the geology tells the story.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing. If a person chooses to say, hey, the geology is showing me that this guy is wedged in between these two, this mud layer, and then also this 21st century, ground, and then on top of that mud layer, we just assume, okay, well, this guy must have died, about like 1,020 years ago, when really it's not necessary. Like, I could have died yesterday.
For instance, if you had appeared on top of that folded rock that I just showed, that rock might be, I don't know, several 100 million years old, likely to be, and then you had died on there, and then a mud layer then appeared on top of that. A geologist would not then say, oh, you're part of that disrupted bit. They would say, look, there's a confusing area here. And they would try and use all sorts of other tricks to come to some proper analysis of what's going on. They wouldn't just say because you were sitting on that top of folded rock that therefore you shared with. They could see the disruption. The geology there would show that there's something odd going on, and you wouldn't just use some simple rules about, oh, you're next door to that little strata. They would say, oh, look, there's been some disruption, and they would come to some sensible analysis using other tricks.
Well, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because the Dead Sea Scrolls found in some mountain, which is within a cave, you can look up and down, and the rock is going to be, old. And now, if you're going to date...
Hold on, the Dead Sea Scrolls were in a jar. They're not going to be the same age as the rocks. We dated the paper that the scrolls are written on. We weren't dating the cave.
Yeah, so, what we did...
The paper itself that was dated.
Right. Justin, the thing is that we can date the parchment because again we haven't dated them. Again, do you know anything about like how we do dating of texts?
Say it again.
Do you know how we date texts at all? Right. We use carbon dating, and we also use other methods because sometimes things go a bit skew-if. So we like to compare and contrast because there's other ways we do it as well. So we don't just use one test; we use numerous ones on the test.
What's the other
by the way, dating the cave won't give you an accurate reading of the text, because the text could be placed there later, it could be placed there earlier. You don't know, because the cave could have formed around it. It could have been put there later. You don't know, because I mean, things happen so quickly.
Well, that's true. So if that's the case, wouldn't it be an assumption that
No, it's not assumption.
So then, why did you say there? It could be this, it could be that?
Hey, real quick, let's get Dave in here, man. I haven't talked to Dave in a while. Dave S., come on in. He's deciding whether to or not. I'd like to get Dave in here. Just thought I'd throw that out there.
That's fine. I'd just say, like, it's based upon, like, these are things that could happen around the parchment. It depends. So that's what I'm trying to say to you again. So, like, you're young Earth creationists. So do you think that, for example, that doesn't happen, that the environment doesn't change over time?
I believe that environment does change. That's why we can't be certain, you know, the certain dates of things. Like I may have something that's you know, 20 years old in my hand all the time. But if you just assume just because I have it that it's actually younger, then I think you're making a big assumption.
So,
I might die with that.
Somebody put in the side chat, and I've brought this up before. It's actually really, really a good argument about the coccoliths. You know, the 200. I don't know, it's 300 meters thick, but it's pretty thick. So these layers of these coccoliths, which are basically these little things that pop off these microscopic organisms, they're like little fossils. They produce these chalk cliffs. Just massive chalk cliffs. These are fossils of living organisms have laid down. There's no possible way a flood caused these, because it takes millions of years for these things to die and produce these chalk things.
Wait, what?
Are you familiar with that?
The cliffs of Dover. The cliffs of the solid chalk.
Yeah. Wait, chalk lifts.
They're solid chalk cliffs.
How many times have you seen it like form?
Well, we don't have to see it form. That's what we're doing. We're looking at it and go, okay, how did this get here? A flood would not put that there. No possible way.
That's a giant assumption, because you haven't tested it at all.
Show me how turbulent flow would lay down the same coccoliths in a cliff that is 200 meters high. How would a flood do that?
Okay, with like billions and billions and billions of tons of water moving the Earth, and not only the Earth itself moving, but it's clashing and going back and forth. Volcanic like eruptions from the ground, because the plates are moving, is causing great violence on the Earth and just shifting and like forming of the ground. There's so much that can happen.
How does that produce a chalk cliff?
You would expect mud. You would expect mud, not solid. You would expect mud and a mixture.
Hey, Dave.
Brenda, sorry, Steve. I've got to jump in. Justin, do you not see the problem with that explanation that you've just given?
No, I don't.
Use that for right. Okay, because you left it off. The end of it was incredibly vague, right? You said all these things are happening and anything could occur. How is that now not given you a free pass to any observation on the Earth? You can just say, "Oh, the flood caused it." Oh, the flood caused it.
The theory, just like how theory of evolution gives you like a free pass.
Right. Okay. Right. Well, if it's a theory, it should give predictions.
Yeah, predictions. Yeah.
And it needs to be codified and confirmed. Is yours confirmed?
Well, I can give you a prediction.
Well, wait. Is it confirmed? A scientific theory is confirmed by definition. Okay. That means it's been confirmed. Now, is your and predicts predictions. So, is your model? Okay. What model would you?
I'm fine. I'm fine with it not being confirmed.
Yeah, who can argue how?
I'm fine with it not being confirmed because it. Yeah, I'm fine with that because we still like I'm going to be surprised if Justin can give us one prediction that follows.
Well, okay. For example,
I'll be surprised at that. I mean,
I don't know. Okay,
that's how Steve. That's how. Oh, sorry,
Now,
Justin, one second. Because Steve, that's how we're going to confirm it. We'll confirm Justin's theory, as it were, by the results of the predictions.
Right. And I've asked him.
I
asked him in the last hangout for part 1 for a prediction, and I couldn't get one. We fixated on this for a while, and no predictions ever came. That one.
Okay, so let me. Can I ask? Hey, when scientists claim that an asteroid came and hit the Earth and wiped out all the dinosaurs, now it's believed among many that happened. They look at a huge crater and say, oh, that happened. Now, how does that in any way cause scientific revolution in prediction? How does that?
Okay, you're answering a question with a question. So we're not going to let you do that. The question is, no, we asked you a question. The question you posed was, what predictions would your theory have? And then you ask another question. You have to answer this first.
Because I'm saying it's the same level of assumption. Like, I'm trying to reason with you guys, because you think that, like, my idea or my theory, it must assume a prediction, just like how it's reasonable for a scientist to look at the Earth, see a huge crater, say, oh man, an asteroid hit the Earth, it must have destroyed the dinosaurs. No one says, oh, that's illogical and we're not going to believe it because it's not going to make predictions.
Here's a prediction.
Hold on, about this asteroid.
Stop. I'm going to do a true empiricism. Rumpus, stop. I'm talking real quick. Stop. Justin, our prediction would be that we see a crater. We say, could this be a meteor? If it was a meteor, what would we expect to find? We might find some iridium, because some meteors made iridium. Yeah. And we go look for iridium, and we find what's called a KT boundary. Okay? And that KT boundary is ubiquitous around the Earth in a single layer, about, I don't know, what is it, 2 inches thick?
I've got a better angle on this, actually, Steve. The point was the asteroid theory was one of the first theories to suggest what possible explanation for the dinosaurs disappearing. So there was no evidence for this. We just simply thought, oh, it might be an asteroid. There seems to be a conclusion because we've vaguely aware that could happen. We're thinking of this apocalyptic scenarios. And then what do we find at Chicxulub? After looking for it, we suddenly find there's this big hole in the sea that exactly matches the date of the fossil record of dinosaurs disappearing. And then Steve's going to go on and talk about iridium and the KT boundary.
The crater of the Yucatan Peninsula, that's a brilliant thing. That even goes back even further, as Rumpus is saying. How did the dinosaurs die? Okay, we hypothesize that it was an asteroid. Okay, if there was an asteroid, we predict we'd find a crater. We found the crater, the Chicxulub crater. So we do make predictions. I'm going to ask you again, what Alex asked you. What prediction do you have that would be anything that would be viable that we can use in science by your model?
And see, that's what I'm saying. If I said, hey, if there's a flood, there will be seashells on mountains. Oh, look, you know it. I found some seashells. Then you guys are going to say, oh, no, that's not a prediction. But it's the exact same thing where you guys look at an asteroid. You guys hypothesize, oh, an asteroid must have hit the Earth. Oh, look, you see a crater. Well, then, therefore, we made a prediction.
You wouldn't find seashells on mountains, because if the flood is only supposed to have lasted, what was it, a year? You would not have.
It lasted over a year, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a year. So you wouldn't expect suddenly to be vast beds of seashells on mountains. You'd only have a year's worth of chance of something, and of course you're mixing up fresh water with seawater, so it's quite likely all the animals would have died anyway, because sea creatures can't survive. Someone's sniffing at me, Brenda. So you certainly wouldn't expect vast beds of seashells to have accumulated within a year on top of a mountain. So that's absolutely. So the prediction you've just made is invalid.
Wait, you would not. So seashells don't float. They don't move.
If seashells don't float. No, most seashells do not. Most seashells stick at the bottom of the water. They certainly wouldn't be able to make a trip from the bottom of a 26,000 to 29,000 foot sea all the way up to the top of a mountain in the numbers that we find at the top of mountains within a year.
Yeah, one thing, your prediction doesn't have any mechanism for it whatsoever.
Exactly, it's an invalid prediction.
It has no mechanism for it. So, all right. So when a person says an asteroid destroyed all the dinosaurs, what do you allow to happen during that time? Like what affects the Earth now?
there's a crater in it. We say we predicted a crater killed the dinosaurs, and then look, an asteroid, and then suddenly we find out there's this hole in the ground exactly matching that date. And then we also find that around the area there's this iridium layer. Suddenly the whole, at that very same time the asteroid landed, we find a whole load of a very unusual element called iridium that covers the entire, well, most of the planet at exactly the same time. And we can demonstrate also there were great layers certainly around the crater. There's a sort of 10-foot layers of stuff that demonstrates there was a very, very violent thing. We know that if the asteroid had hit the Earth today, from our models, that it would have a devastating effect on the life here.
I think the KT layer is only a few inches.
Devastating.
The KT layer's only narrow. Yeah, the KT layer's only narrow, but there are big, 10-foot, 20-foot layers around the crater that which we believe to be deposits from. But yeah, the KT layer is quite narrow.
Yeah. So what would you say, according to your theory, would be a prediction if the flood killed the dinosaurs, not the seashells, but if the flood killed the dinosaurs? What's your predictive modeling?
Yeah, if the flood killed the dinosaurs, then you would find dinosaurs just thrown around everywhere around the world. There'd be like thousands and thousands. Huh?
Yeah, which we don't. Yes, they're all very located. Yes.
Of course, if the Earth is flooded with just tons and tons of water, and then it's just compacting itself in just tons and tons and tons of water.
It wouldn't stratify. The geological record contradicts that completely.
I don't know what
it wouldn't
stratify.
It wouldn't stratify. No.
Okay, so if you consider like the geological change. So, for example, there's all the water is like liquid. There is no ice. So, and then there's perhaps like not enough clouds. And then on top of that, that would change the temperature of the Earth, different places. That would cause like weather patterns to just shift and change. Tornadoes left and right. I mean, just tsunamis, all types of stuff going on. And then including that, you'll find under the water the currents will be shifting and moving, the tectonic plates moving according to the buoyancy.
Yes, but that wouldn't cause a stratification. What we see in the geological record is lots of very separate thin layers and thick layers alternating with very, very different components. If you have a flood, and for instance, if you were to mix up a load of sand and soil in a big bucket or in a swimming pool, and you were to swill it all up, make it very, very turbulent, and swill it all around, you would not get layers of limestone and the narrow, what you do tend to get is very general gradations of thick stuff, the denser stuff. Then
gone, by the way.
Sorry?
He's left, by the way.
Oh,
but yeah, to carry on the point, you also won't see the same layers over and over again. So like,
yeah, exactly. The repeated layers of different types, the same material again, limestone, and then a bit more limestone. Then it would all become it would be a uniform gradation of the denser stuff, and then the middling stuff, and the lighter stuff, and you get a sort of uniform one from top to bottom. You would have a sort of graduation. You wouldn't get this alternating stuff that you get in stratification.
Yeah, I mean, you would have a better argument. It would still be bad, but they would have a better argument if they would have some kind of like laminar flow, where just kind of like layers, of individual things somehow, rather than this turbulent flow, because the turbulent flow wouldn't cause the chronological stratification we see.
Yeah, because it would settle all down. Yeah, and sort of. Did I interrupt him once too often?
I think we should have tried to stay on. I think we should have tried to stick on the point about the dinosaurs, because he finally came to making a prediction, right? As Steve pointed out, we don't see it, which was.
He's back. Excellent.
Hi, Justin. Welcome back. I think we should, I think we should address this, right? Because the prediction from a global flood is that the animals, i.e., the dinosaurs, would be thrown every which way on the Earth, right? We would expect to see them scattered throughout the entire globe, the remnants. So we now have a criteria of falsification. So the question is that what we see? If it isn't what we see, does that mean the global Earth theory is falsified?
Well, one thing, the world is so vast and so huge that if I saw it, like one dinosaur just happened to be running, and it seems like they're running frantically, like what I say will look exactly according to a comet hitting the Earth. they all be running, like they all be just strewn about. So if I said, hey, what would dinosaurs look like if they were running from an atomic, or not atomic, but a comet collision to the Earth, or a meteor hitting the Earth? What would that look like? You would say, oh, well, somewhere running.
I would say it would be impossible for them to run.
Exactly.
John, you do realize how fast the supersonic velocities would be for impact of that size?
Atomic bomb and Hiroshima. Do you think everybody there was looking as though they were running? Or they found the deposit? No, they're not.
It would liquefy the planet. I mean, not the entire planet, not this particular impact, but it would liquefy a very good chunk of it. And this shock wave would literally go around the Earth at thousands of miles per second. Okay, there was no way to outrun this. They would never see it coming. It would literally be something that would imagine. Think about an impact. It's gonna hit that, and it's gonna displace all that water. It's gonna become super heated steam. It's gonna become all this ejected matter. Okay, called ejecta. It is going to be thrown out at these velocities unimaginable. Okay, and dinosaurs are not going to look at that and go, oh shit, I think I need to take off. If you wouldn't see it coming, you would be instantly vaporized. Okay, I mean, this is a worldwide cataclysmic, what do they call it, Category 5 extinction level event.
So that explains why there's like very few or no dinosaurs.
No, there's lots of dinosaurs, and we find their bones.
Yeah.
What?
We found their bones. We found their bones.
It didn't kill off all dinosaurs. Okay, it killed off the larger ones.
Birds survived, which are dinosaurs.
Okay, so like but if you're saying they couldn't run, but then we also believe that animals like survived, then like
because there are areas nothing survived in that area. Everything died in that area. Okay.
Well, then, of course, and I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the ones that try to run, which could run.
Oh Jesus!
It's not about the planet is very big, and you know if there's a crater here, the other side of the world, you know, if there's a giant like tornado, maybe let's say tsunami, that doesn't impact the entire globe. Okay, it impacts a very large area. You know, you can see the exponential growth almost, but these aren't thinking, looking over the shoulder, going, "Christ, I better run and carry on running until 5,000 miles away." I think
they're going to stop running. This idea of running, I mean, it's just this childish idea of running. Where on earth do you get that from?
I think that's the idea that animals survived. Like, how do you think they survived?
But running isn't going to help you.
Well, surviving helped. How did they survive?
Well, we don't know that exactly.
Well,
I would say that
running would not have helped you.
So what they said, beam me up, Scotty? Like what they do? How did they survive?
Dave just pointed it out that on the other side of the world, it would not impact how can I put this? It would not impact the population where the asteroid hit the same as the other side of the world. I think.
And climate change, of course. So that's why all the dinosaurs all around the world died. So presumably that was a result of some sort of.
They died because of plunging temperatures.
Yeah, climate change. And also, there was I think they predicted there was something that for a year or so the dust cloud surrounding the Earth would cause a very large reduction in the amount of sunlight, which would obviously make it very difficult for larger animals and things to survive, and the smaller ones to survive more likely. And obviously, if you could survive for a year eating the remains of other animals, you probably have a better.
Ian Juby was promoting this whole running thing, and he was the idiot that.
That's where he's getting it from.
That dinosaurs were laying eggs on the run, and then came back and then laid them in another line because he misunderstood.
Jesus.
He misunderstood what he was reading about the fossils. Remember the 6 dinosaur eggs, 3 by 3?
Yeah.
The dinosaur he even named wasn't the right dinosaur. The source was wrong. He got it all screwed up, and he actually was. I mean, he pulled this stuff out of his ass. That's saying that dinosaurs lay this on the run in perfect parallel lines. Unless that dinosaur had 2 asses, then no. You know,
Justin, in the Hiroshima explosion, do you think the people who were running, at the Hiroshima explosion somehow had a chance of surviving, and there were other reasons why they survived? This idea of running is so childish; it's untrue.
But the thing is, you're thinking, okay, I'm talking about the the ground zero.
Okay, Australia. Let's consider Australia, which is as far away as you can get from the impact site.
So I don't imagine, considering the impact, which would cause a huge earthquake around the world, I don't imagine just like the flames. I don't know. Someone just brought out how the impact would just kind of surround the Earth.
That's right, it would. That's right, dust. There was be a dust cloud, they believed, around the Earth. And it was the climate change associated with that and probably killed more of the dinosaurs, and certainly killed the dinosaurs in Australia, we can imagine, as well as the ones in North America where the impact took place.
Well, but then the impact would not only cause... We're trying to make it all clean and
but running wouldn't help.
But see, it would help considering that
it would not.
Tsunamis. Considering that there's tsunamis.
Because right, Justin, right. This is like a massive meteor that is going that spread massive destruction. It had a cataclysmic effect on the world.
Maybe we're getting
climate change.
Maybe we're getting. I want to make sure. Maybe we're getting confused. Justin, are you talking about the dinosaurs running from the impact? Or are you talking about the dinosaurs running from the flood?
Well, I mean, okay. I already believe that the dinosaurs running from the flood, some didn't have chance to run. Because there's just like a million different events happening all at the same time to different, locations. But when it comes to from the impact of the worldview, the asteroid hit the Earth, which I can accept as well. It's simple. It's easy to assume. Okay, the ones that were close by just got wiped out. There should be no kind of animals or mammals existing like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of miles away from that area. And then, of course, further and further away, those who actually had instincts to run try to run.
Imagine, consider Australia. Consider the impact across the other side of the world, where farthest were they probably didn't have the tsunami from the impact. Probably didn't cover Australia. So you can imagine there's a dinosaurs just sitting around in the middle of Australia, and there's a big noise and flash, and it gets very dusty, and there's a lot of wind perhaps around the area, and they get blown around a bit. But then they're running any particular way is not going to help them. They're going to survive simply because they were in Australia. It's the subsequent climate change that's going to kill them.
Right. But why are you assuming that the dinosaurs are as smart as you?
What does it matter?
Where would running help you? If you're in the South Australia, hold on, you wouldn't need to run anywhere in Australia. You wouldn't need to run anywhere to survive. But you running around in Central America, it wouldn't matter where you ran, or in many other places. If you get some vast devastation, running around is not going to help you. But if you live in Australia as a dinosaur, you'll get away with it anyway.
Tell that to my
cat. I don't know if you, Rumpus. Hang on. Guys, I don't know if any of you guys can see what I've just put in the side chat. Hopefully this will put the whole running notion to
11 kilometers
look at the speed difference between. Yeah, look at the speed difference between a meteorite and a bullet. Right, it is 15 times faster than a bullet at its lower speeds.
Yeah, but that's actually not relevant because we're talking about the winds created by it. So the fact that the meteor comes in at some ridiculous speed, we're talking about the impacts on the environment, the atmosphere, the wind and the rain, wind and the sea, and so the fact that that's not really going to be. I mean, I'm talking about another dinosaur sitting in Australia.
The question is right, but we're still dealing with speeds, right? So the question then becomes, at those speeds and at that impact, how fast, how quickly are these winds moving?
What you would have to do is first of all, you have to know the material of the meteorite, whether it's iron metallic, or whatever, or rocky. Okay, then you can actually determine based upon its entry angle, okay, the vector that's coming in, and the amount of speed that it has, the velocity, like you said, the 11 kilometers per second. Then you can determine how much energy is released, right? Then, based upon the energy release, then you could determine what we expect the speeds of the winds would be, what the speeds of any kind of water or tsunami would be. All that information, we could factor that in, right? And I guarantee it, even with saying a meteorite, a stony meteorite, which is the lesser of the meteorites, but even though this was an iron one, obviously, because it had a KT iridium boundary, but if it hit the angle that it hit at, right, the energy that we release would still produce winds that are far, far greater than anybody could ever outrun. I mean, it's just unimaginable. It's just, I mean, yeah, it doesn't translate, 1 for 1. You're not going to have 11 kilometers coming in and 11 kilometers going out, but you're definitely going to have a huge amount of energy released.
And that's why I'm trying to pick on the situation in Australia, where there's a dinosaur sitting in the middle of Australia and he's surrounded by a wind. Which direction would help going rather than another direction?
Nowhere.
This is ridiculous, Justin. I mean, but he's going to survive simply because he's in Australia away from the impact area. But it's the subsequent climate change and the loss of sunlight that's going to cause him to die, not the immediate having been blown about a bit in the wind. I mean, this idea of running is just childish in the extreme.
It just sounds like you're thinking black and white, like
If I
Well,
said hey, an earthquake,
I think he's thinking like an adult, actually. No offense to him.
No. Because if I said, hey, a tsunami came and hit Australia, now some people ran and some people didn't. People in certain locations who were
That's
in
the boundary. But what about the people in the centre of Australia? They weren't affected at all, were they? And the same would happen in a meteorite explosion.
Well, exactly. But the difference between a meteor, like a meteor hitting the Earth, is that it's far more devastating. It would shake the Earth, and like we have tsunamis just from platonic shifting. Imagine a huge island hitting the Earth, and it just shakes.
And what's going to determine whether you live or not is whether you're near the impact site, not whether you're doing any running.
Well, I don't know if you've seen deep impact.
If you're in Australia when the impact hit North America as it did, then you're going to survive just about. If you live in Australia away from the tsunami area, then you'll survive. You don't need to run anywhere.
Okay, well, let's. I think this point, we have to deter to our imagination, because I see far more destruction than you do. Your comment is pretty calm.
But hold on, if you think the destruction is as big as you think it is, then it's not going to matter where you are. If the winds, say, were running around at, say, 3,000 miles an hour, it doesn't matter which way you run, up, down, or around. You can be blown around and flung up in the air as in a tornado. That clearly those winds didn't exist. Otherwise, all the creatures on the Earth would have been killed, all the birds, etc., etc. So clearly there were areas of the world that were not impacted by ridiculously fast winds, because running away from a really, really fast wind that you seem to think is a huge impact, it wouldn't help you. If you had an 11,000-mile wind coming across you now, it wouldn't matter where you ran around inside your house, up and even climbed into another house. You would be killed. It wouldn't matter which way you were running.
So, have you ever talked to a dog or a cat and said, "Why you're running? You're not going to save yourself"? You think they're going to listen to that reasoning?
Justin, really?
What?
That makes no sense whatsoever, dude.
The point is,
I'm going to go punch myself in the face. Sorry.
Themselves saying there's no point of running.
I'm not an 11,000-mile-an-hour wind or 200 in a tornado. Imagine there's a tornado coming. If you're saying that everywhere around the world was subjected to tornado-like things, and that you couldn't get away from them, how do you? So the whole air, you're in a hurricane. Running in any direction is not going to make any difference. The only thing that's going to cause creatures to survive if they're away from the impact area, like, as I say, in Australia. They're still going to have violent winds and the violent climate change, but presumably the initial impact will be sufficiently far away from the impact in material to get away with it. But running anywhere is not going to make any difference.
Okay, we're not going to convince each other.
I mean, hang on. Do you know what pyroclastic flow? Ever heard of that term, pyroclastic flow?
No, tell me about it.
Okay, it's a type of flow that comes off volcanoes. Because somebody had mentioned volcanoes over here.
Good one.
I thought about pyroclastic flow because you mentioned Pompeii and Vesuvius. What this flow is, it's a very, very superheated type of gas and rock. Okay, it travels at very fast speeds, up to 100 some odd miles an hour. I think some of them have been clocked at 120 miles an hour. Don't quote me on that, but it's much, much faster than the most cars can even. You generally go unless you're pushing like top end, right? You can't outrun this stuff, and basically it will destroy anything in its path. It just vaporizes you, and this is a well-known phenomenon. It's a real event. It does happen. It's very similar to what we're talking about, because it doesn't matter whether you're a dinosaur or not. We could not outrun that. You couldn't even get into a car and outrun it. Some of them you can. There are some pyroclastic flows that are slower, but for the most part, yeah, you don't want to be in range of that. You might want to go look it up.
Can you see that, Steve? There's a pyroclastic flow.
Their speed is dependable on their actual heat, on their energy that they carry. The more energy, the hotter they are, the faster they go. And the meteorite that crashed in about 65 million years ago contained so much energy, it caused plasma. So the actual speed of the stuff going around Earth because of the explosion was about 20,000 kilometers an hour. That must be something out 13,000 miles an hour in US units. So you cannot outrun that. It has so much kinetic energy. It surrounds the Earth. It collides to each other on the other side because it flows from every compass direction in a circle around the Earth. It explodes on the other side as well. It is a total chaos. it is just destructing the Earth completely.
Let's take it. Let's put
that the mass of just one meteorite of that magnitude is nothing compared to the total mass of all the rain that is supposed to fall on Earth. That mass is about 1% of the total mass of Earth. The flood story, the amount of water that is falling onto Earth. Compared to the meteorite was even nothing. So the complete story doesn't hold up because it can't. Do you understand that the total mass of 1% of the Earth would be enough to first make the Earth pop like popcorn because water is sickering into its core? Second, 1% of mass of water added to the total mass of Earth would change its attitude and its orbit. Do you get that? Do you understand
I think
that?
I understand what you're saying. I don't know if you know that I have similar beliefs to Kent Hovind and the idea that the Earth literally had a dome of water.
Oh, you're not a canopy theory person, are
Yeah.
you? Oh,
and
Justin, I was liking you up to that. Come on.
What? Okay.
Really?
And,
It's getting worse. He thinks you can run away from 1,000-mile-an-hour winds. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Oh my goodness.
and it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense.
No, it doesn't. Let me explain to you why this canopy theory is so wrong.
Well, hold on.
Okay, go
It
ahead.
makes perfect sense.
Actually, I have
Retard.
I don't know if you guys can accept that Jupiter has rings that kind of revolves around it. I don't think this is like so sci-fi that you guys can't.
What is the first of all?
We can see the rings around Jupiter.
It's not there.
But what if the rings were gone? Does that mean it never existed?
First of all, there are rings around Jupiter and there's rings around Uranus, but I think you probably mean Saturn more than anything else.
Okay,
right?
Jupiter, Saturn. Yeah.
But I mean, there are rings around
Yeah,
Jupiter.
I meant that too,
but most people don't know that there's rings around Jupiter, so that's why I think that you meant Saturn. But the canopy theory, okay, there's to have that much amount of water fall on the Earth, okay, would be so destructive. The amount of ergs that would be released, okay, or joules we want to use.
Joules.
You guys are, everybody has their own little nomenclature. Well, ergs and joules related, but
hold on, the SI ones are joules.
Yeah, well, you're okay. So,
what? I thought you were nuclear physics. You would surely use SI units there.
Well, what's funny is if I use one unit, like if I use everybody says, oh, you measure something in meters, but I use miles, right? If it's measured in miles, you should use meters. It's like, you know what, you can't win. So it doesn't matter what metric is size or whatever. So, but how much energy is going to be released when that water hits the Earth would liquefy the crust. Okay.
Makes sense.
To liquefy the crust would kill any human being. It would kill Noah's Ark. Okay, it would destroy everything.
Wait. If we already concluded that God is doing this, then it's not a big miracle.
If you're going to do that, then why have anything then? If you're going to say, well, God could do anything, God could do literally anything. So what's the point in this entire discussion? If you could say, well, God could have made everything that, you could say God made it look exactly how we see it today. Then how is that distinct?
Why did he bother with the flood? Yeah, why did he bother with the flood? Why not just kill the people who are annoying him?
And are you claiming though that he had special protection for Noah and the Ark? But the whole crust is liquefied. I mean, there's no water at that point because everything would be just this superheated steam melting.
No. When I say canopy, I mean a canopy of water. So in other words, when it's coming down, it has to come through the atmosphere. Eventually, melt in some way, become clouds. Some would just fall down as huge chunks of ice, like clobbering the Earth, shifting, continents here and there. I mean, carving around.
Let's say 137 degrees Celsius is about 6 bar steam. That's 6 times as we have now. If you go to 250 degrees Celsius, you have 25 bars of steam. That is the pressure they use in European steam engines in Germany in the Second World War or something like that. It's 25 times the pressure we have now. We are now talking about the temperature of plasma.
Wait, why are we assuming that? Wait. Why are you assuming that?
With all the atmosphere would have exploded away and would be floating out into space with an unimaginable speed far away from Earth.
What? Wait, where are these assumptions coming from? The heat and all this? Where the heat is coming from?
That's not an assumption. That's physics.
But where's the physics? Where's the physics of heat coming from?
Okay. Do you
What?
have
What do you mean by that?
You have an impact.
Something about steam and the heat and
it's called enthalpy. You know, there's something called enthalpy. And in Creatard, your bird is driving me nuts. You know what enthalpy is? Enthalpy is the amount of energy internal in a system. Okay. So when you have water that's going to fall from that great of height, and 5 miles worth of water that's how much covered the Earth, right? To fall from that height to hit the Earth, the amount of heat released, the amount of energy released will be catastrophic. Okay. Heat is produced when two things interact with each other, right? Some of the energy in inelastic collision is changed into heat, right? If I have 2 billiard balls and I smack one into the other, right? It's an inelastic collision. It doesn't have a perfect elasticity because some of that energy is actually converted into heat.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So that will imagine 5 miles of water hanging over in this canopy, all hitting the Earth at the same time. How much energy you release? You know. And by the way,
falling 60 miles from the 60 miles high or whatever. The energy released would be unbelievable. As a Creatard said, right? You would or you said, Steve, it would liquefy the temperature. The energy created would be so hot it would liquefy the planet. It would completely destroy the surface of the Earth.
And Creatard, I think you mean Q dot. Q dot is equal to your constant times your
well, yeah, I typed in the Dutch K should be mass, and C should be the intrinsic heat per Celsius increasing.
Right. Yeah,
I note that as a very nice integral, but I didn't do it.
Yeah, but that's if you have specific heat capacity. That's for if you use that formula. If you got a delta T from a hot to cold, then you can figure out your Q dot. But that's not. I don't think you could actually apply that here.
Yeah, we're talking about the potential energy of the water, and that's converted into from being 60 miles up in the air, whatever, and then the potential energy released by it when it impacts the surface of the Earth. It would just be extraordinary.
I can't say this. The Tunguska event.
Tunguska, 1908 or something, or 1905.
I think that's thought to be a ice comet that exploded. It never actually made an actual crater. It vaporized in the air.
Right.
Flattened an area of trees about 10 miles wide.
Closer to about 100.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Actually, it was a bit more than that, wasn't it? Yeah, actually, you're right.
How many of those events would equal the amount of water needed for a flood?
Oh God.
Yeah, that's a.
I don't know. I think you guys are assuming too much.
No, you're ignorant of basic physics.
No. It doesn't have to be like all it. I mean, when you have controlled events, and things that are not necessarily coming down 1,000 miles or 10,000 miles per hour from everywhere.
So you're saying that God lowered it very gently? Is that what you're saying? God lowered it very gently.
Very easily. I mean, all he has to do is all you have to do is flick a couple of rocks at it, cause it to crack. One crack would cause one.
What cracked?
Are you an advocate of the lunar Bukkake theory as well that Nephi puts out?
What is that?
Lunar Bukkake.
Well, at least maybe that far.
I think Brenda. I think he was talking about. He thinks of some sort of shell holding up this water that would then leak through it gradually or something. I think that's what he's thinking.
If it was in space, it would literally be ice.
Why would you? Okay, even Hovind says his canopy theory is his own creation.
No,
he's actually said this.
No, well, I disagree with him. It's actually Adventists actually had traditionally believed this even before him.
No. If you watch, I watch his videos. I've talked to Ken Hovind. I think Rumpus has as well.
You should read Ellen White. You should see and see who came first.
Okay. Well, he has his own version then because there's just no words to describe how awful that particular conjecture is. I mean, the physics involved with it is just so bad.
Well, I don't get it. Like, you guys allow an asteroid to hit the Earth, But the thing is, you guys control the size of the earthquake so that it won't obliterate the Earth. Now,
it was only 6 miles across. The asteroid that hit the Earth that caused the dinosaurs to be extinct was only 6 or 10 miles across. I can't remember which now. So that's actually, just imagine that's just not even the size of a.
Yeah, that won't.
6 miles across.
Can I ask something? You're Justin. You're saying that you keep mentioning control. Control. Who are you actually saying that God? Because nobody's really asked for clarification. Are you saying that God controlled the asteroid's descent, controlled earthquakes, tsunamis, just nature in general? Is that what you're at?
I won't go to that far degree, but I would go to the degree where he did control the flood.
See, that's where I'm having a problem. You're putting You're putting a supernatural spin on natural events.
But if you're calling me if I'm trying to justify the flood, I'm already basing it on the Bible, which is supernatural. So I don't know why you're surprised.
Right. No, and I have to agree with you on that, Justin. I mean, with all due respect, Mike. I mean, if he's going for a penny, better go in for a pound, right? So to posit more supernatural things, then I understand that, but we're asking for scientific explanations, and a supernatural causation is not a scientific explanation, no matter how you look at it. By defact,
that's what I was getting to. That's what I was trying to get to, Steve.
All right.
Justin, please answer this. In Genesis, in 1.2 and in 1.1, it said, in the beginning, God created the heaven and earth. However, where came the waters from that were divided into the waters from below and the waters from above? Because it's not stated in Genesis 1.1. As well, please tell me, who created the darkness that was there before your Sky Daddy created the light?
Okay, you asked two questions. Who created the darkness? Of course, God, but there was already darkness when he came. And then...
No, because there was nothing. It says, in the beginning, God created just a heaven and the earth. We know what it is, a flat earth and a dome. And under the dome, it's called heaven. That's all. Now, who created the waters that were suddenly there, that had to be divided? And who created the darkness that was way before that?
Okay, now, when I read heavens, it's plural in the sense that, I mean, it means expanse, and there's no limit to the expanse. It could be the entire universe. So where it says God created the heavens and the earth, I read that as God created the universe and the earth. Now, what's inside the universe is inside the universe. We assume that everything that God created, which would be inside the universe, which would be the water.
Dome, and a dome which God uses to make rain by opening a window in the top to let trickle in some waters from the water from above to be rain on earth. That isn't the universe. Where is the universe opened to make it rain in the universe so it travels all down to earth from the edges of the expanding universe to make it rain here where I live at this moment?
No, there's this idea that, like, because you may assume the Hebrews did not, or the primitive, ancient people did not understand the cosmology. We're assuming God is thinking that
the Hebrews just made something out of it. Thanks for admitting that the Hebrews wrote the Bible.
No, I'm saying
the word of God clearly.
I already acknowledged that you guys assume so much. Like, you guys assume that you guys, it's based on how stupid they are. That's the thing. You guys assuming that they're so stupid that they could not even fathom space.
Now, but the Bible is claimed to be the perfect word of a perfect God, as is stated in Psalms and as is stated in Matthew. Perfect. God is perfect. And the Bible, the word of God, is always true, even if the sun doesn't shine anymore and the grass isn't green anymore. So it is not a metaphor. It is literally to be taken literally.
I agree.
So there you go. Who
Well,
created
the dome is the canopy?
the heaven and earth? And who created the water that was there? That was there for God to divide. Because he didn't create them, he just created a flat earth with a dome over it.
Okay,
So
find
he
the
could
word
make
flat
it aim
there.
when he wanted.
Someone find the word flat there. Why are you throwing all this stuff in there?
To make it juicy.
That's weird.
I think we need to go back to the actual science, though. I mean, if the canopy theory was true, it would have to be explained naturally. Do you agree with that, or you just say canopy theory, God did it, or do you think there's a natural explanation?
No, I'm just saying, like, if it is true, and we're not quite seeing it, it makes sense that we don't see all the facts. Just like
Okay,
how.
but that's a, hang on, Justin. I noticed something, and I like you do. I really do. But I can never get a direct answer. When I ask a specific question, I always get something else, not even related to my question.
Well, what did I say?
My question was very specific. Is the canopy theory that you're positing, is the water held up there by physics, natural, or is it held up by God?
Well, okay. What did I say that was not an answer? Because I would like to answer it, and it just seems like.
Well, tell me if it's natural or God. That's the only. It's a two-part.
That's the thing. It seems like you're giving me a false dichotomy. God is using nature.
Okay, now you're playing a philosophical thing.
It's not a philosophical. Like if I'm using a stick to push a boat, and then you ask me, is Justin pushing the boat, or is science pushing the boat?
Okay. How about this? How about this, Justin? Can you show me using laws of physics how it's possible for water to be above the Earth?
Well, I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, you can.
Really? Okay. What's the physics that shows me?
Well, I can only do it by comparing to like a reality where it is actually happening. So if I'm looking at another planet that actually has like things that are orbiting that planet and it's balanced, well balanced, then I say, hey, the same thing can happen with water.
You're contradicting yourself, Justin.
Hang on. So show me a planet that has a large body of water. Okay, 5 miles worth of water floating around up in the upper atmosphere. Show me a planet that has that.
I can't say. All I can say is, hey, I see. We see Saturn. We see all these kind of.
Saturn doesn't have bodies of water like that.
Okay, well, if you consider comets like glaciers of water or whatever, and it makes sense that those things are floating in space and it can like be in our orbit, then hey, I don't see why is that an impossibility.
Okay, how high up was this water? Was it in the atmosphere or above the atmosphere?
I can't say because it's not there now.
Okay, according to this is your model that we're talking about.
Well, you're telling me to give specifics of things that's not now.
Well, no, I'm asking you to give specifics of your model. What do you
my model doesn't have that specifics. I can only give you what I believe.
Okay, so your model just posits there's some water up there, but you don't know where it's at.
It's an assumption. You just said that yourself.
Well, I'm not hiding from that. I'm telling you guys, I have faith in God. There's some things I can't explain.
This has nothing to do about God. This has nothing to do about God. So you're basically telling us that your model isn't a model. Your model has no scientific reality whatsoever.
No, okay. If I believe two things, like 3 different evidences that points to this story, then I agree with that, and I say, look, this is pointing to God. Now, I already have faith in God. The evidence is probably irrelevant right now, but I already have faith in God. Like, that's just my choice.
Right. I think the question, Steve. Hang on, Steve. I think the question needs to be asked, and Justin, you're probably I don't know if you're going to enjoy the question or not, but I think the question needs to be asked when we're discussing these things. What reason could you give us for these things outside of the claim contained in your scripture? Are there any reasons you could give us outside of the claims in your scripture that we could recognize this as being the case?
And
take the Bible out of the equation.
Okay, we take the Bible out of the equation. Let's say there is no Bible. I'm walking around in the desert and I see a dinosaur. I said, hey man, you see this dinosaur? It's obviously dead. It's been dead for a long time. Let me carbon date this thing. Maybe this dinosaur have been here for like 1,000 years, as the dating says, or it could be screwed up by, I don't know, water or whatever, rain or whatever. Maybe. So I suspend some judgment. I use a grain of salt for that. I go to the Grand Canyon. I see the Grand Canyon. There's these huge like slabs of just wall just gone, and some claim that just this little river cut through that whole Grand Canyon and did this whole thing.
Justin, that has nothing to do with the canopy theory. No, everything you just
It
answered.
does because it feeds how I think.
You forget that is somewhere in the 50s or the 60s, I do not know the history of the United States, but somewhere in time, after the Second World War, there was a dam placed. Therefore, the stream is small and powerless like it is now. But
Really?
you can guarantee that a dam was placed before the Grand Canyon in the river. Therefore, the stream is powerless. But before that, it was very powerful.
What does this have to do with the Grand Canyon?
In millions of years of history ago, there were gigantic lakes. There wasn't land. There were gigantic lakes.
Creatard, hold on a sec. I don't understand how we're going to the Grand Canyon from the canopy. The question was,
that's what I'm trying to explain.
Yeah, the question is posed to you. If we didn't have the Bible, we look at the Grand Canyon. How are we going to get canopy theory out of that?
Okay, what I'm saying is, it looks like something huge glaciers, some huge things must have carved or chunk out of the earth and moved it somewhere else.
So a large body of water fell down and created the Grand Canyon.
Yes.
And based upon that, give me the science that allows for that. Show me an experiment that if we dropped large buckets of water from that amount of energy being released, that we would expect to see the Grand Canyon form like that.
Well, I mean, I can't because
it's not physically possible.
Well, it's physically possible.
The theory is dead on arrival.
No, it's because then the alternative is because then if I ask you the same thing, flip it to you and say, show me a case where a river caused the Grand Canyon as the way it is.
Sure, we can show you the model. I can't show you the case, but I can show you the model works. I can give you the mechanism. I can give you the means. I can give you the demonstration that we can do it based upon experiments. For how long? You can make an experiment that would create.
Here's the other issue. Here's the other issue. Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. We can extrapolate from smaller experiments. Here's the issue with yours, Justin. Right? If you're going to say that the canopy is the reason. Hang on. If you're going to say that the canopy is the reason for the Grand Canyon, and the canopy extended across the Earth, then why don't we see Grand Canyons everywhere?
Well, because one, there's ocean everywhere, and two, if it landed in one spot, then it makes sense.
What's it?
Yeah, what's it?
Huh?
The water. I think he means
the water.
The canopy theory says the canopy theory says that the water was all encompassing on a 360-degree sphere.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is, it can easily, as it cracks and so on, it just starts falling in, caving down. You guys see my screen.
I'm confused. I'm confused about what the theory even is, because in the past, Justin's been comparing it to the rings around Saturn or Jupiter. So I was imagining chunks of ice in orbit around Earth forming a ring. But now you're talking about it like a solid sphere of ice. I just wish for clarity on what it is you're actually saying, because it's not clear, and then into the confusion we get all this discussion about other crap. Okay. And I don't understand what your actual. The more precision that you can put into saying it up front, we can avoid a lot of other nonsense.
Very
precise.
I get cut off.
It was like, let me get Justin. I want Justin to answer, but before he does, he probably doesn't have precision because Hovind does not have precision on this. All he does is throw this accusation. There's a bunch of water out there. He has no model for it. He has no mechanism. He has no science on it. He has no physics on it. Nothing. So I don't expect Justin to be able to do it if Hovind doesn't even have the modeling down. But go ahead, Justin.
Okay. Well, for one, yeah, we believe that the Earth is like, let's say my hand is a perfect ball of the Earth, and the glacier or the water surrounding the canopy that's surrounding the Earth is like a perfect bubble, like a sky just took a bubble and just blew it on there, just expanded. So,
like God's sundae cone. Dipped in chocolate.
No.
Which is it clay? Is it ice or water? Which one is it?
Well, just my personal, like, other people probably haven't thought about it this much, but I believe it'll be ice. So it'll just be ice, or just like this thin layer of water surrounding the Earth, encapsulating it, which caused a different pressure atmosphere, which caused also, things to just grow differently, and the vegetation and life to be different at the time. But when it cracks, maybe God can just, fling a little rock, an asteroid at it. It starts cracking, starts falling apart. As it starts causing a chain reaction, it can literally fall within itself, collide, and create, jagged edges around the Earth, and push different parts of the Earth different places, and also.
How big would those pieces be? And thick? How big and thick would those chunks be?
You're playing with my imagination. I guess as huge as mountains, some as boulders, some.
So we can figure out how much energy that would hit the Earth with. I mean, if we have an idea of a chunk of solid ice the size of a mountain impacting the Earth from a near orbit, we know how much energy that's going to. It's just going to be unbelievable.
Well, if
nothing's going to survive that. Nothing.
Welcome, Hannah.
Why there's no.
Hi guys. Sorry, just really quick. I'm about to get on the train, so I just want to make a really quick comment before I lose connection. So, Justin, hi. Nice to meet you. Sorry for the rude intrusion. Basically, when you're saying that, well, if there's a canopy above the Earth, and that this canopy, this thing that we haven't really been able to demonstrate, sorry for the noise, this thing that we haven't been able to demonstrate is the reason why the flood theory makes more sense than, let's say, what theories we have available now. What you're essentially doing is saying science has not yet undergone these experiments to be able to determine what we know. But the very fact that we know that we have these theories that disprove the flood are the very essence of science itself, do you see? Because by positing the canopy theory, you then have to assume what God did in order to make the flood true. However, science can simply perform experiments and tests to determine what is possible on this planet. Jupiter's planet or Saturn's planet are very far away from the sun, also have very different climates that don't have life on them. So we can't apply the same type of sciences that are available readily here on Earth. So I think it's just a few misunderstandings that perhaps we can just clear up with Justin really quick. And I'm not at all assuming that God is, you take God literally in the Bible or at all. I just joined the call, so maybe you did say so. He's a Seventh-day Adventist. They hold to a very stringent young Earth creation model. In fact, they're the reason why modern fundamentalists and other groups actually hold to young Earth creation models, whereas before it was pretty open-ended, and a lot of the early fundamentalists did hold to old age theory views of the Earth. But, that's just my information as a history nerd.
Max, let your hair grow back out, by the way. You look way too clean cut. It's just freaky.
Justin, really quick before I go, is he still in the room? I can't quite see him. I'm very small. Hi, Justin. Is there any sort of evidence we can find of this canopy? Is there some way we can develop a test? Not necessarily a positive test for the canopy, but a test we can develop at all to determine that this canopy ever existed.
Well, I mean, the best I can do is actually say, hey, look at the Grand Canyon, look at the Earth's formation. And then if I was to say, hey, we can just do a model, if this actually happened, what it would look like. And if I can just make a perfect model that just let it, as it just hits the Earth and so on, and also there's water coming from below. The Bible speaks about there is water coming from the deep. And I believe it's, I might be wrong, but I've heard that there are reservoirs of water underneath the Earth.
Yeah, but it's not liquid, and it's so far down, it's actually a different type of water.
Maybe, I mean, you'd have to suggest that God created the Earth with the flood in mind, where he just already put in, like, water pockets that would seep onto the surface, ready to flood everyone.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, really quickly, I have to get into the train now. Just this one quick point, and I'll hang up. Thanks again, Steve, for the invite. Science doesn't make very many assumptions. It makes very basic ones in order to continue the very practice of science itself. Justin, you're in the peculiar position where you have to assume a lot of what a being that we can't test does.
Well,
so essentially, God is a conversation ender, because if you were to say, well, God done did it, then we'd have to go into the mind of God, or we'd have to even prove that God exists to test your model. However, science assumes, you know what, God, whether he's here or not, sort of irrelevant to the question that we're asking. How can we determine the science that is on this planet? How can we figure out what equations or whatever is necessary for us to have an understanding of science here on Earth as fallible human beings that we are? And our science clearly determines that the flood just can't have happened. I can't really go into the science right now. I'm right next to the subway. But
I think what's going on, it's unfair. What's unfair is that you guys claim that you guys can make models, and then if I made the same model, just at least from my point of view, then you say, oh, that doesn't count. But only your models count.
Well, hang on, hang on.
So science
Hannah,
doesn't. Sorry.
Hang on, sorry. Hannah, thank you for coming in. Okay, no, I just wanted to say that real quick, but go ahead. But real quickly, Justin, the model difference is that our models are backed by actual science and can be tested, validated, and actually shown to work via equations.
Anyone can do that.
Yeah, they can.
That's
so show
not
us.
true. Oh, wait, here's just one criterion that I don't think you'd be willing to provide, because I know a lot of people don't really provide it. Do you have a falsifiability criterion? You know, something that if we were to show you would show that, you know, your creation model was false. Is there anything we could actually show you?
Not at this point.
Then that's not a scientific model as far as I'm concerned.
No, like for example, if I said, hey, is it falsifiable that the universe was not created by God? And then you say, well, no, then it's not science. Like, is that fair?
Well, so wait. So whether or not the universe was created by God or not, that's a question of metaphysics, which isn't scientific in nature. Metaphysics concerns what is the proper preconditions for, any notion of physics to take place. And that's actually its own discipline of philosophy. But what you're trying to do is actually compete with a scientific enterprise, not a philosophical one or a metaphysical one. Questions of God's existence are covered under metaphysics.
No, it's because, like, you have to assume that if God does something, he does something with science.
Also, science doesn't presume whether God exists or not. Whether or not God exists, our models would still work.
Well, it wouldn't, because if I'm
how wouldn't they? Wait, stop. When you say God exists, do you mean just like the prime mover, a being that sustains the universe?
Yeah.
Well, you do know there's more than just one conception of God, where he
that's irrelevant. Like,
no, it's not. You just said how God creates the universe. Is that falsifiable? Whether or not it isn't privy to the scientific model in question. So, for example, chemistry. If you have a model based on chemistry, chances are your criterion of falsifiability is based on chemistry too. Also, same with physics and the like. We'd still have the laws of physics, whether or not they're brute facts or they proceed by God's creative intent, because that's, again, far more fundamental a question. You're pushing a model which is based on let's see, which science would it be? Geography, the study of the geology, the nature of the earth. There would also be components of chemistry too, because you're dealing with matters of heat, water, elements.
Physics, fluid theory, thermodynamics, you name it.
Exactly. When you say God, when we're talking about whether or not there's a God who creates the universe, that's a matter of, again, metaphysics. That's a matter of whether or not there needs to be an entity of intelligence sustaining the universe in existence or not for reality to be intelligible. That's, a philosophical enterprise that's worth discussion, and we do that too.
Wholly let me stop. Look, it's not wholly, like, absolutely philosophical. In other words, if God did exist and he told me, and it caused a change in the scientific realm, like he pushed me from one spot to another, I would say, look, I was scientifically here, and now I'm scientifically another place. Now, if you ask me, verify that I moved from one place by something other than God. God cannot be part of the equation. Then it'll be illogical for me to actually think, no, he actually did push me. He actually moved something in time and space. But you're telling me, no, he cannot be part of the equation. You have to.
No, Justin, that's not what he's saying. What he's saying is this. Okay, let me try to maybe sort of explain it real quickly to Justin, and then Max, you go take it again.
All right.
Some things will be axiomatic whether God exists or not. Okay, for example, you had mentioned earlier in our previous hangout, before I lost connection, 1 + 1 = 2, right? Or 2 + 2 = 4 is I think the thing you use. But 1 + 1 = 2. Whether God exists or not, that is an axiomatic fact. Okay, right? Would you agree if you took God out of that equation, would that statement still hold true?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what he's saying is, metaphysically, that if God did not exist, it would have no effect on the science. Science is going to be true one way or another. Now you can say, well, God created everything. If God didn't exist, we wouldn't have science. That's a metaphysical thing. That's not it's not a scientific thing. Is that what you're getting?
Falsification.
Well, the falsification is from Karl Popper's version of science, which most people adhere to in science. That means that if you formulate a theory, you have to have a falsification criteria. Okay,
Well,
if you're falsification,
you guys have a theory that like things came out of nothing. Or
no.
Actually, that's not true. I'm also a Christian. I'm a Roman Catholic, and I do believe God created the universe ex nihilo.
Can you falsify that?
I'm sorry?
Can you falsify that?
It's not a scientific claim, so I don't need.
So then, what? So if it's not scientific, let's say you don't have God as an explanation. What explanation that is falsifiable do you have for the creation of the universe without God?
Well, first of all, if I was to say nothing else but God could do it, then that would be kind of a God of the gaps argument. My argument for
we already passed that part, but
okay, homeboy, relax. What I would do to show that God does exist and that He's the creator is actually make something like a moral argument, or make something like a first cause argument, similar to maybe a contingency argument, Aquinas's first, second, or third way. Those would be the arguments I would put forward, but those are matters of metaphysics. In terms of the universe operating by the terms of cause and effect, I would point that the best model right now is one posited off a Big Bang, where there is a first slice of space-time, and it's kind of like a four-dimensional shape. It extends onward, and each slice of time, or each slice within this four-dimensional object, is a part of space and time. It's like putting yourself on a bit of the map. So that, and the reason why is it actually does have scientific evidence backing it up. It has, for example, the expansion of the universe from a singular point. It also has a lot of Einsteinian relativity built into it. These would be the best. This would probably be along the lines of how the universe, begins to exist and continues on existing. As for any underlying cause, that's a topic of metaphysics, and I would posit God, based alongside of those, philosophical arguments.
So basically, out of all that, there is no falsifiable reason for you to actually say the universe came from God, or it didn't come from nothing.
Wait. First of all, it's either the universe has an antecedent or more fundamental cause, or the universe itself exists as a brute fact. It's not that it comes from nothing. It's just that it exists. It's just like a fact of the matter. It doesn't have it doesn't require any antecedent explanation. Those are
even that leads you into a place where you can't even falsify that, because.
But it's not science. But
hold on, guys. Can I speak for a couple of seconds though? Can I speak? Even if the universe was an eternal regression, you cannot falsify that. And then if you jump to the other frying pan and say, well, there was a cause, and that cause had an ultimate beginning. There was the beginning starts with this thing, nothing else. before that, or before that before, there's nothing.
Because there's nothing before time, because that's when time starts to exist.
Well, then
it would be like saying what's north and the North Pole. But look, again, whether or not the universe has, any kind of more fundamental cause sustaining it into existence or an infinite regression, again, that's not a matter for physics. That's a matter for metaphysics. The falsifiability criteria is just for sciences. I keep saying this to you.
The beginning of science is based on that question. If
No,
there
it's
was a
not.
beginning.
No, it's not.
You guys are talking past each other a little bit. Max is talking about one thing, and I don't think he's understanding you, Max. To be honest with you.
All right. Science is just about giving an empirical model of the phenomenon we see on a day-to-day basis. And the one that best does that is the one we go by, because it provides us the most resources for building more models, for providing more grants, for providing future scientists future ideas, and yes, for an ability to destroy the current model and provide us an even better one. That is the point of science. It is the best way to explain the phenomenon we see on our day-to-day lives in an empirical sense. That is the point.
And
that is the mark of success in science.
No one's fighting there. The idea is whether some things are falsifiable or not. So, for example, like say the theory of moon, like some people believe the moon got created.
No escape from reality, and you claim that is business.
Creatard, don't interrupt him, please. Continue, Justin.
Well, some people, there's theories where the moon was somehow either it got somehow stuck in our orbit, just wandering around, or some asteroid just collided against the Earth and it left it just kind of, left a split, and the moon just, became part of the Earth, but it's, still floating. Now, are there any falsifiable evidence of that? If there is, then what would it look like? And then would there always be a changing goalpost once someone says no, you can't falsify by that term, that goal, or that standard. Like there's always going to be a goal moving point for that theory, right?
I'm no astrophysicist, and I'm not going to pretend to say that to know what the falsifiability criterion is. But best by describing those two models, I could think of something that could falsify them. So, for example, let's take the notion that that the moon crashed into the Earth. I would expect there to be some point wherein we can see a lunar impact on the Earth, or maybe that, or something of the like. On the other hand, if it's just if it's just something that happened, get stuck in our orbit, where would it come from? At what point? What kind of theories is it attached to? It's not hard to see where someone can begin here. Could you at least offer some point of some point of speculation wherein you would get skeptical of a creation model? Because there have been a lot of difficulties presented to you, and none of them seem to provide you any problems.
But I was trying to make a point that you have two models of how the moon got to the Earth, and
you probably have one.
None of those things bother you that they in no way help you predict any scientific understanding of today. It doesn't. And it's acceptable in today's understanding of how the moon came, but you don't trash that as creation science.
Well, actually, I just provided you some ways in which we could explore those models. The first one I said, it actually has a lot of fruit for archaeological research or on Earth.
So let's say you would find an impact of the moon somewhere. What would be the excuse? There would be a perfect excuse for why you don't see an impact. Well, because it was so long ago that the Earth just kind of formed itself into a perfect ball again, so you don't see it today.
I wouldn't know how it could magically form itself back. If the moon actually left deposits on Earth, that could also be a point wherein we could explore. Then again, maybe both the models just aren't really good, and they're just and they're just really speculative at this point. I don't see a problem in terms of just saying I don't know. Maybe that is something, but again, that's a matter of astrophysics that I'm not too familiar with.
Do you want a falsification of the Big Bang? Justin, you're asking for what could falsify the Big Bang?
He's asking what could falsify the two theories of how we got our moon. The first one is that it collided with Earth some time ago, and the second one is it got caught in our orbit.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, first of all, I thought you were asking how do we falsify the Big Bang, which is easy. But if the causing background radiation would be other than 3K, which we predicted, I think it's 2.98 plus or minus a little bit. If it had been way off with a lot of anisotropies, then yeah, that would have falsified the Big Bang, which, by the way, was an accident when we found the CMB, by the way. We had predicted it, but it was a complete accident when we found it. But as far as falsification of the moon theory, well, which one? Capture or from some kind of liquid model?
No, because they're all supposed to be scientific.
Sure. If it came from the Earth and we took samples from the moon and it had nothing in common with the Earth, then obviously it didn't come from the Earth. We would expect to see, for predictive, that there'd be a similarity in content.
Is it?
Yes.
There are similarities?
Yes.
What's the similarities?
The ratio of various minerals are very similar to that of Earth.
Why? I mean, wouldn't that make sense? Because I mean, they are part of the same universe, though.
No, the capture theory does not viable anymore. We know the Earth, the Moon, and the Earth. The Moon came from the Earth, but if we look at the breakdown of the lunar soil, we can actually see that it has the same ratios we would expect for certain minerals in there that we do Earth. To get more technical than that, then I would have to actually do some research. But the falsification would be of that theory. If we see the Moon is made of gold, okay, well, if the Moon is made entirely of gold, it didn't come from the Earth. That's a falsification of it.
And it should also be pointed out that you could, yes, I think maybe what you're getting at is, well, I can build some kind of ad hoc reasoning, but if your explanation is ad hoc in nature, it's not going to be that much of a sufficient one. And even in cases where, yes, the model has good predictive powers, but it gets something wrong. I think Newtonian mechanics and the underlying ontology of the universe is kind of one good example of this. At least it still has a lot of predictive capacity and is helpful. Like one example in the past is the Copernican model of the universe. The notion, well, not the Copernican model, the Ptolemaic model of the universe, where the Earth was in the center and the sun revolved around it. That is the model that helped a lot of explorers get to the New World. It was a super helpful fiction, and you could travel really well at a certain point. You could go from the New World to New York. It's like science. It works, bitches. Like that's what somebody who was a Ptolemaic at the time would have said. But it doesn't. But even if it does end up falsified, the beautiful part of any scientific model is it can be helpful in that sort of way, even when shown false. Creationism doesn't even have that. I don't know of any mainstream scientist who's invoked the creation model in a peer-reviewed paper that's gotten them, pretty good results. There's actually one oil company that tries to do this, and they haven't found any oil at all. Whereas the creation model, not creation models, whereas the models that accept an old Earth do have a good resource to finding oil. So there's also that to look to. Scientific models should be very helpful, even if they're wrong. But this one, like young Earth creation models, aren't.
Yeah, I told him about Zion Oil earlier.
Zion Oil, thank you.
Yeah.
There's a
$1.48 a share right now.
Whereas oil companies who acknowledge that the Earth is old, well, they make a lot of money finding oil, and that's to be expected. So, like that. So
and even the earlier models that get falsified and get replaced by a better model. Remember, he was telling you that the Toltec model, when it was placed by the Copernicus version, where the Earth is going around the sun, earlier models did work, but they didn't account for observation. they didn't account for things like the Mercury retrograde, right?
Right,
There's
and-
no way the model would have worked for that. Go ahead.
The Copernican model. I mean, even when we shifted over from the geocentric model to the heliocentric model, we still had problems because we thought that the planets revolved in perfect ellipses. In fact, after Copernicus's model gained a little bit of popularity, Tycho Brahe came up with a model where the sun was going around the Earth once again, and because it accounted for an oblate rotation, or is more ovalish. You could actually make better predictions, and then Kepler came along. Then he put the sun back in the center and took in Brahe's modifications, and bam, we had a heliocentric model.
Yeah, well, there's also there was a Tycho Brahe model as well.
That's what I just alluded to.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there was different incarnations of this, Justin, and the model we have now explains observation pretty well. There might be a time where it doesn't, but so far it works.
One thing I was listening in, I heard a little bit of y'all talking about the formation of the moon. We wouldn't see any evidence of a comet strike or a strike that would have caused it because it happened early in the stellar formation.
Convenient.
In the formation of the solar system.
That's pretty convenient.
Well, we've got reasons to think that. But the composition of the moon is not like the composition of other moons in the solar system. It seems to have more terrestrial features than other moons in the solar system.
Wait, so it did hit the Earth, or it didn't hit the Earth? What are you saying? It got caught?
The moon was split off from the Earth.
So
by a strike.
So why doesn't it look like the Earth?
Well, it's not big enough, for one.
Yeah, it doesn't even have enough gravity to hold an
atmosphere. And the majority of it came from heavier elements, as opposed to the lighter elements on it evaporated away or escaped its gravity.
So where did the water go?
It escaped the gravity. And there's actually quite a bit of water in ice form on the moon.
Mm-hmm. It should also be added that what could have falsified that whole model was looking at its mineral deposits and not finding a good ratio that we see here on Earth. Whereas the fact that we did go and find that actually vindicated the theory. So there we have a pretty good defense of the model that people currently accept.
Yeah, the moon's pretty arid actually. There's not much water up there. I mean, there's probably a little bit. There's water everywhere. The sun has water on it, believe it or not. People don't.
Well, the model, and it's been a while since I've looked into this, but they're actually thinking that right now there's pockets of surface ice deep in craters that are pretty much so out of sunlight. Once they hit sunlight, it would sublimate.
Yeah, it's possible, obviously.
And then under the surface, it'd be quite a bit.
Right. So with these points put into place, to your last objection, the fact that the falsifiability criterion, as we kind of are pushing for, is seeming to holding its own weight here. Do you have any kind of criterion you'd like to offer for your model? And also, could you provide us how it's been helpful that we might not be aware of? Because we've kind of given you evidence where it hasn't really been helpful, at all.
Well, for example, the idea that the Earth was in a canopy, which caused the weather and the Earth to be more pressurized, allowed people to live longer and kind of get stronger, bigger. Things were a lot thicker, and the scientists have learned that when you pressurize things, things heal a lot faster.
Okay, this is a very bad argument, Justin. I'm gonna say
not true.
Yeah, it's a really bad, not true argument. And it doesn't really. Wait, hang on. I'm gonna shut him down a little bit. It's not addressing what Max is asking you.
Well, that's a predictive argument. That's the thing. What you guys are saying is anything I say is not predictive.
Well, no, we're not saying it's not predictive. We're just saying your claim is wrong. Not that it's not predictive. If it was true, we'd say
take my worldview into account and consider it instead of like
No,
trying to
no,
mesh
no,
it
no,
with
no, no,
your
no, no.
account, and then it's wrong.
It's not a matter of worldview here.
Yeah, because we both live in the same world.
Well, I agree, but like we interpret the world differently.
Right, but our interpretations still have to comport with reality. And
And I believe yours is wrong.
Right. Okay, so wait. I'll explain it, Justin. Look, I agree. When you look into the Bible and you see the old age of the patriarchs, Abraham, Sarah, all these various old all these various Old Testament figures, yeah, they're older. There's really no way of getting around it. You can't really say, oh, that represents their dynasty or something. I've tried that. These are, they are literally saying that they're very old. Yet, here's the thing. Like, even if I have to say, yeah, that's the truth, I would have to say that, yeah, God supernaturally intervenes there. I'm not making any kind of point, I'm not pointing to, like, the pressure of the earth or something. I'm not pointing to natural mechanisms. You're saying the natural mechanisms we observe are saying that anyone in that kind of environment
You don't see
would
what you
get older.
said on like a hypocritical move where if I said God caused the flood, that's why it happened, then there'll be upheaval. Oh no, you have to give me a natural way. Then if I ask you for, hey, find a natural reason for why the people live so long, and you would just say no, God did it He did it supernaturally.
Okay. So if you're going to say if you're just going to say the flood was a miraculous event where God intervened in history, and we know this by revelation, then that's not science.
What you just said was not science.
No, it isn't.
Well,
something being unscientific doesn't mean it's untrue. Something can be true and not a truth of science. So,
the question is, why did you even try to theorize how a person can live so long? Scientifically.
Yeah, I've heard the various explanations, and none of them really come under scrutiny.
Well, there's a major problem with that. Is there's actually a cap on how long humans can live. You know how when the cells divide, your DNA gets shorter each time it divides.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like the explanation, my worldview gave a reason for that.
But being under pressure doesn't magically heal the DNA. Doesn't add a length to the DNA.
It cooks things. That's what I do with a pressure.
I was getting there. I was getting there next. That's coming up.
Yeah, Justin, there's something called the Hayflick limit, and what this is very simple. It just means that cells can only divide themselves 40 to 50 times because they have what's called these telomeres, and they get shorter every time. Okay, so there's a limit on cell division. Hyperbaric chambers is not going to fix that.
The other thing with being under pressure, that's not what they use to heal. They use hyperbaric chambers, which are pure oxygen chambers.
Yeah, okay.
Which seem to do better in healing.
Which is what?
No, not under extreme pressure. It's under the same amount of pressure.
Yeah, it's just oxygenated.
Why didn't we find fossils of those people that lived so long, according to you? There should be an abundance of fossils of the complete lineage from Adam and Eve to whoever you want. Why didn't we find fossils of those ones?
Wait, why don't we find fossils of those bones?
Of those people that lived so long.
Well, I mean, there have been some bones that are quite big. Now, a lot of them, a lot of it has been buried under a lot of hoax and so on. But yeah, there are some, like,
they're not.
For example, huge.
Are you talking about Nephilim bones? Because that's not what we're discussing here. Also, I don't.
Wait, what do you mean? That's what you're not discussing, though.
Wait, no, we're discussing bones. I'm saying this to. I think the conversation's being a little sidetracked, not necessarily by you. I just think when we're discussing bone longevity and stuff, it's not so much a matter of the bones. It's just a matter of anatomy. It's just whether or not. How do we put this? It's just a matter of whether or not the body has the capacity to live that long, as Van was saying, and it doesn't.
It doesn't now. You guys are excluding the possibility of like how the weather changed, like how things are, like atmosphere, all these different things.
Absolutely nothing in the atmosphere would impact your DNA like that. It would make your DNA last longer.
So like if I somehow lived in higher altitude,
Yeah.
Altitudes. That does not change how the body.
It doesn't affect your DNA as far as the telomere length.
So, for example, people who live in high grounds, they're not shorter.
I'm sorry.
Like people who live in higher grounds, like perhaps like the people who might be thinking about the Aztecs or whoever. But there's people who live on higher surfaces, and they live with minimum oxygen. You can see the difference in their body structure.
All right, so this is...
Well, but that doesn't... Hold on, Max. That doesn't have anything to do with their telomeres.
Not at all.
They might be shorter due to a... No. They might be shorter due to a selective process of where people who don't have as much mass don't require as much oxygen.
He's talking
about... But that still doesn't have absolutely anything to do with telomere shortage.
He's talking about the Tibetans that have a certain gene from Denisovans that do give them they're more acclimated to the higher altitudes, okay? But that has nothing to do with Van's talking about, and has nothing to do with Max is talking about. We started with Max. Max was actually going down one path, and we've now gone 6 different things since then, and I don't know why.
The point of longevity came up when Justin brought up. Well, on my model, we would have verified that. People of longer ages would happen depending on how the atmosphere changes them, and that's something that my model predicts. Whereas Van came in and said, no, it's not a matter of the atmosphere; it's a matter of telomeres in the DNA. So that's what he was correcting Justin on.
Yeah, no. I mean, no, Van's spot on. Right? No, I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, right. we need to move it back to your interlocutory, Max, because what you were asking for what he would expect to see, and his falsification criteria, and I think we kind of got away from that. No, Vance,
we did a little bit.
We did a little, but I think just to turn it back, if that is what the example that Justin was giving me, and I do interpret it as such, then it doesn't work for the reasons just outlined. So.
But tell me, why don't you prefer to believe that it was a natural, like the reason why they lived up to 900 years was because of natural causes that God allowed?
Because the science
preferring to believe and having evidence to believe are two different things.
Yes, I mean if I had evidence that natural causes could do that, I might be more inclined to believe it. As someone who takes the Bible, as someone who holds the Bible as being inspired, but because because it seems more likely, considering the science, that God intervened to, selectively give longevity to a certain select few of the Old Testament prophets or patriarchs, then that seems more likely given all the information at hand. And again, it's not something I can say I'm proving with science. It's something you'd have to accept de fide, by faith, the teachings of the church. It's not a matter of, scientifically showing it. I don't think I could demonstrate this to Van or Steve or Alex here. There are some things which are de fide, matters of faith. There's some things which, the church teaches as a matter of nature, accessible to human reason, like the existence of God, or, let's see, what else? Or the immortality of the soul, which I would have to provide some kind of criterion for, but that's Catholic theology. Adventists have a different way of going about things. So this is kind of where we might disagree theologically, and that's probably going to stray far more from the conversation than just the roundabout we had now.
I think you guys get so abstract you lose the threads of your arguments.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, you're getting bogged down with some kind of the minutia.
I have simple questions. And Justin's theory that the Earth was once surrounded by a solid shell of ice, and that chunks of this fell down and carved out the Grand Canyon. The question that comes immediately to my mind is, where did the sedimentations come from? You can look at the Grand Canyon, you can see sedimentation. Where did that come from?
Sedimentation of like the wind and sand?
No, that's erosion. She said there's different layers in the Grand Canyon. Some of them are sedimentary that have been laid down, and there's other ones that they're actually been eroded. Okay, they're called discontinuities, and some of the discontinuities will actually indicate that over a period of time there was some kind of erosion pattern, but above that layer there might be a straight layer of sedimentation that was laid down contiguously that shows no sign of erosion.
Oh,
And
well, that's simple. I mean,
your
with
theory
all the
doesn't
mud
account for.
slabs falling on top of each other and just overlapping each other, I mean,
No.
that's just
How do you have erosion with mud slabs? There's erosion between these layers. They're called there's paraconformities and what's the other one? Disconformities. And I always confuse which one's which. I think the disconformities have erosions and the paraconformities don't, but somebody can correct me on that. But how do you have erosion with just mud flaps, mud layers?
erosion. No, wait, we went back to erosion now?
Well, we see
That's what
patterns
he
of
was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So that's what we see in the Grand Canyon. We see alternating layers of sedimentary rock with and without erosion. The great unconformity, I think has one. I don't remember. The only thing I remember about the great unconformity is there's 3 major branches of it with the Tonto layer and 2 others. But somebody can probably help me out more on this than me on this, because this is not geology is not my thing. I suck at it. I really do.
Someone get wild with Claire on here.
Yeah, no shit. Go get Judy.
Yeah.
The second question.
Sadly, she doesn't do hangouts.
I know, which sucks.
Really?
But,
She doesn't anymore? I mean, I haven't seen her around.
She never has. She never does hangouts.
Really? I could get it. I don't know. I mean, I'm friends with her. I've never really talked to her, but I mean, we should ask her one of these days.
It drives her nuts, the hangout, the setup.
I know. She likes the video responses.
Like, I remember one time Prudent Discourse asked her for a hangout, and she calmly said, "Sorry, Pumpkin, not today."
To Prudent.
Prudent, yeah.
The other question I have is if the reason that people living in Tibet are smaller is because they're at a higher altitude, why don't we see taller people at lower altitudes? I mean, I think this is the way to approach some of these things is to simply ask simple and pragmatic questions about the consequences of his theories, rather than you guys instantly go to the Big Bang, the universe for nothing, 1 + 1 = 2. Just ask simple questions of pragmatic consequences of his theories, and they can't survive. Can't survive simple questions.
Well, the thing is, if you keep asking simple questions and then I keep giving answers and answers and answers, what it's going to look like is that I'm keep moving the post. So, for example, if I say if black people happen to come from living in the equator or living out in the sun, and then I look at today and say, hey, so then why are there black people in Russia, or why are there black people in China or whatever? And then you're going to say, well, that's because people move around, and they can move around within one generation. So they can be dark and move up to New York or wherever, somewhere cold where usually you find white people, and then you're going to find a balanced mixture. That's an explanation. But if I keep on doing that, what's going to happen is it's going to seem like I'm moving the goalpost and keep on creating theories, which are very reasonable.
Right, but we know why people have black skin. It isn't because they're out in the sun. It's because they have excess melanin in the skin, and we know that that's a genetically heritable trait.
Well, that's not disagreeing. That those things come because of adaptation, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Those things do come by adaptation. But when it comes to tracking the moving patterns of people, yeah, that was important in terms of looking at our racial or cultural heritage. And what happens is that becomes a part of anthropology, and that spawns a whole discipline of knowledge in its own right.
Anthropology? Where's fuckface?
Yeah, get Joe in here. No, I mean, there's different. We can look at
just add one more thing, Steve.
Sure.
If you actually look at the history of geology, most of the early geologists were creation scientists. Most of them did hold to a young Earth, and in fact, the way that geology actually ended up changing is going through categories of different viewpoints. There were at first people who thought that the laws of physics and geology in the past were far different, and that's why there was a flood. And what happened is there was a split, and there were people who said, no, the laws should be uniform. They were uniformitarians. And when you see here is modern geology actually grew out of people, learning that their earlier young Earth views weren't palatable with the information, and then moving on to old Earth views. it wasn't. It's actually because we haven't really seen this branch and these assumptions bringing out newer and better hypotheses and sciences and areas where we can gain more information that it went and died by the wayside. This is pretty much, if you look in the historical record, why geology doesn't really take young Earth creation science that well to begin with. There's actually a book called The Creation Debate by Arthur McCalla that details this pretty well, and I'd advise you to look at that for it.
Has anyone brought up Zion oil?
I did.
3 times.
Okay.
Yeah. I even told them that the stock is $1.49. That's all. They've even just going by the laws of chance, just by picking areas at random, you should be able to find some oil somewhere. However, using their models, they found 0. They've had 4 dry wells so far. Yeah, we've already brought it up. I mean, I don't want to overload Justin too much, but I hate to say this, Justin, but every answer you've given, and I don't mean any disrespect, because God knows you're a hell of a lot more pleasant to talk to than any of these people in the clown car policy that I have to deal with. But you've given a non-answer to every question, basically, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but nothing has risen to the level of actually an explanatory model, a falsification criteria, a mechanism for anything. You're basically just sort of saying, well, God and therefore this, and you're throwing out some kind of ad hoc or even post hoc sometimes conjecture that is not based upon any known laws of physics, any known realm of reality. And that's what I find a little disturbing, that your worldview is such that you're so willing to put aside everything we know about science, everything we've come so far in the thousands of years of human evolution, that we've learned things, and you're willing to throw that all aside, not for just religious faith, but just because of a movement, a younger creationist movement, that is not even based upon religion. It's based upon greed. That's what bothers me the most, because the people, the echelons in the younger creationist movement do it for money. And I am certain of this.
Actually, to be fair to Justin, the Seventh-day Adventist movement...
that didn't. I know.
Yeah, like in terms of... Yeah,
he wasn't in for money.
They preceded it before, it was based around, Creation Museum and this whole big money thing, which is, by non-Adventist denominations.
Right, and I gather that. I don't remember. Did you know who Ellen G? You did know who Ellen G was.
Yeah, I was telling you where the model came from. That idea, where I learned that from, and I took to believe it makes sense. So yeah, it didn't come from Kent Hovind.
Right, but they've taken the model and they've used it for a business.
Well, that's not fair. Everyone has done that for everything they do in their profession.
I agree with Justin. Just because I do think young Earth creationism is false, but it's not false because somebody appropriates it for money.
No, I do have to disagree with you, Max, because the difference is that one, they're doing it for greed. Scientists who put out books and everything else are doing it for educational purposes. Okay, and
that's what I'm talking about. This whole idea where it's scientists, the scientists you're thinking of, are all noble, like they're the Superman of this narrative.
No, but they're not going to put out.
To be fair, just because somebody's saying something is a dirtbag or a saint doesn't mean it's true or false. You have to look at the proposition in question. You can't just look to the character of the person. Now, granted, it might give you an indication of whether or not you should trust the proposition. Like, I would, if there's a claim coming from a scientist, I would treat it with far less credulity than I would, just someone off the street. But at the same time, it's not the focal point of what you should look for, an exchange where somebody does seem to be coming in good faith.
I agree.
Yeah, all right.
It just seems like the goalpost keeps changing. Especially as soon as God gets in the picture, he's not science. Even if he moves you, who is part of science.
Well, so in terms of how God moves the universe, we would say that God moves it from eternity. That means
no. But let me ask you: does God actually interact with you? Do you have a relationship with God?
From eternity, yes.
So if someone says, "Hey, God answered my prayer," and not only did God answer my prayer, but He healed me,
He's done that
from
science. He's done that from eternity, and which is to say that. So when I say he has done that from eternity, that's to say that when he creates the universe, past, present, and future, he has already ordained it such that my prayer was answered from eternity, and that he would move me to pray from eternity. God doesn't really interact, like a person, doing it bit by bit within creation. Rather, he does it from eternity, outside and timelessly.
Well, that's determinism. I mean, so that's just like, it's really not an answer, because in your point of view, you're still interacting with God.
Right, but here's the difference. When I'm talking about how there's interaction in physics, I'm speaking about local interaction. The way that I can touch my computer or manipulate sound waves. This is, direct motion. Whenever I'm speaking about God creating and moving from eternity, I'm talking about God sustaining, sustaining creation in existence.
But that's the thing. He can change the laws of physics from eternity, so that when you're here, like,
right, but
it doesn't matter how you put it. Like, if he changed the laws of physics by interacting or doing it from eternity past, it's the same thing.
Right, but how do you know that God is doing that? Which is to use revelation, right?
Well, not necessarily revelation, but even if you experience something in time, like, it's happening in time, correct?
Correct.
So then, therefore, it's happening to you, which is part of science. Anything that touches you is science.
No, it's not.
So then how you're touched?
Well, what you're talking about is physical interaction. Science is a method. Whenever I pray or whenever I believe in religious doctrine, it's not a matter of employing the scientific method where I create a model, have a falsifiability criteria, look at ways of verifying it. It doesn't work like that. Rather, it's just a point of faith. It's just something I have in my own spiritual life. Nothing more, nothing less.
If God killed you, like, if God struck you down, just like that, boom, and like, how He did in the Old Testament and New Testament.
Okay, let me ask you this: how much more informative is it for science that God is striking me down as opposed to lightning is just hitting me?
Well, because if I say, God, please strike this man down, if I'm a man of God, fire will come down from heaven. The most unlikely thing the most unnatural thing to happen will happen. So then,
how often does that happen, Justin? By the way, I must really need sleep.
Whether it happens,
Max, I thought when you said something about when I pray, I thought you were going to go into song. I don't know why.
Right.
It's literally that. I think I
just saying it's going to be here.
Oh, shit, hang on.
A lot of people have asked me to come into the hangout.
No worries. Oh. So what you're going by, Justin, is a miracle claim. Miracles aren't set out by science. When is something a miracle and when something isn't. That is more of a distinction given by philosophy. If somebody was to say, if someone was to make predictions like I'm going to cause fire to come down from heaven, or I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that in terms of prophecy, that is not something science can determine. When that's coming out, you're kind of creating, something in the domain of theology. When ought we believe someone is a prophet or not? Science doesn't really account. Science might help us account for miracle claims, but science isn't really going to build off, a brand new branch of knowledge by investigating miracle claims.
Okay, so let's say an angel comes from outer space. He says he's an angel.
How do I know?
Would you deny it and say, no, that's miracle claims? Or would you say, oh, this is an alien, so that we can scientifically experiment with it?
Well, first of all, science hasn't proven either aliens or angels existed.
Well, I know that, but let's say it did happen, because people do experience these things.
Okay, given the people who do make these claims, I'd say it's more likely to be an illusion, all things considered. If you were, it might be something more than that, but, if this is just a one-off thing with no repeatable predictive power, then it's not really scientifically helpful. It's just like a one-off event. Like history is the same way. You don't, like history doesn't use the scientific method either. They use an evidential method, wherein you have you have data, you kind of use that data as evidence, you build a model around that data and see which model that evidence best suits. That's how history works. Miracles and miracle claims might work the same way as well, but when it comes to applying the full-blown scientific method on miracle claims, that doesn't work because, again, these are just one-off events that rarely take place.
And see, that's what I'm talking about. Like, you guys, like, if I said God did this, then you have no room for science. Like, in other words, if I said, hey, I have evidence that God actually gave me a cup from heaven. Like, look at it. Like, it came from heaven. And, cup is, like, burning, and it has, like, all these chemicals and stuff. You guys will always have this IDK-ism, I guess, or I don't know-ism, where you constantly be skeptic to the point where there is no way that could come from heaven, ever. Like, it can't be falsifiable. Like, even if you was taken up to heaven, you would say, well, that's a miracle claim, so therefore it's an illusion. That, like, there's no, like, science, when you claim science, that's just another way, a byword to say there cannot be God, even if you use science.
So when I use the term illusion, what I meant to say is that's a possibility. I never said that's what happens. And when I said that it's not science, what I'm saying is science doesn't deal with one-time events. If I was beamed up to heaven and that happened, that would be a one-time event. I might not be able to prove it to other people, but it would be, again, an event that just takes place once, and it's more analogous to history. It's not analogous to the scientific enterprise. History. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm having mic issues. One sec. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing, Justin, you say, you're using a blanket statement about you all. First of all, Mac's a Christian, okay? So of all people that see an angel or something like that, he's not going to have a little more propensity to accept it. I mean, yes, he's still a very scientific person. And he'll probably say that, okay, might be having a mental breakdown or some kind of illusion. But any scientist, given enough evidence, will have to evaluate it. Okay, so nobody will just dismiss things outright. Okay, but we always do try to find a natural explanation. But if God does exist and he wants somebody to have an absolute certainty, then if he takes them up to heaven, yeah, okay, then any scientist would be like, okay, so heavens exist. I still want to find out more about it. I want to learn about it. Okay, when we say the scientific methodology, when we're saying this, the methodological naturalism we apply, that means that we don't start out with a supernatural explanation. We don't say, hey, shit, I dropped this ball. How did it fall? Angels pushed it down. That's not an explanation that we posit. We want to come up with an actual model that we use to predict things. But if there was a supernatural thing that we don't know what the hell it is, we could investigate that. We could apply scientific principles to it. We just don't start off with a supernatural causation. Because if we just say, okay, God did it, or angels did it, what good does that do us? Even if it was true, it wouldn't have any benefit whatsoever.
So if it was true, it would have no benefit.
Well, I think
not for predictive modeling.
I think the problem remains the same, whether it be from your side, Justin, or ours, right? What we're looking for essentially is the reason, the justification as to why the next step follows. So, for example, like you say, that an angel appears or a letter appears or something like that. How do you then get on to the next stage of therefore it must have come from heaven? Like what reason is there to believe that is the case? Well, like as opposed to say, this angel having using super advanced technology to teleport it from planet X, K, Y, Z, blah 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 blah, on the other side of the universe. Mm-hmm. Like, what reason would you have to go with one side over the other?
That he teleported, that it's an angel or alien? I'm sorry, I was spacing out.
Right. What I'm saying is, like, you say you've got this letter has appeared. It has appeared right before your eyes out of thin air, right? And not a letter, a man, or a being of light or whatever. What reason is there to then take the next step and say, therefore it must have come from heaven?
I mean,
even if the being of light, even if go on, sorry.
Well, I would consider the circumstance. Now, if this being somehow just comes down, has he has these special effects that cannot be mimicked by any technology that I can think of as of today, then I would take the leap of faith and say, you know what, that was an angel, or that was not something of this earth. Now, if I can't, I'm always in this constant box of skepticism.
Wait. Sorry, Justin. Why would you do that?
Well, I think I gave the answer. If there's something about his being that is unearthly, or something that cannot be reproduced by any man or any technology that I know of today, then I would take the leap of faith and believe it. Now, I can always continually doubt it forever and ever.
Why? Sorry, no. Why would you take the? Sorry. Why would you take the leap of faith to begin with? Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you're understanding can you repeat what I said though,
sorry.
just to know what you understand?
Yeah, you're saying I can't replicate this in any way I've known before, and nor can I find anything in my immediate surroundings that mimic or give off the same properties. Therefore, for some reason, I'm going to believe it's an angel.
Okay.
Why that step of faith? Why that leap of faith?
Well, that's because I can never have absolute knowledge. It's impossible for me to have absolute knowledge.
Well, I mean, forget absolute knowledge. How about just good enough reason?
Well, that's what I'm talking about then.
Oh, okay, so you're saying you'd have good enough reason at that point. Yeah. You know, if you see an angel or some kind of unearthly light being, that you would go with angel over, the alien. But what makes that more reasonable than the alien is what's being asked.
Okay, so now it's about alien versus angel.
Well, it's about your mic works now. It's about an abductive reasoning. Which is the better hypothesis, and why?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I think the even better question is, why would you take the leap to say it's an angel rather than to say that you don't know what it is?
That's what I'm saying. I'm always going to be. I told you I don't have absolute knowledge of everything.
Not even asking for that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know for sure that the moon is really there. I haven't been there, but I take the leap of faith.
You don't have to be there to know that,
right?
Well, no, you don't have to be there to go there to know that.
Well, how do I know it then? Trust you?
You can see it.
I can see it by where?
With your eyes.
What? My eyes? Okay, so that moon right there could be completely flat.
I think we're getting to brain in a vat, Tad.
Well, we're getting a little bit to brain in a vat, but I think you're being a bit disingenuous here. We can see it. We can feel the pull of its gravity. We can see visible effects of its gravity.
So if I see an angel and I can see him right in front of me, and there's things
Okay, hold on. You can see an angel. What does an angel look like?
Well, that's what I'm saying. He seems like something that's not human at all, and he just has this being or this aura that is just that's unearthly. Then I would just assume that it's an angel.
But why would you assume it's an angel?
Why not an alien?
Well, then, because to me, angels are aliens.
Well, now we're just equivocating, because an angel is supposed to be an immaterial being that can manifest itself to human beings and it acts as a messenger to God, whereas an alien is just a material being that has an intelligence but doesn't reside on Earth and has a very different anatomy than us.
Well, who made that? Who wrote that in the handbook of the Bible?
No one's. Well, I mean,
aliens aren't mentioned in the Bible.
Yeah.
Well, the term alien means someone who is not from this land.
We're talking about scientific.
And you know what we're talking about when we're saying alien. So
yeah, I'm not talking about ET.
Someone who's not from this land is being a bit disingenuous. We're talking about
You're thinking ET, and I'm thinking a person who is not from this world.
All right, let's get a little more basic here. Justin, do you accept the possibility that intelligent life exists on other planets?
Yes.
Okay. Were they created by God?
Yeah.
Okay. Have they visited us?
No. Well, I mean, in a sense of being a messenger, but no, not in the sense of being secular in any sense.
What do you mean by a messenger?
I don't. Yeah,
Well,
I don't follow that.
Okay. Well, the Bible calls angels angels in the sense of being messengers.
I'm not talking about angels. I didn't say angels. I said aliens.
And that's what I'm saying. And I'm trying to explain that.
So you,
An alien can give a message. Now, if an alien is giving a message, by definition, he's an angel.
But we're not talking. Okay, so when I think you're equivocating the two things here. When somebody says, when somebody is saying alien, they're talking about like an extraterrestrial who lives on another planet. When they're talking about an angel, they're talking about an immaterial spirit that manifests itself as a being to creation, to God's material beings, and act for his as a messenger. Like they're two very distinct things.
No, because an alien can be immaterial if he has the technology, correct?
No.
No. How many of you
I don't know that immateriality of consciousness is a possibility.
So when someone says, just to qualify this definition further, when somebody says a being is immaterial, what they're saying is they have no
corporeal form.
Corporeal or four-dimensional extension.
But where is that coming from?
It's actually metaphysics. If you
metaphysics from where?
From the medievals.
Medievals. We're going by the medievals now.
What? So
okay, hold on.
Wait. So as somebody who studies, trust me, I have a master's degree in religious studies. As somebody who has studied, Christian history, what ends up happening is the church uses categories taken from both the Jewish Bible and from Greek philosophers in order to explain creation. People like Plato and Aristotle had a conception of immateriality that they took and revised over time. What ended up happening was materiality, what matter is, became what's called the principle of individuation. What separates, me as a human being, a rational animal, from Steve or you? Well, we call them we call this matter. So I take up Van, you're kind of blowing into the mic here.
Sorry.
No worries. So for example, when God creates human beings, and more than one, he creates material beings. Whereas when he creates angels, he creates essentially one of a kind, because he doesn't need to distinguish angel A from angel B. Angel means messenger. It's also their office. God creates one unique being that doesn't have to be distinguished from another one. Whereas matter is how.
This just sounds like a whole bunch of fudging that's not even from the Bible.
So what do you mean? Well, it's not actually fudging. It's a way to make sense of these categories when we say matter and immaterial.
But when we read the Bible and we find angels interacting with men, actually eating food, making stuff, touching people, and doing all these physical things, and then not only that, they see them to the point where angels can actually smack someone, smote them.
Okay.
That's because they take up. That's because they can take up material form. It doesn't mean that they're naturally material.
Who told you that?
This is Christian doctrine. In fact,
but that's the thing. Okay, well now we're going into two different assumptions. You want me to assume you're a world?
Can I clarify? Can I clarify one thing? Because somebody on the side is saying something, and I want to clarify for something. Marcus, you're talking about Max's master's degree. It's not theology; it's religious studies. They're completely different things, and it is a very useful degree because religious studies is an in-depth actual degree rather than saying you have something in just like some third world divinity church that you pay $50 for and you get a degree. So don't equivocate the two because they're not the same thing. Theological degree like Ken Hovind has or something, and then an actual religious studies degree. So I wanted to throw that out there because I take the kind of offensive that Max works for an actual, worked hard to get an actual master's degree in an actual real subject that is a cool subject. Religious studies is a cool subject, but it's certainly not useless. Okay. So I had to throw that out there. Plus, I'm really tired. I'm cranky, and the only reason I'm keeping this open is for Hannah. So Hannah, you owe me one.
Right.
Go ahead.
So if you look in the Bible over and over again, God does send angelic beings to people who do exist over vast periods of time. They're not just human beings like me or you. Also, what God does is he uses them for his own means and ends. They come in during the end time in the book of Revelation, and they're able to hold prayers. These are manifestations that physical beings cannot do. Like,
wait. You said uphold prayers? Wait, who said we can't uphold prayers?
I didn't say uphold. What they do is they pour over prayers.
Well, why can't we pour over prayers?
No, like they literally take the prayers of the saints and they overflow them to God.
I don't see how.
Can you?
Possible.
So angel being a messenger takes the prayer to God like an intermediary.
Well, I mean, if I'm writing notes, like people tell me to write down their prayer all the time.
I don't think angelic beings write down prayers and notes and then just send them off to heaven to God.
So then what's the point of them thinking? Like, why even go there?
The point. So the angel, being a messenger, is an intermediary.
Wait. So why even be a recorder? Like the Bible talks about unto the writing angel, and then it talks about how he saw an angel with a writer's inkhorn. Like there's so many statements where the Bible talks about angels recording as a witness. So then if they're writing, what are they writing for? And then two, if they're delivering to something to God, which he already knows, then it already makes no sense. Why even try to be accurate here?
Well, first of all, when you look at the fact that the Bible itself uses a physical manifestation to express a spiritual reality isn't new. God walks in the Garden of Eden, for example. There are plenty of places where God, who is spiritual, is said to be wrestling with his prophets. That's not something that's new in the Bible. Second of all, God always works through intermediaries. God works through prophets when he could just very well speak for himself.
But
God loves working through secondary causes. He
does
rather than taking full glory for himself, he shares the glory with those who he has elected and blessed in grace for the positions he has given them.
But all the things that you said is nothing that a human can't do. Like literally.
Right, but what I'm saying is human beings don't fly, they don't go into heaven, they don't transfer notes back and forth.
These are text message to people like very easy. I'm sure they have better technology than we do.
Who's they? Oh, aliens?
No.
Aliens.
No, we've totally abandoned the whole alien subject.
Yeah, we have. Point. So, whenever we talk about immateriality, we're not talking about a shift from one element like fire to water or teleporters or stuff. What we're talking about is the nature of something. Human beings. When I say I'm a material being, what I'm saying is I am one particular being, a human, who has other humans, and the matter that I have distinguishes me from others. Whereas angels themselves don't need matter to individuate themselves from one another. Angels are unique, and angels are unique in themselves, and they don't need that kind of distinguisher. So,
if you ask me for the definition of what is physical, anything that has a form and actually has limits, boundaries within their form, then that's a physicality. In other words, they're not like omnipresent, like gas just floating around. They're confined to a spot. They have space.
But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying is they don't need any extension. They don't need any differentiation. It's kind of like this. If we imagine,
no one does.
So you know what? So you know what a two-dimensional graph is, right? A coordination system.
Oh yeah.
All right. So you could actually distinguish objects by like what vector they're a part of. And human beings are three-dimensional. You could distinguish us, by a three-dimensional coordinating system. Angels themselves, though, they don't have vectors. They don't take up space or mass.
Who says that?
What? I'm sorry?
But who's making these things up? Like, where is this authority coming
from? In the Bible. Didn't we already establish that angels are immaterial? Don't you agree with that?
No, I believe that we already established that all the things that they do were pretty physical. They have looks. They actually have forms. They actually affect people. They can actually kill people. They do all these things in the physical realm. They actually go to places. Like that's something that physical beings do. Go, like move.
They're also called spirits.
Well, they're called spirits, just like how we are spirits too, because the Bible talks about how we are spirits because we have a spirit, like we are minds.
So if you actually look in the Greek, the term, the Bible uses both soul and spirit. In fact, the term soul actually comes from the term psyche, where we get psychology from, and the term spirit just refers to the part of us that is animated, that's moving. The Bible actually doesn't make the Bible itself, when it speaks of angels being spirit, what it's referring to is just them being spirit. It never ever mentions they have a body.
Well, then when the Bible talks about how Daniel, he describes an angel, and he talks about his feet, and it says that his feet was like burnished bronze, and then so on, and that his face was like the sun, and so on, and then talks about how he had this this being that was so overwhelming that he fell dead right before him. And then there's other cases where they saw an angel of the Lord. Jacob, he was fighting an angel, or in that case, he was fighting God. These are physical attributes that
yes,
they're
and God has a throne in heaven. It doesn't mean that God is physically sitting on a throne in heaven.
Why not? Could he not?
Wait, are you telling me now that God is a material being? Because
I'm telling you, God is everything plus. I'm not talking about pantheism. God can actually, if you think of X-Men, and you see all those X-Men doing all these amazing things, and say God can't do any of those moves, I think you have a very, very.
Well, I'm not saying God can't. God. No, I'm not saying God couldn't take up a physical form. Jesus, of course, is God made man. What I'm saying is God the Father doesn't rest in heaven on a physical throne.
Why doesn't he want to?
Are you
wow.
Okay? So, if you're at this point, I think you're just in heresy.
Wait, hold on. So if the Bible says if Daniel sees the vision of God the Father, the Ancient of Days, sitting on the throne right here, and you believe that comes from God or the ancient writers, don't you think they were writing heresy? Wouldn't you think God would have said, "Hey, angels, make sure they don't tell them that I'm sitting down. Make sure that they give a better representation of Star Wars."
I think people in the ancient world would have been smart to pick up that they're giving a representation of a spiritual reality in such a way that we could comprehend God.
So why didn't God just say that?
Well,
wait, you really?
If you look in the Bible, there are plenty of times where God says things about himself which are not, qualities of material beings. Like, he's timeless. He does not change. Material beings by nature change.
Yeah. Okay. Max is spot on here. I mean, let's think about this, okay, Justin. If you're positing a material being with a material throne, or even a non-material being, what would he do with a material throne? He has to be able to sit in there. That requires a corporeal essence. Okay. If he's doesn't have a corporeal essence, then he's not material. And if he not material, he doesn't need a throne. If he is material, then he's not God the Father.
No, the thing is, God is not ruled by needs. He can do what he wants.
We don't talk about needs. We're talking about common sense logic and reasoning here. You've abandoned all sense of reason.
All right, so tell me, let's say there's a seat, there's a chair in a house, and God is floating everywhere. You think God is going to say, "Oh, I'm not going to sit there. I can't do it. It's not logical."
Well, without having a physical body, you can't sit anywhere.
Well, if God can form,
if he's floating throughout the entire house, then he doesn't have a physical body, so it's kind of a nonsensical statement to make that.
Okay,
say
so
that.
can God make a physical body for himself?
Well, I don't believe God exists, so no, he can't.
But if he did exist, would it be logical for God to make a physical or temporary physical body for himself?
Well, if God has a physical body, then he's reliant on his physical body.
No,
it means he's
I
reliant on matter. It means he's reliant on creation. This is heresy.
No, I'm asking you: is it possible for God to want, not need, but want, just for fun of it, just for the fun, just say, you know what? Today I'm gonna wear the shirt of a human being.
So you're saying God has wants and desires?
Yeah, he does. The Bible talks about how he does all things for his good pleasure. He does things for fun.
For fun?
Yeah.
He makes it. Wow, I've never. This is kind of.
I'd actually like to see the verse that you're grabbing this from.
Well, okay, if you go to Revelation chapter 4, where it talks about how the 24 elders and all the beasts, swirl around him, and they say, worthy is the, give honor and glory to him who sits on the throne, for he has created all things for his good pleasure. That's good pleasure right there. Means he does these things because it pleases him. So what he does it in a sense for fun.
No, that's not the same thing.
So okay, so what's the definition of fun?
All right, well, let's.
Whimsical entertainment value for one's own personal enjoyment. That's not the same as good pleasure. I would not equate to those terminologies whatsoever. You're making. I wouldn't even believe in that type of God that you're positing, Justin. Even though I was a theologian, the type of God you're positing is something like Q out of Star Trek.
Yeah, really.
Wait, what do you mean Q out of Star Trek?
Or the Goth, or the Squire of Gothos, which, by the way, I think was
also a Q.
Yeah, I think so too. Actually, I mean, it's not canonized, but I'm going to take it.
It's in the book.
Yeah, I know.
Well, basically, what I'm saying is, you can't put God in a confinement where he cannot do this or he will not do that, or because he doesn't need to do this, he can't. He logically never do it.
I actually just searched up and it says, "Worthy are you." Like, if you go by, how it's transliterated, "Worthy are you, the Lord and God of us, to receive glory and honor and power, for you created all things, and for the will of you they existed and were created." So there's no. So the term is thelama, which doesn't necessarily translate to.
It doesn't necessarily to pleasure.
Actually, the translation you're looking at is the King James version, which it's a bit archaic, if you will.
Well, I mean, that doesn't mean it's right or wrong.
True, but when you compare it to modern texts, it doesn't fare too well. And if you actually look into the definition, it doesn't look like it was translated that properly to begin with.
You're not a King James only literist, right?
No, I'm not. I'm a King James literist. I mean, I see all these other.
King James onlyist.
Yeah.
No, I see all these other translation. Like, for example, let me see.
So yeah, even if I was to grant that it did say pleasure, I'll grant this for the sake of argument. The point still remains that God doesn't take up material. God the Father doesn't take up material form. That's something unique to the Son. Like, that's always been pushed in Christian theology.
Well,
I don't even.
Tell me this.
I don't even think your church teaches that.
Well, this is my personal point. But do you consider light material?
Yes.
So if light is emanating from the Father, would you not consider that as something, illogical?
Couldn't because just be speaking poetically.
Poetically?
Yeah, I'd much more go for that interpretation. But even if I was to grant that it was light emanating from the Father, couldn't one just as easily state that light itself is just being created as the Father appears?
Max, you might want to clarify, because they're not energy. The material concept they're talking about, guys, is not what you're talking about. Thinking of physics, energy, and anything that derives from materialistic for physicalism force derived from a materialistic cause is considered to be part of the materialism. So that's what they're talking about. They're not saying that photons and light have mass, or at least no rest mass. That's not the same thing. So you guys, they're just they're a little bit confused on your thing. You guys are talking philosophy and they're thinking physics, and that's why they're having.
I'm saying if light is coming, I can't think of any other light which will cause me to squint unless it's like photons that's going into my eyes.
Yeah, but in physics, photons have no mass. They're massless.
So it has no mass. So like let's say
rest mass has relativistic mass. But go ahead.
It should also be pointed out that when prophets usually appear before God, it's usually in a dream-like or visionary state. I mean, like take Daniel as the prime example here. He's usually portrayed as an interpreter of dreams as well. Like usually this is kind of God's MO in a lot of the Old Testament, and that's usually how Jews have interpreted their own prophets, looking at it.
Well, whether that's the case, I mean, for example, Moses, he went to the mountain of God, or Mount Sinai, stood before God for 40 days and 40 nights, and he came out emanating with light, to the point where the people had to cover his face. Now, the Bible also talks about how the 72 elders who went up to the mount, and it says clearly that they saw God. Now, they also describe the things that were around him, talking about how the ground was made out of sapphire and all these different things. But that shows that he had a form. And any form you give him, you're going to start saying he doesn't need this or he doesn't need that. He doesn't need fingers. He doesn't need a light. He doesn't need nothing. Like,
well, I mean, again, no one is saying God can't even take up a physical form. The point is, when God has in the past taken up, a form or an appearance for the prophets, it's usually taken that it was Jesus Christ who comes pre-existing in what's called a theophany. In fact, in the New Testament, it says no man has seen the Father. The distinction. This is where we go to a Trinitarian distinction, wherein just because the prophets of the Old Testament didn't see the Father doesn't mean they didn't necessarily see the Son.
Well, okay, well then, so let's say I was to take you to the text where Jesus says, talking about, don't offend these little ones, whose angels stand before the face of the Father every day. It talks about how they stand right in front of the face of God, or the face of the Father. He clearly said the Father, his face.
That's usually, that would be anthropomorphic language, again.
Well, anthropomorphic language, no matter how you look at it, God show up in a, let me show you how I imagine God. Like, God is so infinite that he also has infinite options. And he can go through his infinite closet room, go to his room and says, you know what, let me put on this shirt. I'm gonna dress like a human today. I'm gonna sit on a couch and just sit there. Just for fun.
But
you know what? I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna hover around the entire universe.
It's kind of like you're making God into a bored human being. To be frank, I mean, even if God is like even you're using either that or you're just using anthropomorphic language yourself, which is pretty funny. Where God is like a human being going through an infinite amount of closets.
And he also seems to be decentralizing God as well. I mean,
okay. So let me ask you this: do you guys know that God made us in His image?
Well, that's again. I think if I have to accept the being, it's going to be allegorical. I don't believe it's an anthropomorphic type of God, but when I'm saying delocalizing or decentralization, that you're saying if God is like everywhere, he's supposed to be this ubiquitous concept in Christian theology, and now you're saying he just has this physical place in space and time that he exists.
No, I'm saying he's everywhere. He's both and. There's no logical reason to say he's one or the other. He's both.
He's what? Both where?
You cannot have a locality, a specific place, and be everywhere at the same time. That's a contradiction.
Yeah, exactly. So theologians have usually provided an explanation like this: because God exists in eternity and sustains the universe in existence, both space and time, then in that way, he can be he could be in any specific locale. So, for example, I'm stating my end of the conversation right now, in my room, speaking to all of you, but I'm manifesting, in sound waves through your computers in your specific areas. Likewise, God himself, even though he creates the world, its prime cause and mover, the space and time, location and temporality themselves are reliant on God. So God is everywhere in the sense that his causal power is located in each specific time and in each specific place. That's usually.
I agree with that. I mean, I agree with that. I don't see any, because I believe God is timeless.
That's a good explanation, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I already have a model for how God is timeless and also temporal at the same time. That's not a big steep hill, but what I am saying is it would be illogical to say that he's not temporal. Like, look at whatever you consider as authority in theology. Look at all those facts and say, no, this is wrong, and this is right. You have to do some major cherry picking with your logic and also the Bible to just assume one or the other. He has to be both by definition.
Well, I mean, there are kind of these things called the rules of logic where we have to work under, like our beliefs about God cannot be contradictory. Like, that has to be one where you have to start with. God being temporal, like God can be in time qua Jesus, like he creates a second nature which he acts through and is united in through time. That's usually the whole incarnation thing. In terms of God's interaction with time, there has been a lot of pen and paper spilt over that one. You could go into the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
I studied all that stuff up. I'm pretty bored of it now. Like, it's, for example, when you have to assume the assumption. Assume this. I'm using assumption a lot. You have to take into consideration this happened in time. There was a time when Jesus was not given, and there was a time when Jesus was given. So when the text says God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that must have happened in time. Because for the Father, if he never gave his Son, then Jesus never came. And if he has always given his Son, there was no time that Jesus came because he was already here. So
So in terms of your conception of time, I think it's what's called an A theory of time. This is where only the present really exists.
No, I believe in both. I believe in the B theory of time.
I don't understand how you can believe in both.
All right, let me show you.
You believe both A and B?
No, I believe. Oh, let me show you before.
Does the present the only part of time that absolutely exists right now, or not?
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, they're kind of mutually exclusive from each other.
Let me get to it. Okay. Let me share the screen. Do you guys see this right here?
No. Okay, here it is.
Okay. This is what I consider. This is pretty much my model of how God is timeless and temporal at the same time. Now, I don't want to go too far, but at the top is the eternal regression, where you find Jesus or God or the Father. They're all three there. Where at that point, which is the now dimension, everything that has happened, is happening, and will happening is in one singular moment in time to God. Just it.
Right. Okay, so that's where God is from eternity. Yeah, that's usually what I posit. But go on.
Now, if you go down there, if we continue to go down this inception of time, I consider it the infinite inception of parallel multiverses of the ideal. This is what I consider the Council of Peace. I'll explain later. I don't want to get too much detail. But in this time, God has his own timeline outside of the universe, where he can play back and forth in time. He can throw football, from 1 yard and jump into AD, and then throw the football back and jump into BC, and just go around. However, when God is in time,
subjects himself to time and only goes forward. Now, when he's in that state, God, by the mere fact that he can constantly duplicate himself, he can literally live offline from himself, just like how, for example, you know how Agent Smith in the movie The Matrix, how they can literally like multiply and be everywhere, but at the same time have their own history and life, and at any moment they can live offline from the rest of all of who he is, or he can just share his mind with the rest of all of who he is. Same thing with Jesus. He had the available knowledge of all that is beyond eternity, and like he can play with that mindset, that eternal ideas, or he can just shut himself up from all that.
Wait, Jesus had internal knowledge, eternal knowledge?
No, I said he had that availability while he was on Earth. He submitted to just our rules.
Okay, wait, but okay, but does he have, when he's not on Earth, did he have an eternal knowledge?
No.
So at no time did Jesus raise to the same knowledge level as the Father.
No.
So they're separate entities.
No, they're pretty much the same entity, just like how Agent Smith and the duplicates of Agent Smith were the same entities. However,
they weren't the same entities. They were not the same entities, even though they're different timelines. They wouldn't be the same entities. They'd still have an individual corporeal form, or in this case, the matrix form. But
well,
if you're saying that they're identical in properties, that God and Jesus are identical as far as the properties, okay, coextensive properties, equal in power, equal in substance, okay, then you're still saying that they have different knowledges.
Yeah.
And that makes no sense.
Well, how it makes sense?
I think it wouldn't make sense, because if two beings are considered to be the same, or if two persons are considered to be the same entity or being, then their knowledge would also have to be identical. But if you're saying that the knowledge of the Son isn't identical to that of the Father, then they'd be distinct from one another.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. They have to be distinct from one another. So they can't really be the same entity, because Jesus obviously doesn't know everything the Father knows.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you compartmentalize your mind? Like literally one part of your mind knows something and another part doesn't know.
Well, actually, I think so. This is actually interesting. William Lane Craig actually provides the same kind of response. He'd say that Jesus, while he was only aware of a finite amount of knowledge, through his human form, because his divine nature and his human nature were never separated, his divine knowledge was always there, but on a subconscious-like level.
Well, okay, even the divine knowledge wouldn't have been equal to God, though.
Yeah, that doesn't cut it.
Because Jesus didn't know when his return was. Only the Father did.
Yeah, let me ask you this: is it possible for God to actually live as though He doesn't know?
I think that'd be personally. I think that doesn't make much sense to me. I don't think you can really as a divine being just say I'm going to forget.
Let me ask you this: Can God duplicate himself?
That sounds like Justin. That sounds like a straight up contradiction.
Yeah,
an all-knowing being not know something.
Yeah, it's inconsistent with his nature. That's what
actually, I do think it's logical. I think what we'd call that is just playing dumb. Not being dumb, but just playing dumb.
I wouldn't even go that far. Like, he sincerely, Jesus as a man, sincerely did not know. So he wasn't acting, and we find that throughout the Bible, God experiences all these feelings, such as heartbreak, such as marvel, like he's surprised, like, what? I can't believe you guys did this. Where he says things like, it never came to my mind that you guys to actually have you guys sacrifice your kids. Like, he says those things because God can literally sit in the experience of letting moments come to him, just like we do. Now, the way I would explain it is, like, it's like watching a movie you've seen so many times. You know the whole thing back from cover to cover. However, because you're with your friends, you decide to say, you know what, I'm going to pretend that I haven't seen it before. Well, the difference between you and God is that God has the ultimate ability to actually deplete himself of that knowledge and actually, like, 100% live as though he doesn't know at the same time.
I don't.
You're saying
Just to clarify.
God is omniscient. How does it's in his nature to know everything? How does he have the power to make himself not omniscient?
Well, this is the thing. In order for God to know everything, he would have to know how it is to not know.
Yeah, he's all-knowing. He knows every true proposition.
Well, let me ask you this: does God know how it is to not know?
Does God know how?
I think omniscience is incoherent. That's why it's logically incoherent. That's why an omniscient God cannot exist.
Well, let me ask you this: is it possible for God, for God to
Is it possible for an omniscient God to know what not knowing is like?
Yeah.
No, that's why omniscience is a logically incoherent concept, and an omniscient being cannot exist.
Well, he can know the concept. Hang on. It's not illogical to know the concept of not knowing. That's not a contradiction.
Well, no, the experience.
That's what Justin's asking.
Exactly.
No, but that's different. That's different. That's being proposed an idea without actually having any knowledge of what the idea is. It's like for all intents and purposes, the category of not knowing is an incoherency to God.
So wait, so I think these are kind of in tune with what are called psychological objections to not knowing, or I mean omniscience. It's does God know what it's like to, and then so on and so forth. Does God know what it's like to have an orgy? Does God know what it's like evil, like knowledge of evil things? Or does God know what it's like to not know? Or does God know what it's like to be stood up at prom? So, like, you could always kind of come up with these funny psychological objections to omniscience. But here's the thing: if God is the author, but in terms of these being psychology, if God is himself the author of creation and beings who have psychology, then of course God, who determines what it is like or what it will be like to have that, would know it without experiencing it himself, because he's, the cause of it. So that's usually how one would get around those kinds of psychological objections to omniscience. And so,
There's still the smattering problem. There's still the smattering problem of like the state of being, right? So we don't even have to go into the psychological aspects of it. We're just talking about what it is categorically, and the question is, essentially, is being asked is, can God be of one category and another if those two categories are dichotomous?
No.
And just be saying yes.
No, they can't be. That would be God. Even in the Christian theology, God cannot do contradictions.
Well, let me ask you this: can God be in two places at the same time?
Some believe he can.
Well, Darwin's deity, I think, believes so, but other than that, most rational people would not accept a contradiction or deity.
Steve,
can God be in two places?
No, it's false.
So God can. So yes, God can.
This all depends on which. Sorry.
So I would say yes, God is always at two places and at all times at once, because he is the cause of both location or locality and time. So he would be present in both places because him as first cause would be what sustains those things in existence. In the same way that I myself, even though I'm not in your living rooms at this time, I can't really be in 4 living rooms at once, or wherever you guys have your laptop at this time, or cell phones or whatever. I can, you're all still dialoguing with me because I am the cause of the sound waves and the human interaction going on in these 4 places from where I am. So that's kind of how I would go around that through analogy. And again, as to the whole psychology, I think we'd have to go into what it means to be a categorical difference, but God doesn't need to be in those psychological states to know what it's like, because he determines human psychology. Like, for example, who's to say that when I feel a bit ashamed when I don't know something, but if God created human psychology a little differently, I could be very happy not knowing. I could just be super excited to be ignorant, or I could just be a little bashful and shy when I don't know. Like, so, like, what it's like, examples are, they're pretty easy to reply to, at least as I see it.
Alex, let me ask you something real quick. Can God be God and not God at the same time?
Well, I wouldn't say so. That's meaningless.
Right. I mean, exactly. I don't know any. I don't see how any Christian could say that would be possible, that God could be God and not God at the same time. Even though he's God, he can do whatever he wants, but can he cease to be God?
Steve,
it's a logical contradiction.
Steve, you should look up. Right. Okay. Right, Steve. You should look up. I think it's on Philosophy Stanford. You should look up the page on omnipotence. There's 4 theories behind what omnipotence actually is, and I think it's like the second one, which actually full-on states that God can do the illogical.
Yeah,
some theists do hold that.
There are, and I ran across a few. But I think that if a person is willing to accept logical contradictions, they have no coherent worldview whatsoever.
Well, it depends on how you assume that like things are playing by the same rule in like the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th dimension. Like
what is the 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th dimension? I mean, I know there's multiple dimensions, but unless you're talking about string theory, then I don't know what you're referring to.
Well, I mean, considering that, like, let's say time was another dimension where God is just walking up and down, and when God is walking up and down, therefore he leaves himself in one spot in time where he's still talking and thinking, maybe talking to himself or talking to a person. Now he's in another place, and he's in the past talking to Moses, while he's still left himself in the future talking to you. And now you have duplicates or overlappings of God, where there's like literally like infinite laps or overlayers of God's consciousness, living their own timelines and being aware of himself. He can literally just like ignore himself and ignore like the world while he listens to you, while at the same time have everybody's like voices in his mind at the same time. Like he can do that. And like I don't see, it's really a failure of imagination, like not being able to see that more so.
Yeah, that just makes no sense to me whatsoever. It's like what you're positing is just so convoluted that I wouldn't even need to go. I would have to sit there for another couple hours to suss that out, because it just maybe am I the only one that's just completely not making sense to whatsoever?
I mean, it's hard. It's really hard to communicate these ideas. With the limits of human language. Plus, this is why analogies have to often be brought in here. I mean, I think just to get at what Justin is getting at least to the best of my abilities, what he's saying is, from eternity, God creates space-time, wherein all the events that take place are for God simultaneous, whereas for us they're playing out like they're happening event by event.
Right, and that's some people. Yeah, that I get though. That's okay. That's not too far fetched, but he's positing like this river of time that everything's existed, everything has been created, everything's been done. It's deterministic. It's from start to finish, whatever that means. Because I don't even know how you even have a start and finish in that kind of situation. It's you're talking about infinities, but then you're saying, well, you have a start and you have an end. But then God can just kind of go blip to another type of the timeline and blip to another part of the timeline, and to him, is it contiguous, or is it all at once? Because if it's all at once and he doesn't blip anywhere, he's already there. I mean, it's just nonsensical. You're having very contradiction things between some kind of linearity of time and some kind of quantum disconnects.
No, and that's the thing.
Non-continuity of time.
It just sounds like you want God to be on this consistent plane where he has to make sense in one scientific realm, but no. Like if in any sense, like we thought we can actually time travel. Let's say you go this faster than the speed of light, and we're going faster than the speed of light. Somehow we can go backwards in time.
Oh, so now things are going backwards in time. Now that means we can see ourselves in time because we are going backwards. Now, do we both exist? Or is just one of us existing? If I look at myself and I see myself, does that mean I'm not myself?
Well,
Or I am
okay. My personal opinion on this is one. I don't believe in time travel. Okay, not at all.
Why?
Future, yes. Well, hang on. I don't believe we can go backwards in time. I believe we can go forwards in time, but we can't go backwards. We can see backwards in time, okay, because we do that all the time. But I don't believe we can go backwards in time. I believe there's a cap there. There's no evidence to support time travel. The only maybe on the quantum level, when you're talking about actually like Feynman diagrams, do have some particles going forward, and at the same time they're going backwards in time. That's how he did his drawings. There's some I can accept that on the quantum level, but there's nothing in physics that I could see where an actual way to go back in time would actually be feasible. There isn't anything. There's no reason to believe that time travel is possible.
I think it's possible. I think it's logically possible. Metaphysically possible.
Actually, Penrose claims he looked back in time before the moment of initiation of the rift in space or whatever, and he saw something. I will try to provide the link. Wait a minute, because I was busy with that other guy in the chat box. I will provide the link.
Yeah, I have to agree with Hannah here, and I'm going to repeat what Hannah says in the side chat. By the way, Hannah, yes, I'm keeping this room up just so you can be entertained at work. I am that kind of nice guy. She says, Steve, please explain by that logic God can be whatever you posit him to be. You can say anything because logically or of logical inconsistency, you can't be wrong. And she has a point. What you're basically positing is that there's no way to falsify or even logically conceive anything that you're saying at all.
I mean, wait. To be fair, though, this is mostly theology and metaphysics, which isn't going by scientific criteria.
I agree, but there still has to be a logical framework and coherency, don't you think?
That is true. Like, as long as the things don't contradict each other, you're pretty much set. Go ahead. This is why a lot of people dismiss this as building sky castles.
I mean, I have a simple. I mean, I would have to start from the very beginning of philosophical, deductions, and I would begin to say, let's say there is a God and God exists. Wouldn't the properties of God always be eternal with Him? And is the properties of God separate from Him, such as His Word? You may say, well, yes, His Word is eternal. Okay, so then His Word is eternal. Therefore, His Word must be God, because nothing can exist that is eternal except it is God. And I have a framework that says anything that God has always had is God, and the universe is just a mere reflection of just God. It's just a reflection.
So you're saying God is God.
God is, well, not just God is God, but God is multiple.
Wait, are we going on to the Trinity here? Because this is a whole other can of worms.
He's the universe. In
the
sense,
God is not the universe.
I'm not talking about pantheism. I'm talking about.
You're saying God is the universe. That is the literal definition of pantheism.
Pantheism. No. I'm not talking about this physical universe. I'm talking about if we were to walk into God's heart, like there'll be an infinite array of worlds and ideas and thoughts and all these things. So the ideas that He had in His mind, when He said, you know what, I'm going to create this, those things already pre-existed in His mind, which to Him is just as real as day. The only thing in His mind that exists is Himself, and all that universe will be Himself. You see what I'm saying?
So are you saying that the universe pre-exists in the eternal mind of God?
Well, in notion, not this universe. So I'm not saying I existed always.
So are you saying anything that? Well, okay, I get what you're saying. You're just saying that anything that does exist or is possible to exist pre-exists in the mind of God.
Pretty much, in that mind of God, to God, is as real as this universe.
And Hannah, no, impossible things cannot, sometimes, by definition, cannot possibly exist. So she said impossible things can certainly impossible. She said, impossible is certainly possible, Steve. Just give enough time, and we may see impossible things happen. No, that would be a contradiction. Impossible things, by definition, cannot happen. If I give you 4 basketballs and I say pick the one that's a baseball, it's impossible. No matter how many times you run that, it's impossible in that set theory. Right? So by definition, impossible means it cannot happen.
Well, I don't know. I mean, we are talking about the beginning, like something that is like beyond science. So if I said
it doesn't matter if it's
0,
beyond science. Impossible things by definition are not possible.
So like if I add 2 zeros together or a billion zeros, it's not possible that I would get one Big Bang.
You just conflated mathematics with materialism.
I'm conflating it as an analogy.
No, in mathematics, if we had 0, 0, 0, 0, we're always going to have 0, okay?
Which means impossible.
No. There's a difference between possible and highly improbable. You can actually have a probabilistic density, okay, it's called an infinite probability curve, and it has a possibility of happening, but it's not impossible. It's possible,
Steve,
but it won't.
Steve,
hang on, let me just finish my train of thought before I lose it.
Steve, when we're talking about the, okay, sorry.
If you have an infinite probability density, it is possible something can happen, but it will never happen. Okay, so there's a difference there between possible and never will happen. Okay, 0 chance, but it is possible, but it has 0 probability. But impossible. Impossible means that it can never happen under any circumstances, because that would be a contradiction, because impossibilities cannot be possible. Now you go ahead, Alex.
Sorry.
What did I say that was wrong?
Lags just a bit here. Oh, right. I think it was with regards to the state of like nothingness and then somethings. So I would contend that we couldn't get a probability out of it. I mean, the only probability we could have of existence is 1 out of 1, right? Existence.
Right. Life is 1 out of 1.
Nothing. Yeah. Right. But the nothing from something is one of the few things that I would contend is under the category of non-natural, right? We couldn't say that you couldn't say 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0, because that implies another state of some sort of temporality where there is continuous 0, right? The idea of something coming from the philosophical nothing, as it were, the arguments put forward would be that that nothing would stop it from occurring. There's no reason to suggest that it wouldn't happen. There's no reason to suggest that it would happen. I agree that it's not something demonstrable, but I don't think you could assign probability to it either, which is what I wanted to get at when we're talking about.
Yeah, it's the same thing as like if
you're talking about origins.
Yeah, well, it's the same exact thing as if you had a number line between like the numbers 1 and 10. You had just imaginary number line, and you just picked a random spot on that number line. You will, even though it's possible you could hit 2, 3, 4, 5 in an integer, but the reality is you will never hit 2, 3, 4, 5. You're always going to hit some kind of irrational transcendental number every time, because that is how infinities work. It's a very, very strange thing that to wrap your head around. Okay, but the reality is you'll never land on an integer, even though it is possible. It cannot it won't happen. It has 0 probability.
Right. What's interesting is I think metaphysicians actually draw a distinction between infinities of a quantitative nature, like 1, 2, 3,
yes.
4, and a qualitative nature. Because even in terms of quality, you could have intensities of, let's say, color, we have certain shades of white that are more intensive than others. As just one thing to go by here. God, when people say is infinitive in terms of power or knowledge or something of the like, this is usually what theologians mean by infinity, not necessarily that he knows an infinity of propositions, or he can do an infinity amount of things. rather it's more akin to his power is the most intense or the highest or the greatest. His knowledge is also the greatest, etc., etc.
So are you saying it's a relative maximum?
Yeah, it can be. Um, or maybe to go by the Platonic notion, in the same way that there are universal forms, like there are particular trees, and then there's treeness itself, which exists in the third heaven. You could just apply that to God. God is power, knowledge, and goodness itself, and all particular instances are just imperfections, just participating in God's perfect existence. Usually the Platonic way of portraying it is the way I prefer the best, so I usually go with that.
That's kind of what I was saying before.
You see, this is where metaphysics kind of helps out. Plato, Aristotle, they help explain these theological concepts to non-believers in a way that that actually does a pretty decent job of it.
I would say kind of, only because they have more clout amongst the secular arena. But
actually, not at all. In fact, most of the atheists I talked to would say that Aristotle was the single-handed reason why science was retarded for thousands of years, even though that's just an Enlightenment myth, as far as I'm concerned. And a lot of them would dismiss Plato as being this mystic with no real insight. So it's not so much they have more clout, it's just that they do a very good job of giving us the categories to work with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I came across this idea without even thinking in those terms, and to me, it just took logical process. Just assume, okay, if God is good and He's the summation of all that's good, if I assume what I'm looking at is good, like the trees are good, my wife, she's good, sex is good, all these things that I have a notion as good, God by definition would have to be the form of good, and not just one type of good. If the variety is good, then God will also have to be variety time bien, about to turn Spanish, variety too. And if unity is good, then God would also have to be unified by definition.
But I mean, first of all, when it comes to using the term good, one has to remember something fairly important. You have to actually, first of all, understand or communicate properly what you mean by good, because a lot of different people have different ideas. Second of all, there are people who would dismiss what's called universalism, which is the theory that universals exist. When we say good, what we mean is that there exists goodness, and it's the same goodness that exists in me, that exists in you, and everyone else, or in every particular thing. But there are people who would say that no, when we say goodness, it's just like when universals are they don't really exist. They're just common names or conceptions that human beings project onto the world. Something akin to that, or other such things. Then this is actually where their arguments come in handy. Because if you really look at Aristotle or Plato, they actually provide arguments that Christian thinkers have used for the centuries, or at least refined and improved.
Well, I mean, I guess that was scrolling question. I would just go back to the Bible where it says, God, He said, "Let there be light," and it was good. And He does that for each day of the week.
He says, "And it is good."
Yeah.
Right. But in terms of that, does the Bible actually ever come out and say, this is what determines what goodness is?
Well, I mean, whatever. If He calls the earth good, and
what does good mean, though?
Good mean that whatever benefits life and pleasure.
Where okay, where in the Bible does it use that definition of goodness?
Well, that's just my that's just my reduction of what I believe it means. If goodness has no meaning all of a sudden, then okay, blessing.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who do believe in that. You can't always just say, well, the consequences are terrible. It's not enough. Consequences, like there are some truths that have terrible consequences, but they're still true.
I didn't say anything about that. I'm sorry. You might have heard.
I know you didn't say anything in particular, but a lot of Christians, when they find there are moral skeptics, will just relegate themselves to saying, "Oh well, baby rape then isn't terrible anymore." So yeah, like that does sure that's not a pleasant outcome, but it doesn't necessarily mean that's wrong. So usually that's the way a lot of objections to that are raised. So I just want to cut that off in case it popped up here.
Well, okay. Well, when I'm talking about good, when God said, He made man, it was good. Everything was good before there was sin. So the idea is, you have a painting. The painting looks good. Someone throws paint on it and tears it apart. Well, of course, you're not talking about the torn pieces or the twisted parts, but what's left of it is still good. And whatever you can still trace that's still of the original, that's good by definition. So
well, I mean, you could always define anything by definition.
Hang on, no, that's Max. Yeah, that's tautological. What Max is asking is, in virtue of what is the painting good?
What's the criteria for being good?
What makes it good? So
well, there's
right. So let's say you Justin. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Say there is a chair in an empty room.
Mm-hmm.
Is that chair good?
Yeah, it's good for me.
It's good. A chair in an empty room is good.
Well, you're not in the room.
Why would a chair in an empty room be good?
Yeah, it's an empty chair.
You're not in the room. You're not. No one's on the chair.
Good, and God sees it.
What?
Well, I mean, is this if a tree falls, does it make a sound type of question?
No, it's not. It's more along the line of, what does somebody mean when they say X is any particular thing? In terms of, so whenever we start a discussion, we always ask the person what they mean when they say something. And that's so we're not talking past each other. That's so we're talking about the thing in particular. Now, when you say, something is good, what I'm asking, just so we don't talk past one another, is what is goodness? And from there we begin the discussion.
Well, I would say...
Can I make some remarks?
Just FYI, I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep this hangout open. I'm probably, I'm just going to listen and lay down. I can't type right now, so just kind of mod yourself. But I'm just going to listen and kind of lay down while you guys are...
Oh, my wife is mad at me. My wife is going to kill me.
Some remarks?
Well, hey Justin, I got to tell you, man, I got to give you huge props. You as much as I disagree with everything just about you said in the entire how many hours we've been at this, I got to give you props that you hung in there, and you actually came in here and had a nice discussion with us. I mean, I respect that. That to me is more beneficial than anything else, that you were able to come in and have a decent discussion, even though we disagree, to show people that people can do it. Okay, so the people that are clown car posse that always have these really bad interlocutors and really bad discussions with people, it's not us, it's not me, it's not anybody that comes in my room, it's them. Because somebody who I do not disagree with, like you and a few other people like William, I get along with great, William Freeman, and other young earth creationists, I can have a very good civil conversation with you guys, because you're rational, well, semi-rational, because if you were totally rational, you wouldn't be a young earth creationist, but you at least... Yeah, I had to throw that in there. But you're at least good people. I mean, I think you're an honest, you're decent. I don't think you're trying to lie or use deception on anybody, and that's what I respect. So I will give you props for that, man. Okay.
Appreciate that. Yeah, I've been in worse hangouts. Like, oh my goodness, what's his name? Oh my goodness, Matt Slick. Oh no, oh my goodness.
Dude, I almost made that guy blow up. He got up from his chair, started pacing back and forth. Like,
is it, you think that's because he was a Christian and you had such diverse view? He's used to dealing with atheists, right? But from a
yeah,
Christian,
but
that's why.
yeah, I was because I don't want to boast or anything like that, but I know my way around the Bible, and I can tell when
You
someone's
do.
kind of fudging or adding or stretching here and there, and I gotta accept, I have some areas where I have to tell you, okay, well at this point I'm like going a little unorthodox, but still like since they like live and die on those ideas, they have to fight tooth and nail, like when I'm challenging those thoughts.
Oh, those
And
guys get defensive as hell. I mean, when Cliff Jumper goes on there, they basically want to rip his throat out, and even Scholar Fiction has a really good job on it. Realistic Nihilist has done a really good job in there. But I noticed those programs like Bible Thumb Wingnut and Matt Slick, they have a very very scripted thing. I mean, it's just I don't see anything new that anything they say. They don't really want to have an honest discussion. Yeah, I'm not impressed. I think Matt Slick is extremely overrated in his community because other people that in like the secular type community and stuff like that, yeah, they think he's a total idiot. So.
well, I won't go that far, but yeah, I know he's a hothead, and yeah, there's times that I just had to stop because I started feeling sorry. Um, like when you kind of okay, I can't even say this on air, but anyway, I love you, Smash Lick.
I've never talked to him, so I mean I shouldn't talk smack, but I think I kind of lost all respect with him with his whole fucking God not God argument. That was the dumbest thing I've ever heard. God or not God, not God, therefore, or sorry, not God, therefore God. I mean, it's a simple tautology. It doesn't. What the hell does it actually show anything? And he thinks it's some brilliant argument. It's like what?
Yeah. Well, what takes off pressure for me is that I'm not here to convert you. I don't believe I can convert you this way at all. Like you're probably going to disagree with what I'm about to say, but I really believe at the end of the day, people believe what they believe because they choose to believe it. And as much as there's people on both sides who has probably read up so many things, like things that and convinced you, but they come to church, they hear a sermon, and the preacher makes an appeal, and they raise their hand, and they say, you know what, I want to believe in Jesus. Now, those kind of people, they give their lives to Christ. Christ changed their life. They get rid of drugs or whatever, and then later on, as they become more Christian or whatever, they go back to the same arguments that they had, and they dismantle it and say, you know what, this is trash, blah blah blah, or they may be anti whatever, but they made the choice. And I've seen the same kind of Christians on my end who knows as much as me or even more, who just decide one day, you know what, God ain't real enough for me, and then just go the other end. I can't explain that.
Yeah, but we have people in the community that have actually had that happen too. Tanya is one of them. Tanya Galaxy, she used to be, Galaxy Dreams. But again, I'm not an atheist, so I really don't have a dog in the fight per se. I'm not trying to convert people to be secular or non-religious or non-theist or atheist, but I'm just trying to get the science out there. I think the science and religion are not mutually exclusive. I think it's perfectly fine to believe in God as long as you accept the science. And people that don't accept the science, they can't just say they accept the science but they don't follow everything that science has given us and everything that science has found for us. I find it to be very odd. But my thing is like you're not trying to convert me to your theism. I'm certainly not trying to convert you to any kind of change in your theological position. I'm only trying to educate you so you have an understanding of basic evolution, physics, and just any other subjects we talk about here. So I think we had a very respectful dialogue. It just shows that people can do it when you're not militant and you're not part of the Clown Car posse. So I could just give you this before I log off here. don't get involved with them. You're much better than that. Yeah, you have some wacky ideas. Don't get me wrong, but you're not on the level of the clown car policy. Don't let them suck you in if you know who they are. You do, right?
Wait, are you talking about Matt Slick?
No. The clown car policy is basically the people that we deal with all the time that have these really bad ways of engaging with people. They mute you, they boot you, they lower your volume, they talk over you, they don't get you let you have any chance to have a conversation. It would be the Nephilim Free, True Empiricism, Arcane Logos, Tommy Hall, any of those guys are the clown car posse.
Oh, well, if they boot me out, they boot me out. Hey, it won't be the first. Probably won't be.
Well, you're a theist. They're all theists, but they're probably even more radical than you in some ways. But anyways, hey, Drag, you got here late, man. We're about ready to log off.
Yeah. Well, guys, I know you guys aren't atheists. I mean, excuse me. I know some of you guys aren't Christian. But guys, please pray for me. My wife is going to kill me for staying up all night.
Yeah. You know what? I will definitely pray for you on that one because wife aggro sucks. I'm sure.
Oh my goodness, she's going to kill me.
Yeah. No problem, man. Yeah, just go make her breakfast or something.
Yeah, I know God listens to anybody. I know He listens to you. Please, just say it. But all right.
All right. Peace out, brother.
God bless.
I'm going to end this. And thank you guys for joining us. Thank you guys for listening. Hannah, glad you were listening.
Bye-bye.
And go ahead and like my videos.
See you guys. Thanks, Steve.
Good night, Alex. Good talking to you, man. Yeah, but I'm start to like my videos because I'm getting some people that are, I think, making false accounts and disliking them. I've had that happen on one or two videos. So just if you're watching my stuff, just give me some likes, okay? Just to offset that. And once again, big shout out to my friend Christopher Hislap Live. You are awesome, man. Good night.
All right.